So the beautiful thing about purpose is it's the only identity that is yours. It's the only one that no one gives you and no one can take away.
There is a nugget from every single speaker. If you can just say, I just want to get one thing, only one thing from each speaker that I can take back with me and help be a transformative piece of my life, what would that be?
Well, they're still with me every day, still having a profound impact on the man I am and hope to become.
We're driven by our greater purpose. I think we need to have something bigger than ourselves.
Use every failure that you've gone through, every adversity, every hardship that we will inevitably go through in our lives as lessons to grow thicker skin and ultimately to help others.
Others over self is this leadership mindset that the ancient wisdom, that needs of others are more important than our own.
I've never met a humble person who is in pursuit of their own humility. The humble people I know are humble because their purpose is greater than themselves. Everything begins with attention. Attention is not a swear word.
That's the power of mattering. One moment of mattering can completely alter the trajectories of someone's life, their self-beliefs, and can create the conditions for someone to believe that they have purpose.
Welcome back for day 2. Did you guys have a good day yesterday? Awesome. Well, yesterday we wanted to open up your hearts and kind of unfreeze things, and today we're going to fill your minds with lots and lots of insight and inspiration. Yesterday you heard me talk a lot about LinkedIn. I think I mentioned that a couple times. Our opening speaker, oddly enough, I didn't meet through LinkedIn. I met through a mutual friend, Brad Seitzinger, who's actually in the room with us today. And she happens to be one of the most influential people on LinkedIn and knowledgeable people in that space that I've met and has taught me more about social media influence and impact than I think anybody else I've ever met. So please join me in welcoming the founder and CEO of Linkability, Kim Peterson Stone.
Davin, thank you so much. Good morning. Good morning, Purpose Summit attendees. Are we ready? Are we ready for day 2, where we are going to be digging a little bit further into organizational purpose? So we're going to be taking a deeper dive. There's a lot more that we are going to be learning today. I encourage you to take notes in any way that works for you. I'm going to be kicking off quite a bit of information to share that I think that you're going to find value in. So before we get going, I just have a quick confession to make, just to get this off my chest. I am not a professional speaker, and hopefully that won't become too glaringly apparent by the time we wrap up this morning. Hopefully I will be able to convey the message with clarity and conviction so that you can take action on what we learn here today. Actually, I'm not a professional speaker, but I do like to support organizations that I believe in, such as the Purpose Summit. And I just want to take a quick moment to recognize the team for putting together this Herculean event for us, for making things happen just unbelievably. Davin, Adam, Lisa, Kurt, everybody at the Purpose Summit team, just congratulations. Thank you so much for bringing this together for us. So appreciative. So a little bit of background as to the context of where I'm coming from. So I am a 3-time business founder. I started my career creating a medical device firm that we grew from concept to $20 million enterprise in an 8-year period, only to watch that company implode as a result of changes in government regulatory issues. Basically, we were no longer authorized to sell our products. So we were bound by a situation very much outside of our control. So not too dissimilar to some of the things that we've had to come up against this year. But from that experience, I took my pain and turned it into my passion. I started sharing the things that I had learned about building a business, about marketing, about teamwork, about inspiration, about leadership. I started sharing those things on LinkedIn. And over a period of time, I attracted an audience of a little over 235,000 followers, or respected peers, as I like to refer to them as. That then led to creating a digital marketing company approximately 11 years ago. And from there, we've evolved to what we are now, which is Linkability, which is a trusted advisor within the digital marketing space. We are a B2B growth agency, and we work with startups all the way to some of the largest companies in the world. And we help our clients do things like establish thought leadership positioning and market acquisition and client acquisition, branding, things of that nature. And we've done it for a very broad range of industries: financial services, real estate, commercial and residential, legal, SaaS, tech, brick and mortar. We've done it across a number of industries. So we came out here this week and wanted to share time with you because we feel very confident that in sharing what has been working over the past year and a half, you will find value in that, because clearly rules have changed, yes? We are not doing things the same way we did before. So by sharing what is working for our clients and for larger brands, I believe that you will be able to glean some insights that will be very advantageous to you when you go back. So I think that if in January 2020, if someone would have sat us down and said that even half of the things that were going to be happening in the upcoming months were going to be taking place, I don't know that any of us would have believed it, right? Nuh-uh, that couldn't possibly happen, but it did. So we were forced to become much more agile, much more quickly moving. We had to adapt, we had to shift, we had to change. But to lighten the mood just a little bit, I think we can all agree with this little buddy in the corner here that it was pretty rough. One snicker, I told you, not a professional speaker. This really reminds me of this quote by Peter Drucker, in that the greatest danger in times of turbulence is not the turbulence itself, but to act with yesterday's logic. Particularly now, we cannot be thinking that what we did 3 years ago, 5 years ago is going to be effective now. It is not. It is not. But the good news is you don't have to carry the burden on your own. You don't have to be the one that is coming up with all of the answers. So really, you should strive to be great, but not great at everything. And I would argue that if you do think that you're the one that's going to do everything and you are going to be great at everything, you're going to fail, because there are people who are accessing other individuals to help them level up faster, people that have expertise in areas that they don't necessarily have. And that model is working very well across the board in a number of different industries. So you don't have to be great at everything. Somewhere between your skills, your job description, and your unique contribution is your purpose. And when you align these two and bring on the who's that are benefiting from your relationship, whether it's the sale of a product or bringing someone on as a team member, that is when magic happens. When you line yourself with the right who's, that is when things really start to take off. So what we've devised over the past year and a half is a formula that is working very, very well for a number of our clients and a number of large brands. This is something that is being patterned over and over again, and we found that it to be very effective. So what I'm going to be covering today is the LTT formula. So we're going to be talking about leads, talent, and tech. I'm going to go through each of these subjects. I'm going to give you information stories and then I'm going to summarize at the very end with actionable items that you can do when you get back. Okay? So we're going to start with leads, being proactive in that regard. If you don't have a system or a formula in place where you are controlling this process, that is not good. You really, really, really need to have something in place where you have something consistently happening for you. You're not just waiting for something to happen. So this is some information that's from this year, from Gartner, where 6% of CSOs were asked, chief sales officers were asked, do you think you're going to hit your mark? Do you think you are going to hit your sales goals? 6% say yes. Okay, that's a little heart palpitations, right? Wow, that's a little scary. But here's the real important figure, in my opinion. 86% say that the changing of buyers' preferences is as a result of this. Are we the same as we were a year and a half ago? Are we more or less tolerant of spam? Right? No. No time. Let's disconnect, let's block, let's eliminate that stuff from our lives, right? We don't have time for that. Buyers' preferences have changed, and how we operate in business needed to change as well. But what if we flipped the whole sales process? When someone asks you how your night went, didn't get much sleep, but I did get a few hours of anxiety in. Can anybody relate to that? Yay! So much fun, right? You're waking up in the middle of the night or early hours of the morning, my personal favorite, maybe like 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. It's lovely. And you've got a huge pit in your stomach because of something that you need to do or accomplish or fix, right? And you're racking through your head, how am I possibly going to make this happen? And if at that moment you were presented with someone who said, oh, yeah, that's what I do. I do that, I fix that thing. What would your reaction be? Take my money, right? Please, get this burden off of my shoulders, help me. Our messaging needs to shift, and it really doesn't matter what industry you're in. You have to start thinking in terms of being a problem solver for your potential clients. So something that we did with a client, he came on board about 3 years ago. This particular client was a financial services company, a fiduciary, to be more specific. And they were looking at up-leveling their digital presence across the board. They wanted to up-level their web page, and they were just working on getting everything going. And when I asked them what's working for you now, how do you get leads in the door, their answer was, we wait for the phone to ring. And I said, that's not good. We need to help you with that. So what we did was, we took a look at all of their potential clients, all of the people within the scope. Not just, oh, they're this title in this industry, but we really dug deep. Who is involved in the buying process? Who else in the company could influence the buying decision? And because of their geography and because of their target audience, that included 2,000 people. So we built that network to 2,000 people. Then we took a look at what is it exactly that keep these guys up at night, right? Well, what keeps these guys up at night, they're in HR or they're owners of companies, is like they better manage their retirement funds or pensions well. They better do it correctly, because if they don't, huge fines, jail time, problems, right? So we were able to create content around that. Is this keeping you up at night? Here's something that can offer you peace of mind, right? So that was building a warm audience that were becoming familiar with this client and how they helped make their lives better. And the beginning of 2020, we cranked it up because things had changed. So it used to be you had the HR department behind your firewalls managing these things, and now you've got Cindy in HR doing it from her kitchen table with her kids and her dogs running around. Problems? Yeah, perhaps a little bit, right? So what we did then is we cranked it up by creating LinkedIn events for them, where they would come and do a recorded webinar and answer. We are here to answer questions for you for an hour. Bring it, we will help you, we will help you. So that resulted in, of those 2,000 people, approximately 120 would attend these webinars. And then from those 120, about 10%, or 10 to 30%, wanted to take further action, which in their particular situation was a phone call. Okay? So if you have a business where you have where the client value is very high and it's over a long term, to get 10 leads in a month is like insane. That's fantastic, right? That's wonderful. And these people are already warmed up to what it is that you do. They already know how you can help them. So that worked very well for them and wound up looking something like this. Over a 3-month period, their engagement and visibility was up by about triple digits, but the whole process lasted for about 8 months, and the figures, or the numbers in green here, represent how many times they were hitting those people, those 2,000 people. So do you think that if your message of how you can help is in front of your target audience, of course you're going to be the people that they're going to want to reach out to, right? And in their particular niche, no one was really doing this. So if you're in a niche where no one's doing this, good. That's fantastic. There are a lot of niches that are very crowded, but if it's not crowded, that's even better for you. So how can you pull this together? How can you actually start make this working for you? I would encourage you to take a deep dive to clearly define your ideal prospect. And I bet most of you would say, oh, I know exactly who they are. I know exactly. But I would challenge you to take it a step further. Take a look at your top 10, your top 20%, your top clients, the people that you love to work with. Who are they? How old are they? Where do they hang out? What are they interested in? Okay? You need to meet people where they are. And that will do a complete turnaround in how you look at how you communicate. Number 2, determine the problems that you solve. And you may say something like, well, I'm a roofing company. We fix roofs. Do you? Do you fix roofs? Or do you ensure the owner of that building that they have a safe environment for their team and their company to operate? Maybe you even have a quarterly checkup where you just come out and you check their roof, you check their foundation, even things that aren't related to what it is that you do, because guess what? You're offering peace of mind. Okay? Are you worried about that? Are you worried about something happening to you? Don't worry about it. We will take care of that for you. Okay? So really determine the problems that you solve and create a narrative around that. Thirdly, create and distribute problem-solving content. Okay, everybody talks content, right? There's a lot of shiny objects in marketing all over the place. Who cares? We don't want noise. We want true value where people are actually benefiting from receiving that piece of information. Whether it's an article or a case study or a video or a webinar, it really doesn't matter. It has to actually help them solve a problem. Very important. So pulling all of those 3 things together can change the game immensely. So LTT, leads, being proactive, very important. First T, talent, attracting your A team. Now, when I talk about A team, I am not talking about highly accredited individuals per se. I'm not talking about top-level positions. I am talking about people that when you bring them onto your team, help you move your mission forward. They buy into the purpose, and actually, buying into the purpose brings them joy. They love it. That's what I'm talking about your A-team. You have to have dedicated people who are glad to be there and who are enriched by the relationship. But we have to meet people where they are because, again, things have shifted dramatically. So this, again, is from 2021. This survey is from Manpower, indicating that, and this is not news to anybody here in this room, right, that 69% of employers are very concerned about being able to meet all of the requirements that they have for staffing. This is up by 10% since 2010. So that's a staggering number. We're all familiar with that. Again, second number catches my eye. 75% of all hiring managers feel that employer brand matters. Yes, it does. Why? Where is everybody getting their information? Online. Everybody. So are you controlling that? Or are you allowing Yelp or Google or Glassdoor or whomever to control that? Are you meeting people where they are and telling them all about why you should come join their team or why you should purchase your products or services? Or is it just like randomly people making comments and who knows what's really going on? You must control that narrative. Very, very critical. So someone that I've followed for a number of years is a gentleman by the name of Patrick Bet-David. Does anybody follow Patrick? Valuetainment? He's really good to check out if you are into entrepreneurial information and someone who really has huge high goals and is not afraid to talk about that. So what we've got up here is an example of some of the things that he is sharing on LinkedIn, on YouTube, and on Instagram. He owns an insurance agency, a very successful insurance agency, and if you're familiar with that industry, you know that to be in sales in insurance and to be really good requires a unique individual, right? I mean, that's not a common thing. A lot of people try it and they don't do very well, but to get the top guys, that's really a big deal. So he discusses his insurance company. He, on LinkedIn, is recognizing his employees. He's sharing the fact that they just got back from Hawaii. These guys are killing it. They're making tons of money. This is great. That's the vibe with the insurance company. And then with Valuetainment, it's more about him interviewing very influential world leaders and business people and sharing advice and things that he's learned from that side. So when you find him online, you learn what he's all about. This guy is high octane. He really, to work for him is like some of the best of the best of the best, and let's do this. Something interesting that he shared recently is that his top sales guys are not coming from Indeed. They are not coming from ZipRecruiter. They're not coming from LinkedIn. They are coming from Instagram. He's meeting these guys where they are. He's meeting them where they're hanging out. And he's getting great results. So if you've been doing the same thing and not getting fantastic results with how you're advertising for building your team, you might consider taking a look outside of what you have normally been doing. I'll give you an example of a large brand who has really hopped into this big time, Bud Light. Again, on Instagram. This is a job post, okay? We at Bud Light have created the perfect hard seltzer. It is 5 times filtered, 100 calories, and comes in 4 delicious flavors. But we know a hard seltzer is only as good as its memes, and unfortunately, our memes are trash. We need someone who can change that for us, someone who will pull us out of the pits of cringe, someone who knows how to use the lasso thingy in Photoshop. We need someone like you. Please help us, please. Super cute, right? Do you think that people who have an interest in memes or who are creative or who get the whole social thing, do you think they might be hanging out on Instagram? Yeah. So if this was all written in legalese somewhere, buried in a thing, you probably would get maybe 85 Autobot replies to this, right? We've all been there. But they even sweeten the pot by saying, for every resume that comes in, you'll be entered in for a drawing for a year's supply of seltzer. So they even made it more fun. So yes, this is a huge brand, but what could you do to replicate that? Just think outside the box in terms of how you're bringing people on board. Who do you want? Same thing that we talked about before of really digging deep into who your leads are, your potential clients are. Dig deep into who your ideal team members are. Take a really deep dive and then meet those guys where they are. So how can you pull this all together? I would encourage you to make a plan with your marketing department. If you don't have a marketing department, I'm going to discuss how you can get one from a fractional basis next. But make a plan with marketing department on how you are going to go about pulling all of this together. Because every area of the company will benefit from having an excellent digital footprint, every area of the company. So get everybody involved, take a look at what your objectives are, and develop a plan. Secondly, research brand leaders. I showed you just a couple of examples of people who are killing it. They don't have to be people in your industry. They probably aren't people in your industry. But follow them, take pieces of what you think would be beneficial for you, and save them in a file or do something that you can reference them so you could share it with the marketing department and say, hey, I want something kind of similar to this. Can we create something like that? Follow people who are killing it and replicate, make it your own. And follow people who are where you want to be. So people, again, not necessarily in industries that you are in, but in other industries that you look at that brand and you say, wow, those guys are awesome, right? They really, really are connecting. I really, really like these guys. Follow those guys to glean insights and information. So now we're wrapping it all up with tech, which I'm sure like many of you have a love-hate relationship with. I know that we have to have it. I know that it is magical. We are very, very heavily committed on our end to what it is that we do. But if you're on the wrong side of the technological chasm, we've passed the point of being able to catch up when you feel like it or when you have time. We've passed that point. 2020 kind of did that to us. We really need to look very seriously at where we need to be and how we can fix that. So here are some stats from Deloitte that talk about the top rationale. Why do companies do this? Again, 2021, to enable us to innovate faster. Everything is faster, right? To modernize to keep up with the times, changing industry requires it, to become more resilient, and competitor moves require it. Now, 1 through 4 are pretty similar. 1 through the fifth one is the scary one, because you don't want to do that. You don't want to be in a situation where a competitor or someone within the industry, like I mentioned earlier, hey, if nobody's doing this stuff in your industry and you're the one doing it, you own it, you kill it. Period. You don't want to be that person waiting to take someone else's lead. You want to be ahead of that curve. So what is the technological chasm, actually? I mentioned before that we work with companies from startups to some of the largest companies in the world. And I can tell you that companies that are from like 4 million, 2 million to 200 million fall at the lower end of this technological chasm oftentimes. And here's what that looks like. So you have a team, everybody knows how to email, everybody knows how to attach documents, sometimes invites to events and things come through, sometimes they don't. You've got a web page that's maybe 7 years old, 5 years old. You haven't really updated anything. You don't have a game plan for social. You're just kind of doing your thing. You're kind of doing your thing how you used to do. You're waiting for the phone to ring, right? So that is on the lower end. And then on the upper end, you have companies who have every single lead downloaded into a CRM. You have every lead assigned a salesperson. You have a tag on that person, so when they open up an email or they hit your web page, you know exactly what that person has done. There's a heat map. You can tell that they spent 4 minutes on this article and 3 minutes reading that. Now, assuming that both of these companies are in the same industry, which one is going to be more agile or be able to move more quickly? The one on the bottom or the one on the top? Clearly the one on the top, right? But if you were to take the resources that you have currently, your current team, your current, just everything that you have, and you said, oh my gosh, we got to get up to that top. We got to get up there. We don't want to be down at the bottom. I would suggest that you take a look at another option rather than just using what you have. And that is having access to people who already are operating up there. They've already done it. They know how to do it, and they could come in and complete a project for you and then move on. The other thing is you don't have to be at the very top to be able to dominate and be great, because at this point you won't be able to catch those guys. We've had clients, I mean, we've had clients that we've had to let go because they were so far down the AI and automated road, it really didn't align with what we do, which is help people build relationships that then result in building their business, right? So you don't have to be at the top, but you don't want to be at the bottom. So what you want to do is figure out, where are we? What are our objectives? What are the areas that we need help with? Maybe it's marketing, maybe it's customer service, right? You need to decide that, and then you get the help that you need to pull all of the pieces together. So what does that look like? All of these are sites where you can hire freelance to fractional people to do things for you. Everything from task-driven freelance, just get these things off my plate, to trusted advisors in the space who really know what they're doing and can come in and work on a project for you and get it completed and move it down the line. So you have the ability to bring people on board temporarily and join your team and become a part of your team, but you're not in a situation where you're needing to hire an entire division or group, or you've got a full-time employee forever and you're wondering, how am I going to keep this person busy after we get this project done? So this allows you to really have choices in how you want to pull that together. So how do you start making that work? Follow trends from a technological standpoint. Something that is not very widely used. A lot of people aren't even aware. You know the search bar in LinkedIn when you're on the home page, the search bar that's up in the corner? If you hashtag search anything, okay, so you can hashtag customer service, hashtag CRM, hashtag whatever it is, you will be presented with the ability to search that topic by content shared, by company, by person, by group. You will have a ton of information in front of you. So choose hashtags that you want to follow, and then you can tell LinkedIn, oh, I want to follow that. So then whenever things like that come up that LinkedIn thinks you're going to want to hear about, they'll throw them in your feed. A lot of people, and we don't have time to talk about this today, but just that one tip alone, you will see a dramatic improvement in the value that you see in your feed, right? If you're not controlling that, LinkedIn's just feeding you stuff, You want to control it. You want to tell LinkedIn what you want to see. And that's a really great way of doing it. So follow trends so you can see what's coming up, what's going on. Step outside of your industry. So there may be tools that are used pretty commonly within your industry, the types of software and things of that nature. Step outside. What might you be able to learn from real estate or law or restaurants? They've gotten to be incredibly savvy in figuring things out, right? How can you take what someone else has done and adapt it to what it is that you do and make improvements that way? And then break projects into smaller pieces, because whenever we talk about tech, it's overwhelming and stressful, right? It's like, oh, another new thing I need to learn, right? Don't allow the overwhelm to keep you frozen. Break projects into smaller pieces and give yourself enough time. So for example, you're gonna redo a web page. Give yourself 3 months from start to finish. Give yourself 2 weeks to hire somebody, a month to get through content, another month to get it up and tweak it, make sure SEO is good. Give yourself enough time, break it down into little pieces, and then it'll seem much, much easier to work with. So in bringing it all together, the bottom line is that when you align yourself with the people whose problems you solve, you get more clients. That is just what happens when you're correctly conveying that in front of those people. And when you attract those that can get you further faster than you could on your own, you excel and you accomplish things that you couldn't possibly do with your own resources. And when you bring these two together and use technology to accomplish both of those objectives, that is when magic happens. And that is when your company really is able to lean into its mission, its purpose, and control much more so what's going on and how you're building out, how you're attracting people in, and how you are bringing your message to the world. So last Purpose Summit in 2019, I delivered a keynote that was called the Global Communication Shift. I believe it's still on YouTube if you haven't caught it. But in that keynote, I was talking about what was coming up and what people needed to be prepared for. And at the time, we thought maybe 3 to 5 years, right? Which was impending. That was fast. 3 to 5 years, that's fast. We got to get on board, right? Well, it happened within a few months. It happened very, very quickly. So people who are actually in this room here today who saw that keynote and actually took action on some of the things discussed have built very nice followerships for themselves in their niche and for their organization. It doesn't have to be tens of thousands of people. It doesn't have to be hundreds of thousands of people. It could be a couple hundred people. But if you're in front of the right people, you absolutely can make magic happen. But here's the most important aspect of this. We've been talking a lot about bringing people to you, right? Bring me the leads, bring me the team members, help me build my business. And that's important, and that's what we're here to learn about. But something else that you need to keep in mind is that you are someone else's who as well. You have products and services and opportunities to offer to people who are in desperate need of those. It is very important for you to get that message out so that you can be found. And when I say this, we're talking about operational purpose today, but there are individuals that make up an operation, right? It is becoming more and more and more valuable for individuals, team members, to share who they are, what they're all about, why they are proud about the organization that they work with online to help build their personal brand or to help the company build their brand or to open up other doors. Maybe there's a side gig type of a situation that you're doing, but you're sharing your expertise, you're sharing your knowledge, you're sharing all of the good that you have to share. So it comes full circle. You get good delivered to you, and you're offering it for people that cross your paths. So I really, really would encourage all of you to take action on some of the things that we discussed today, because it will give you a leg up as we navigate challenging times. And it will give you the ability to be agile, tap into new and different things that you may not be aware of currently, and really help you excel to get further much faster than you could on your own. Thank you so much for your time. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Amazing, amazing, amazing. Kim, hold on. So you need to understand what the power of what Kim just shared, right? So each and every single one of you has a purpose. You have a who. We've talked about that your purpose in the past is tied to your who, and you have something to offer the world. We've never, ever had a better opportunity than through the platforms we have today to connect our purpose and our who to the who's out there that we need to reach, right? And so I wanted you to be on stage for this. So I have a special surprise for someone who's in the room. But last year, we did this thing for Breast Cancer Awareness Month. And I had this pink jacket, this bright pink jacket made that I wore to every keynote. This was actually 2 years ago, 2019. That I wore to every keynote where I traveled all over the country wearing this pink jacket. And we decided to auction this pink jacket off for Breast Cancer Awareness Month in October. Well, so I posted a picture on LinkedIn with the right hashtags, the right content, all of that stuff, the purpose of what we were doing, wearing this pink jacket. Well, would you believe that there happens to be another, actually Davin, not Davin, but there actually be another Davin out there in the world, like with my name spelling? I'm like, no way, this is crazy. So he comments on the post, and in that comment, we start having a conversation. He's in Chicago, and we start talking on the phone, and my wife's name is Amy. Guess what Davin's wife's name is? Amy. Turns out that we both have sons who are also the same age. I'm like, this is getting crazy. This is ridiculous, right? So then he goes on to share his story with me, which I'm not going to share on the stage. But he goes to share his story with me on why the post resonated with me. Long story short, he ended up being the highest bidder on the pink jacket. And I said, oh my gosh, when we meet, I need to give you this pink jacket, and you need to carry this on, and then we need to, like, it needs to become like the traveling pink jacket to raise awareness for Breast Cancer Month. Well, Davin is in the room with us tonight. I don't know where he's at. It's actually this morning. It still feels like night to me, but it's this morning. Davin, will you come down here, please? Can we give him a round of applause? And so after 2 years of waiting, now I'm a 40 short. I don't know how this is going to work. He might need to, there we go.
All right.
You never know who you are going to reach out there through the simple power of your phones, technology, LinkedIn. And that wouldn't happen if I didn't learn from that incredible woman over there. But thank you for your impact, for what you've done, for what you continue to do. Thank you for making this possible. Appreciate you. Can we give them both one more time? Thanks, brother.
Yeah.
Hey everybody, it's Zach Mercurio. So a couple of years ago, I had a really bad
morning, folks.
anti-purposeful morning habit. I would get up, I would look at my phone, look at the calendar, and I would say to myself, what do I have to do today? What do I have to do today?
In the school.
And if you think of your internal dialogue as a motivational speaker, we ask ourselves some pretty demotivating questions. What do I have to do today?
You try not to miss your cues. But in my previous life, I was a middle school counselor. I actually taught for a while before I got into the other aspects of my life. But when you say good morning, you kind of expect a response at least from people, at least back in my previous years. So good morning. When the Purpose Summit was built, it was built on the idea of 3 days of purpose. The first day focusing on inspiration and individual purpose. The second day being today, focused on more thought-provoking organizational purpose. And tomorrow, I'm baiting you right now, this is putting purpose into action. And so each day has its own purpose as a result. And today we're excited to continue with the conversation that's happening. Our next speaker, like many of us at points in our life, was disillusioned professionally. Disillusioned with the tech world, disillusioned with things that were happening, and as a result, he made a shift. He recreated his purpose. And he's going to talk about that today, talking about joy, talking about bringing joy, author of 2 books, and he's going to tell you more about that. But without further ado, I'd like to introduce you to Richard Sheridan.
Thank you. I have to admit, this is a little bit of a full circle moment for me. I grew up here, 2 miles that way. And the movie I remember watching in this theater when I was 10 was Camelot. And I'm thinking that's why we're here, right? You see, I know why you're here. I know why you come to conferences like this. I know why you're reading books like the ones that are out in the booksellers exhibit. You know there's a better way to do things, don't you? You've always known it. Those thoughts come to you as you're waking up in the morning. Perhaps they come to you in the middle of those anxious hours in the middle of the night. You know there's a better way to run your business, your company, your department, your team. And then the day begins, and those thoughts evaporate like the morning fog. I want to talk about joy. I want to talk about how we get our teams to joy. Psychologist Rollo May once famously stated that the opposite of courage is not cowardice, but conformity. I want to take you on a non-conforming journey of leadership, because hiding inside of our purpose are 2 powerful emotions that we should not, cannot, and I'm going to try and convince you to will not deny. Emotions of joy and love in the context of work. These are not words and emotions we typically associate with our work lives, are they? So let me tell you a little bit of history that starts around about the time I was seeing Camelot in the Jewel Theater, as it was once called here in Mount Clemens. I started out as a kid programmer in 1971. Macomb County was one of the first 3 counties in the nation to offer computer science curriculum at the high school level. I just happened to be in the right place at the right time. And at Chippewa Valley High School, my alma mater, I laid my hands on a keyboard, typed in a 2-line program, typed the word run, and the computer clacked out on a roll of paper, because that's the way they used to work in those days. And it said, "Hi, Rich," because that's what I told it to do. And I was hooked. I knew what I wanted to do the rest of my days. By 1973, as a dyed-in-the-wool Detroit Tigers fan, I typed all the Major League Baseball players into the computer so that my friends and I could play our favorite baseball teams against each other in the cold Michigan winter months. Yep, you're looking at the guy who invented fantasy baseball. My life, I believe, is littered with lost opportunities like this. But through the encouragement of my parents and my teachers, I entered that program into an international programming contest, and I won the gaming category, and it launched a career. The guy who supplied the computing power to us at the Macomb Intermediate School District came down to my high school to see the kid who won the contest, and he looked at me and says, "Would you like to work for me?" And I said, "Doing what?" And he said, "Programming." And I said, "You could get paid for doing this? Seriously?" And so I started writing code professionally before I could even drive a car, hitchhiking down 19-mile road to Garfield so I could get to work every day. I eventually went to the University of Michigan, got a couple of degrees in computer science and computer engineering, and launched a career. And I will tell you, by all the way the world measures success, this career looked beautiful. I had everything. Job, title, authority, stock options. I went from programmer in 1982 to VP of R&D in 1997 at one of the highest flying public companies. It would be named the #1 public company in Michigan in 1999 based on stock growth. The company in the west side of Ann Arbor called Interface Systems. I had it all. Can you hear the but inside of this? Because there was a different line, a far more important line, and I believe a line as to why you're here. And it looked like this. My heart was breaking for a profession I thought would carry me for a lifetime. So how could it be that I had all this wonderful career success, and yet I didn't even want to be in the industry anymore? I was contemplating an exit. I wanted out. I wanted to get as far away from this industry as I could. So what was going on? Well, I will tell you, if you know anything about software, and I probably can't go to a conference where people aren't going to complain about software one time or another, the software industry is filled with chaos. Firefighting galore, problems galore, people complaining about everything you've built. I would often come home at the end of long, tiring days, sometimes all-nighters. I'd miss dinner. My wife would tell me, "Honey, you look really tired. Did you get a lot done today?" And I realized, no, I got nothing done today. Absolutely nothing. I was busy from one end of the day to the other, answering phone calls, trying to put out fires, and getting absolutely nothing done. And if you live in a life of chaos continuously, bad things are going to happen. Negative events are going to occur. There isn't a day that goes by that you're not seeing a headline about minutes. He watched in horror as the New York Stock Exchange trading platform of his company traded $7 billion worth of securities it wasn't supposed to in 45 minutes, costing the company $400 million in losses in 45 minutes. Would that be considered a negative event where you work? Fortunately, I've never had anything quite that big, but I will tell you, in our own context, it always feels that big, doesn't it? And when chaos occurs, when those negative events happen, there is typically a standard corporate response that looks like a big 3-ring binder. In the software industry, we give it a name, then we shorten the name to an acronym, because that's what we love to do. We call it the Software Development Lifecycle Process, the SDLC for short. This is a big, thick three-wing binder filled with templated documents, stage gates, committees, sign-offs, approvals. You go from chaos to full-blown, you have to put the police force in charge of it, and you go from chaos to full-blown bureaucracy. You go from the land of never getting anything done to, quite frankly, the land of never getting anything started. Because you're waiting, right? You're waiting for an approval, a committee to meet, a sign-off, something to move forward. And of course, in the software industry, things still have to happen. So shadow IT groups form. You learn to placate the bureaucracy while operating simultaneously in chaos. Are you starting to get the picture? Now, I can see some of you going, who's he been talking to? This is our life at work. Yeah, this is everybody's life. This is why you're here. Now, usually somebody wakes up and says, hey, wait a minute. I think we went too far with the bureaucracy. Let's create a little stapled together document, just a few pages for small projects. We'll call it SDLC Lite. But even that doesn't work. And then somebody says, get rid of this stuff. Cancel the process. Get rid of the meetings. Fire the project management office. We're agile now. Or we're lean, or pick your favorite buzzword bingo term of the week. Years ago, I started presenting this picture, and I knew it was working because the same thing happened then that's happening now. Everybody's like, click, 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 click. This is my life. I can't wait to show my boss this. I wish my boss was here. Yeah, this is what I was going through. And eventually we decide, you know what? Chaos is preferable to bureaucracy. We like it more, because at least we're busy. And that's what was going on down there. And I will tell you, I did have an escape plan. I had a plan B. I was going to pick up my wife and my 3 daughters and move from Ann Arbor to the boundary waters of Minnesota to start a canoe camp. That's like the American outback, okay? But I chose a different route. I chose change. You see, those who know me well, if there was an extra space on my card, it would probably say Chief Optimist. If you stick me in a room full of manure, I will be convinced there's a pony in here somewhere, and I'll start digging to find it. And I knew there was a better way of doing things. So the journey out led me to authors and books and conferences like you're attending today. The books, though, were not on technology. They were on how do we organize teams better. Books like Peter Drucker's books on management, Tom Peters' books, In Search of Excellence, and those that followed. Peter Senge's book, The Fifth Discipline, on the art and practice of building a learning organization. We need that now more than ever. John Naisbitt's book, Megatrends. All of these books were telling me there was a better way, they just didn't tell me how to get there. That was left as an exercise to the reader. So I spent the next decade figuring out what I was going to do. And in 1999, I had what Franz Johansson, in his book of the same name, calls a click moment, where suddenly everything became clear, and I knew exactly where I was going, and I haven't looked back since. In 1999, I read a book, and I saw a video, and it changed everything for me. And suddenly I knew exactly where I was going, and over the next 2 years, reinvented that tired old public company to something that looks like my company does today. And I will tell you, I would probably still be there to this day had the internet bubble not burst in those days. It's like the 2001 version of the pandemic. And suddenly, after a lengthy career rise, I lost my job. I went home, told my wife what had happened, and she looked at me with tears in her eyes, and she said, "You're unemployed?" And I said, "No, honey, I'm an entrepreneur now." I bet that's happened a lot in the last year. Remember, Eternal Optimist, it took her 6 months to figure out that entrepreneurship actually pays less than unemployment. I lost everything in that moment. paycheck, title, authority, parking spot, computer, office, team, stock options went to zero, everything gone. Save one thing. They could not take away what I had learned in those 2 years. And what I had learned is that you can throw this picture away entirely and replace it with a different model as to how to think about leadership inside of organizations, ones that can get us to joy every single day. And the analogy I'm going to use is that of a little airplane. If you're a pilot like me, even if you're not, you spend your time in airplanes like I do, you know that there are 4 basic forces at work on an aircraft. There is that force of lift caused by the shape of the wing. The force of weight that countervails that force of lift and holds us back down. The force of thrust that pulls us forward, and the force of drag that holds us back. And if this plane is going to get off the ground, these forces have to be in the right balance for us to get that aircraft off the ground. So what's the analogy to human organizations? Well, probably one of the most squandered energy forces on planet Earth is the lift of human energy. Think about it. The Gallup Group has been measuring this for 50 or 60 years, and it says that 60 or 70% of people are disengaged at work. That is a failure of leadership. The weight that holds us down, the weight of bureaucracy, meeting load. I get in some large corporations to give talks, and I find out that there are certain layers of management. From that layer and above, they are literally human sacrifices to meetings. It's like, what layer is that? Because I feel like I'm right about there. Zoom meetings from one end of the day to the other. If you really want to suck the human energy out of an organization, number one, it's a 3-step formula. It's actually pretty simple. Have lots of meetings. Number 2, do not make any decisions in those meetings. And number 3, if perchance, by mistake, you just happen to make a decision, it's okay, just don't act on it. That's the formula. The thrust that pulls us forward, the thrust of purpose. I will talk more about this later, but I will simply declare that a purpose that drives a human team forward is externally oriented, not self-focused. I think you heard some of that yesterday, too. And the drag that holds us back is the drag of fear. There's so many ways we inject fear into organizations because we've simply learned from our old bosses. That's the way we motivate people. So what are some simple, practical things we can do in this area? There's a lot more than I'm going to list here. But we can lift the human energy of our team simply by giving them clarity around what we're doing, why we're doing it, what the order of events are, and give people a chance to go to work and get meaningful things actually done. I don't know if you're like me, I'm kind of a checklist-oriented guy. And usually on the weekends, my wife has a number of things she's really hoping to get done. And I'll write a list. And if I forgot to write the list and I already got 3 things done, I'll write those things down just so I can cross them off because it feels so good, doesn't it? Right? There are endorphins in the crossing off part, right? Think about what that feels like at work. How many people go to work and don't have a chance to get anything done yet, let alone meaningful things done? We need to give our organizations that sense of direction, that sense of accomplishment. And as I said, the weight that holds us down is the meeting load, the incessant meeting load. That thrust that pulls us forward is this externally focused purpose. If you're going to take notes today, I want you to take a note on this. A well-formed, externally focused purpose of your organization should be able to answer 2 easy-to-ask questions, not necessarily as easy to answer as you might think. Who do we serve? And what would delight look like for them? And I'll make the homework assignment just a little more challenging. I'm going to take employees, customers, and shareholders off the table. Of course you have to serve them. If you don't, you go out of business. If we can look past that group out into the world and say, what kind of change are we trying to make in the world? What kind of influence are we trying to make in the world? That is the kind of purpose that will bring joy to your team on a regular and consistent basis. And the drag that holds us back is that insidious drag of fear. Think about how many ways we've been taught to inject fear into our organizations by our mentors. I had a boss once who said, Rich, as I was becoming a new leader, right? Because the first person you're going to imprint on is the person who promoted you into a sort of managerial position. He said, Rich, if you're walking down a corridor and you see two people standing in a corridor talking to one another, just walk up to them and stand there. He says, they'll get back to work. You're going to learn later, we've actually institutionalized two people talking to each other in my company. Think of the stupid annual performance review process we've all been subjected to over the course of years. You hear the leaders beaconing out every day of, if there's 250 work days a year, 5 days a week times 50 weeks a year, and 249 of those days, what you hear is teamwork, teamwork, teamwork. It's all about the team. And then the door closes with your boss. And that entire discussion in your 1 day a year annual performance review that makes a difference in your financial lives at the very least is all about your individual performance goals. Doesn't take long to figure out that all the teamwork talk was a bunch of hooey, right? And then, of course, I don't believe anybody ever went into their annual performance review thinking to themselves, yeah, this year I pretty much just met expectations. Yeah, it was okay. No, people going like, I tore the cover off the ball this year. This is my year. This is the year I'm going to exceed expectations. And the boss says, well, only 3.7% of you can exceed expectations. And you got an exceed 7 years ago, so you're really going to have to wait your turn. You know why you're laughing, don't you? Like last week, Rich, just last week. Why do we do this? Why do humans do this stuff? So, how do we get our little corporate aircraft off the ground every day, sustainably and safely, every single day? Well, we have to get these forces in the right balance in our organizational aircraft, just like we do in the airplane. We have to shrink that fear. We'll never get rid of all of it. And some of the fear is healthy. I'm not talking about the fear of going out of business or the fear of, competitor coming. I'm talking about the fear we use to motivate people. That's the kind of fear we have to extract. We can lighten the load of our bureaucracy. We can increase the human energy of our team by focusing on the things you're going to learn in these 3 days. And we can make sure we're focused on that externally focused purpose. And if we do all these things, wait for it, our little organizational aircraft will get off the ground every single day. My team is very proud of that little action-oriented graphic there. I'm proud of them for doing it. Let's explore this flight metaphor just a little bit more. 1903, the Wright brothers, two guys that ran a bicycle shop down in Dayton, Ohio, achieved sustained powered flight for the first time. There was a competitive team in Washington, D.C., very well funded, filled with PhDs. Samuel Pierpont Langley was running that team. We don't hear as much about Langley as we do about the Wright brothers. What's fascinating to me is that the moment the Wright brothers achieved their purpose, their initial purpose, Langley and his team just quit. I think this goes to the deeper purpose inside the Wright brothers' mission. See, they weren't done. This was the simplest accomplishment for a lifetime of building on things that we're still experiencing to this day. But the difference is, Langley wanted to be first. And when he wasn't first, he quit. Langley wanted the glory of building an airplane. The Wright brothers wanted to fly. Huge difference. Now, shortly after that first powered flight, Orville Wright was interviewed, and he said, we will never be able to build an aircraft that will carry more than 2 people. It is not physically possible. He says the weight of the aircraft, the weight of the passengers, the amount of fuel required, the power of the engine, the weight of the engine to produce that power. Don't get too excited. This is a limited kind of utility device. How do I know this? I read it in a book. I read it in a book about Orville Wright's life. I read it in a book on a 747 to London. 400 passengers, 50,000 gallons of fuel, flying at 500 miles an hour at 35,000 feet in total creature comfort. The first 747 flew in 1969, a scant 21 years after Orville Wright's passing, almost in the context of his lifetime. This occurred. My point is this: once we discover the relevant principles that would cause our human organizations to fly, we can in fact lift the human energy of our team and fly to heights and distances that were previously unimaginable, even by the founders. This is why you're here. This is what you are trying to achieve. I will tell you, I have achieved this in my life, and I am very grateful for it. I'm blessed. This is my team in downtown Ann Arbor, Michigan. At least it was, I will call this now traditional Menlo. 19 years of this, working in one big open room together with a mission to end human suffering in the world as it relates to technology. You're like, amen. By returning joy to what we believed was one of the most unique endeavors mankind has ever undertaken, the invention of software. Let's face it, software is weird. Most people don't get it. I'm still trying to explain to my 89-year-old father-in-law what exactly does I do for a living. He's like, what do you do? I said, we write software, Dad. He says, what is that? And you start talking about the soul of the machine, and finally I said, well, we tell the computer what to do. And he says, no, the computer tells me what to do. I'm like, okay, this is going to take a while. I had my Orville Wright moment when we started Menlo. When we first got it off the ground, people would ask me, what do you think is going to happen with Menlo? And I said, you know what? My life was filled with emergencies. I'm just trying to cut down the emergency load, the firefighting load. And they're like, what are you thinking? I said, I think, man, if I could get down to 2 emergencies a week, that would be awesome. I think people would have looked at me like they looked at Orville Wright, like, really, that's it? 2 emergencies a week? That's what you're hoping for? Wouldn't it be better if it was 2 a month? I'm like, come on, this is software. What about 2 a quarter? What about 2 a year? I'm like, seriously, guys? No way. I'm happy to report 20 years in, we've had 2 emergencies in 20 years. I would have never believed that was possible. My team says, Rich, stop saying that. Yes, I'm tempting fate. So here we are, this open and collaborative work environment, this open space environment, people working 2 to a computer, sitting shoulder to shoulder, talking to each other all day long, sharing a keyboard and a mouse. We would have been dead in a month. Back in March, a year ago, March. So yes, we had to bug out. We had to go home. We had to embrace that physical distancing that was required to keep ourselves safe and healthy. But we completely rejected the idea of social distancing. We are still all together. And so the opportunities that exist today, I think, are profound. I've seen them. You see, we think about all the challenges of the pandemic, but sometimes we lose sight of the opportunities of the pandemic. I will tell you, I think we're getting to know our people better than we've ever known them before. We've always had dogs of Menlo. We invite newborns into the office with their parents to come all day, every day in a front pack or a pack and play next to where they work for months at a time. We never knew how many cats of Menlo we had. Have you noticed, like I have, the cats just love to be between their owner and the Zoom camera? They're just a tail going like a shark by. George here has little Elsie wrapped around his shoulders. Elsie's Menlo baby number 25 in the last 13 years. Elsie came in every day with George for about 3 or 4 months. And then, of course, the kids leave, and we don't see them again. Now we see Elsie almost every day because just like the cats, Elsie likes to be between Dad and the Zoom camera. She's 2 years old now. We get to see the pictures that Josh's grandfather painted that are on his basement walls, and we got to hear stories of Josh's grandfather's life. These are the opportunities we have within our organization. And just like how we are all together today, what our purpose is together, gathering, is the same thing that John Naisbitt said way back in 1982 in his famous book, Megatrends. He said that the most exciting breakthroughs that are going to occur in this century are not going to occur because of technology, but because of a greater understanding of what it means to be human. You know, there's a lot of talk these days about our machines, isn't there? Are they going to take over? Are they going to replace us? Are robots and AI and big data and machine learning, is that going to push us all out of the workplace? I can tell you, the things that make us the most human are the things that will save us. Creativity, imagination, invention, innovation. These are uniquely ours. Intriguingly, those are the things that are pushed out of our brains when we are afraid. So as leaders, if we want those most human capabilities of our internal human systems, we need to keep fear at bay. So this was Menlo for 19 years, traditional Menlo, all together, dogs, babies, working shoulder to shoulder, using not electronics to communicate with one another, but what we lovingly refer to as high-speed voice technology. Hey, Erica. Right? Yep. See, it worked. And I will tell you, when the pandemic hit and I saw Menlo pulled apart, everybody sent home, the principles and practices that have been married together so well for 19 years, now suddenly pulled apart, I panicked. I wondered, would it survive? And what I realized is, yes, the practices can change, but the principles can remain the same of teamwork, trust, collaboration, communication with one another and with the world, relationships amongst ourselves. This is the part that's scary right now, right? The loneliness and the isolation that's occurring inside of the pandemic. The empathy that we have for each other and for the people we serve, and that human energy, that critical human energy, those all remained. And yet, probably like most of you, we were hit not just with the pandemic, but the economic effects of the pandemic. Our little good ship Menlo was tossed up on a rock. It was like the Swiss Family Robinson story. We had to abandon ship, pull out everything we could, go to this remote island and figure out if we could survive. And we created a 5-step plan to get back to thriving again, which is actually where we are now. The first one was gather the team together and talk about how we're going to survive. Then, as fast as we can, adapt to this changing world, and we did. Sustain, get up to some level that keeps us alive for the period of time that we had to struggle with everything we were going through. And the most important part, and the part that I was just fascinated watching, is this idea of emerging stronger. You see, when we went into the pandemic, there were kind of 2 big forks in the road for all companies. Some were going to die, some were going to survive. And the ones that survived had a leadership choice. Are we going to emerge stronger, or are we going to emerge weaker? And those that are emerging stronger from what we've been through will be the ones that take off from here and move forward and leave others behind that make the same choices. Again, I think that's why you're here. You're trying to make those kind of choices right now within your own organizations. And if we do all these things, we have a darn good chance of thriving again, which is exactly where we are today, which feels so good. It was a tough year. So how do we do it? How do we build a culture of joyful leadership? And this isn't meant to be an exhaustive list, but these are some of the things we've learned over the past 20 years. Start with that purpose. This is important. Value leadership over hierarchical authority. I'm not saying bosses are good or bosses are bad and leaders are good. We can come up with good examples and bad examples of both. But we don't need to elevate people into hierarchical authority in order to lean on leadership within our organization. Leadership, as I will point out in the story later, can come from anywhere. Pursue systems thinking over bureaucratic thinking. Take action over take a meeting. Care for your team. We need to care sideways. We need to care up. We need to care down towards the front lines. We need to care for the people we serve. This is such a critical part of how we build this culture of joyful leadership. Build systems where we learn together every single day. And then ultimately become storytellers. Story is what connects heart to mind, body to spirit, concept to reality. Storytelling is an art as old as human history. This is how we lead people. Don't lead them with graphs and charts and spreadsheets. Lead them with stories. Stories that connect us to our past, stories that describe our imagined future. We can talk about the pain of the past as a way to remember what we want to avoid going forward. Storytelling is a fundamental act of leadership. So where do you begin? Well, I will tell you, this journey for me began when I took my 8-year-old daughter to work with me. My 8-year-old daughter, Sarah, to work with me. I was a newly minted VP, and the Ann Arbor Public Schools has this program of Take Your Child to Work Day. I think it was supposed to inspire young kids into a career of their own. Can you imagine a more boring day for an 8-year-old than to watch a VP work all day? Oh, my dad does email all day long. How exciting. Can't wait to get out in the work world. You know, how did you become what you are, Dad? You click away on keyboards all day long. And then meetings and phone calls and strife. So wisely, Sarah brought along coloring books, crayons, and stickers, and she sat at my task table all day, seemingly ignoring everything that was going on around her, getting a free day from school. I knew what this was really about. But at the end of the day, I thought, well, her teacher's going to ask, so I better ask. And I said, Sarah, what did you learn today? She said, what I learned, Dad, is you're really important here. Like, what? She said, what I saw is nobody here can make a decision without asking you first. She was very proud. I was instantly mortified. I realized in that moment she was right. I had created a hero-based organization, and I was the #1 hero. And let me tell you, the only way to scale a hero-based organization is to scale the hero. The only way to scale the hero is over time. And I'm looking across at this 8-year-old girl and thinking to myself, I don't want to miss the best parts of being a dad. I've never been the same since that particular day. She changed me. And yes, I've heard it again and again in the talks that are being given. We all want to work on something bigger than ourselves. And people look at me and say, well, Rich, you're the top guy. You're the CEO. You're the entrepreneur. You're the founder. Of course you can do the things you're doing. And yes, there are special places for top leaders. They can call us to the moon and safely back. They can start the Peace Corps from the steps of the Michigan Union. But I want to tell a different story that's accessible to all of us. I used to fly a lot. Did you used to fly a lot? I used to fly a lot. I used to spend like once a week at Detroit Metro Airport, the McNamara Terminal. Do you recognize this McDonald's in the McNamara Terminal? All right, so I have a weakness. Just here, just in the airport. Quarter pounder with cheese, large fry, a Coke. Every single time, okay? And there was this guy there named Mike. How did I know? Because it said Mike on his badge. He was an older guy. And every time I was in there, this busy, noisy, high turnover restaurant, there's Mike, and he's hustling around from table to table, cleaning all the tables for the stuff we all carelessly left behind as busy travelers. But every time Mike got near me, he'd lean in and he'd say, "How's it going? Have a safe flight. Can I get you anything? Can I get you a napkin?" Every single time I was there, that's the way Mike behaved. And I thought, where does this guy get that energy? This is amazing. They are so lucky to have him. Then one day I was there, and Mike was off shift. And there's this young kid pulling a sled full of garbage out of the back of the restaurant, heading off to the dumpster. And he comes by my table, and he leans in, and he goes, "How's it going? Have a safe flight. Can I get you anything? Can I get you a napkin?" I thought to myself, what is going on at this McDonald's? I mean, I'm guessing you do not have this experience at the McDonald's you go to, if you even go to them at all. So I went and thanked the manager, and he thanked me for noticing. He said, "Rich, this is a highly competitive place." He says, "We're doing everything we can to compete with Plum Market across the way." And he said, "Thanks for noticing." Now, let's think about this story. I'm pretty sure that this manager didn't call up McDonald's corporate and say, "Hey, could you guys form a committee to write a policy on doling out kindness and napkins?" No, he just did it. Take action, overtake a meeting, just do stuff. And here's the beautiful part of this story. It was free. It was free. Let's not overlook those kind of opportunities in our organization, because you can start. You don't have to change the world. You just have to change your world. He didn't have to change all of McDonald's to do this. He didn't even have to change Detroit Metro Airport. How are we going to do this? This is my encouragement to you, because you're spending 3 days learning from some of the best speakers you're going to see in a long time. And you're going to get excited, and you've taken notes, and you're going to read a book. But I know what's going to happen. I know the challenge you face is you learned something this week. You want to take it back to where you work. You run up to somebody, you're like, "I've got this great idea." And that person who wasn't here, who didn't hear what you heard, says what everybody always says when a great idea comes up: "That won't work here. It's against policy. We tried that 10 years ago. It didn't work then, it won't work now." And the idea dies right there, doesn't it? Because you're busy, you got emails to go to, you got meetings to attend, and you don't have time to fight that. I want to arm you with a simple response that has changed lives the world over. And I'll tell a dramatic story about that change in just a second. Look that person in the eye and say, "I get it, but let's try something instead of defeating. Let's take action. Let's see if it works. Let's run the experiment. And if it doesn't work, okay, but let's try it. Run the experiment." 13 years ago, Tracy had little Maggie. She was raring to come back to Menlo, but the daycare they planned to use was full. Grandparents lived too far away to help. And she came to me, she said, "Rich, I want to come back to work, but I don't know what to do." And there was a screaming match in my brain that Tracy never heard. You know this kind of screaming matches: dark voice, bright voice. Dark voice said, "Don't you dare say what you're about to say. HR will shoot you. The lawyers will freak, the insurance policies go through the roof." The bright voice said, "It's your company, you can do whatever you want. You don't even have an HR department." I want to stick up for people in HR, okay? They've been some of my best friends on this journey to joy, because nobody got into human resources without wanting to focus on the humans. They just were pushed into torturing people with forms and bureaucracy, okay? But I looked at Tracy, I said, bring her in. She says, what do you mean? I said, bring her to work. She said, all day? I said, sure. She said, every day? I said, why not? She looked around the big open room there's men. She said, Rich, where will I put her? I said, Tracy, she's 3 months old. She's not going anywhere. Put her in a bassinet or your car seat or pack and play on the floor. She said, what if she makes a fuss? I said, here, it's like a noisy restaurant. You never hear. She said, come on, what if she makes that big baby fuss? I said, Tracy, you're the mom. I trust you. You do the right thing. We'll work it out together. Let's run the experiment. That was 25 Menlo babies ago. This is little Ellie, Menlo baby number 8. These babies are raised by the village. The team actually creates sign-up lists to hold the babies. And then we found out our customers behave better when you bring babies to meetings. They don't yell at you, they don't swear at you, they don't raise their voice with you. They are part of the marketing team. Okay. So again, a lot of my talk is about not letting you off the hook. Because I know you're looking, you're like, okay, you're a software company, you're in Ann Arbor, you've achieved something others haven't. What about us? We're too fill in the blank. We're too big, we're too old, we're too regulated, we're too unregulated. Okay, so let me tell you a story about running the experiment at Mass Mutual Corporation, a 180-year-old life insurance company, $30 billion in annual revenues. Is there anybody here who works for an organization that's older than 180 years? Who is it? City of Mount Clemens. Okay, you got me. Yeah, this happened at another conference. The guy raised a hand. I said, who? He says, the post office. I said, okay, Ben Franklin. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, all right. But even Mount Clemens can change. Amy Ferrero heard this. She was the VP of claims, and she went back and she made changes. She invited me in the show, and she said, Rich, when we see my team, you're going to see helium balloons wherever we go. I said, what are you celebrating? She goes, nothing. Everywhere there's a balloon taped to a desk is somebody declaring, I'm running an experiment. Come talk to me. We turned the corner into this 100,000 square foot facility, and there were balloons as far as the eye could see. I couldn't believe it. I asked Susan what her experiment was, and she talked about a simple change to a process. She was so excited to tell me about it. I said, Susan, how long have you worked here? She said, 19 years. And I said, have you always been like this? And her face turned into a scowl, and she said, no, I used to hate my job. Hated coming to work every day. I said, what's the difference now? She says, now we can run experiments. I said, what was it like before? She said, every idea I ever had to go up 5 levels, over, down 5 levels. Every idea I ever had died on the vine. She says, after a while, you just stop bringing ideas to work. After a while, you say, it's just a job. After a while, you're like, let's count the days to retirement. This is the claims department at Mass Mutual Corporation. Not your great-great-grandfather's life insurance company anymore. And my simple encouragement to you is this: be the change you want to see in the world. We've always had dogs in the office. This gentleman wanted to bring his dog into the office, his Great Dane named Buster. He couldn't bring his Great Dane into where he worked because it wouldn't have been appropriate. But when he came to visit us, he would bring his dog in with him because every time he interacted with us, he wanted to be like us. And that's the opportunity you have within your organizations. Make a change and watch how people gravitate towards you, because the power of joy and love hiding inside your purpose are the things that will allow you to change and to change the people and ultimately change the world around you. Thank you very much.
Richard Sheridan.
Thank you.
What I love about Rich Sheridan is he practices what he preaches. And Rich, I mean this from the heart. You are the most articulate programmer I've ever met in my life. And I mean
years
that as a
of
compliment.
practice,
Yes.
of practice, yeah.
If you want more of Rich Sheridan, which I'm assuming you do, you can grab, he's got copies of Chief Joy Officer out there.
Yep.
Get more, find out more, go deeper as a result. Don't feel, please don't hesitate to grab a copy out there at the registration table. But one more time for Rich Sheridan.
Thank you, sir.
We are now going to take a break. We're going to take about a 10-minute break and come back for our next speaker. So we're going to be starting right at 11 o'clock sharp. Enjoy your break.
That was awesome.
The journey is worth the climb. If you think about taking the first step up the hill, like me just now, I didn't want to get out of the car, didn't want to find somewhere to park, didn't want to walk up the little hill, didn't even know what I was going to talk about in this video. And then it hit me. Think about that analogy. Walk up to the top of the hill. How many of you know there's a few hills in San Francisco? How many of you have ever walked up one and seen the beauty up there? When it's flat, there's not that much to see. When you climb the hill, you have perspective. Perspective helps us see where we are, where we're going, and the big picture. Perspective helps us realize that whatever thing we're working on right then is tiny. Think about flying in an airplane. Everything looks small. You see the big picture. My challenge to all of us today, let's go climb the hill. Let's go see the big picture. Let's see our journey from that perspective so that we know what steps we can take to get to the thing that becomes more visible from the top of the hill. I can see where I'm headed from the top of this hill, where on the bottom I could climb a hill today. Let's go make it happen. Let's go crush.
All right, one of the challenges of an event like this is it's so easy and it's so beneficial to network, to talk, to get together in between sessions, and that's one of the challenges, but also one of the benefits of something like this. And we're glad that people are able to meet each other and talk. Had a great conversation in the back here in the last couple minutes, and we enjoyed that. But we also know we have a show that has to go on, so to speak, and we have speakers that are in a time slot. So we're going to start with the next one here. It is quite an honor for me to be the person introducing this gentleman because the first time I met Steve Lowisz, I can tell you right off the bat, what kept going through my mind when I met Steve and was talking with Steve was success. That's all that kept going through my mind. It's like, wow, this guy's successful, right? This guy has really built a successful organization and has a successful life. But the more I got to know Steve Lowisz, I realized he was actually much more than that. He was actually building a life of significance, and here's how I know this. When you know that the impact you have goes well beyond the people that you touch every day, that's when you know you're having significance. When you know that people can operate when you're not there every day, that's when you know you have significance. And you're going to learn a lot today from this gentleman, and it's with great pleasure I'd like to introduce you to our next speaker, Steve Lowisz. Knock it out, buddy.
Thank you, brother. So, I can only imagine. How many of you have heard that song? How many of you have seen the movie I Can Only Imagine? Okay, most of you, some of you raise your hands. To give you some context, let me give you a sense of what the story is about. So Mercy Me is a Christian rock band, and Bart, the character, the main character in the story, is the lead singer to Mercy Me. But it's about more than just what he talks, or more than his song. that everybody knows by name. It's about the relationship between a father and a son. And when I saw that movie for the first time, I don't know if my wife noticed this, but I had this tear coming down the side of my eye because it took me back to my relationship with my father, which was not the best of relationships. But as the story goes on, and I can only imagine, we see a father and a son who make certain decisions. We see a father and a son that start to grow. We see a father and a son that make stupid decisions. But as the story continues, we see that growth turn into influence. And then we see the result of that entire story come out in the context of this song, I Can Only Imagine. Now, the father in the story, Bart's father, is a guy by the name of Arthur. And Arthur's nickname was Bub. So I will refer to him as Bub, B-U-B, in this whole thing. And Bub was an all-American football player. Bub had a purpose. Bub knew exactly what he was supposed to be doing, and it was playing football. If you didn't see Jacob Brown yesterday tell his story about when he got cut from the NFL, you need to take a look at it when it gets online, because there's some similarities, there's some parallels here to what Jacob went through and then what Bub went through. After being named All-American and knowing where he was going to go, he was in an accident. And he spent 8 days in a coma. And after coming out of that coma and realizing he would never play football again, I could just imagine the despair that he felt. And Jacob, when he was talking yesterday, talked about the despair that he felt, almost wanting to commit suicide in 2009. And I could imagine that Bub felt the exact same way. And the person that came out of that situation became dark. And as the story goes on, if you haven't seen the movie, you need to see this. That darkness comes out, and he's a horrible father. He's a horrible, horrible husband. I mean, to the point his wife leaves him, and he beats his son so badly, he actually had 2 sons, that the son couldn't go to school some days. Now think about that. He made some really bad decisions. But the story doesn't end there. The story changes, and they start to have this relationship once again. There's a lot more to it before that, but they start to have this relationship to the point where Bart starts to care for his father. His father ends up having cancer and dies. Now, what a sad story. You go from not having a father who beats you to a father you have a relationship with, only to lose that father. And he said, this is from Bart, and he said at the funeral, he said, I just now got the dad that I wanted, and I lost him. Now imagine the feeling that he felt. And his grandmother, I don't know if it was Bub's father or whose father or mother and whose it was, but came up to Bart and he says, look, I can only imagine what Bub is seeing now. And the context of that was, I can only imagine what Bub sees in you, Bart, and the person that you become, the purpose that you now have. Don't lose that purpose. Now, unfortunately, for the next 8 years, Bart had some challenges. He didn't have a clear purpose. It was 8 years later that the song I Can Only Imagine came out. Now, what does this horrible story that actually turns out pretty good, but unfortunately has a death in it, what does it have to do with purpose? What does it have to do with you and I sitting here as leaders and trying to bring this idea of purpose to our organizations? This mix between who I am as a leader and who I am in the business world. What's the point? I think there's at least 4 things we can learn as we go through this story, but I'm going to have you consider one thing. I think sometimes we overcomplicate the idea of purpose. So when I was about 8 years old, my mom and dad are first-generation immigrants from Poland. And they moved to Detroit, and it's the typical story. My dad came over on a boat, literally on a boat, $60 in his pocket, had nothing at all. Lived in Detroit for when they first moved over here, and ultimately got the opportunity to move to the suburbs. So I was raised in Dearborn Heights. Anybody else from that area? Yeah.
But when they moved to the suburb, they bought a 912 or so square foot home, and they actually had a lawn, front yard and backyard. Now, if you know anything about us Eastern Europeans or Europeans in general, when you get your first house, it's like, this is pride, right? The American dream has happened. So he took a lot of time to cut his grass. And you know, he's the kind of, you know these people, right? The lines go one way, and the lines go the other way. You know these people? I'm one of those people, right? But he took pride in his lawn. And he did that not so my brother and I could play on it. He did so because he took care of his stuff. In fact, he didn't let us play on it because we might trample the grass. You know those people too, right? Well, about 8 years old, he started to teach me how to do this. And it took me 2 years to learn to do it to his satisfaction. So by 10 years old, I'm going down one way and then going down the path the other way, and those lines had to be just perfect. And he had this thing on the edger. It was one of these hand edgers. You ever see one of those things when you edge between, for you youngins that know nothing about this, we used to edge by hand. Had these spikes on the end of it. You kind of ran along the cement. Well, he had added this little thing to it, so there was a perfect 1/2 inch or 3/4 of an inch space between the cement and the grass to make it look just perfect. Okay, this is how he is. But at 10 years old, he had the confidence in me to say, go do it yourself. So he and my mom would go to work, and it was during the summer, so I would cut the grass that entire time. And as I'm finishing the grass, one Saturday or Friday or whatever it was, across the street and 2 houses over, there was a single mom. She had 2 young kids, and she was a nurse. And if you were to look at their lawn, all of the other houses, it was pristine. They were all Europeans. We all kind of lived with each other. Perfect grass. But that one house, lawn's probably, maybe not that tall, but it was horrible, right? Nothing had been edged. And the problem was, every time I saw the kids out, and they must have been 3 or 5, 3 and 5, they had to play on the cement. Now, a 3 and a 5-year-old playing on the cement because the yard was overgrown completely. And that one Friday or Saturday, whatever it was, after I was done cutting the grass, I thought, you know what? I'm going to go over there and I'm going to cut the grass. So I went over there, and it must have taken 3 gallons of gas in this little tiny lawnmower that, we had to push lawnmowers at that time, right? And I'm trying to cut through this stuff, and, I had to go over it 3 or 4 times, but the lines were there. I edged it. It was perfect. It looked great. Went back home, and they must not have been home. The next morning, we were getting ready to go to church, and I can see the lady outside with her 2 kids. And she was crying. And she came over and she said, I heard you cut my grass. I said, yeah. She said, I can't believe that you were to do that for me. At that point, I realized that the decision that I make, I had one purpose. It was to give those kids some place to play that they couldn't get, their mother wasn't able to give to them. I made a choice. I made a choice to fulfill that purpose of giving them a place to be. It's not dissimilar. CVS in 2014, they used to be one of the biggest retailers of tobacco products? What'd they do in 2014? They stopped selling tobacco cold turkey. Stopping cold turkey. Okay, you didn't get that joke. I get it. Right, 2014, they made a decision to stop selling tobacco cold turkey, $2 billion in revenue like that. They made a decision. Now, the lucky thing is that they ended up gaining that back plus 10% in a matter of 2 years. But they made a decision. Here's what I want you to start with. One of the lessons that we can learn. Bart and Bub at some point through the story made a decision after he learned he couldn't play football, after he abused his kids, after he was a horrible, horrible person. He made a decision that it was time to change. Purpose is not a feeling or not just a feeling. Purpose is an action. Purpose, number 1, is a choice. It's a decision. So we know how important the power of why is, this whole idea of purpose, and you hear the Simon Sinek, there's been references that why is what drives us. We're here because we have a purpose. We want to learn more about this why. But I want to put something in front of you and let you I want you to marinate on this. Where's joy? Joy used this term earlier of you got to marinate on this idea. And I said, I'm going to steal the idea. I want you to marinate on this for a second. Can the power of why be negative? Can your purpose actually be negative? Yes or no? The power of why is so powerful that sometimes you do whatever you can. The why is something that you shouldn't go after, but that's how powerful the purpose or this idea of why is. All right, how many of you have one of these, an iPhone? Okay, put your hands down. How many of you have an Android? Boy, are you the smarter ones or not so smart? Okay, let's play this out here for a second. For those of us that spend $1,300 for an iPhone, if you bought the newest one when it came out, yet you can get an Android for free, why do we buy an iPhone? Why did I spend $1,300? I'm not casting judgment here. Why did you spend $1,300 on an iPhone when you can get an Android that does the exact same thing? How does Apple, what do they know about the power of why, the way our minds are wired? How do they market to us? Is it you can send a text? Is it you can take a phone call? Who does that anymore? How do they market to us? Your life is going to change. You will be successful. I mean, I'm paraphrasing here, right? But look at their commercials. And now they got this purple candy iPhone. It's like I look at the commercial thinking, well, it makes me feel good, but there's no point in a purple iPhone. Now, if you have a purple iPhone, I'm not passing judgment. Please understand that, right? But let's think about this. They know how powerful, because as Simon Sinek writes in his book, The Power of Why, right? It's all about the way our mind works, right? Part of our mind is kind of the practical side. The other side is the emotional side. And it's the emotional side that causes us to go into action. The power of why is real. The power of purpose is real. And I'll give you an example of this in a second. But here's what I want you to look at. There's a definition on the screen of the power of purpose, right? The reason why we do something. But that often seems very linear. I lived most of my life on one purpose. Could you have multiple purposes at the same time? Think about that for a second. Should you have or could you have multiple purposes at the same time? The answer is yes. It's not, this is what I'm going to be when I grow up. That's kind of the fallacy that we go off of. Purpose changes as we make decisions and as we grow. And we need to understand this. So, I've been an entrepreneur for a long time. That's why I'm bald. And I deal with people. That's why I cannot get it to grow back on my head. Right? This is a problem for me. I've been bald for a long time. But in the early 90s, I got into an industry. I'm in the people business. I'm in the talent space. And I got into the business because I felt I was dealing with an industry that was all messed up. Right? It's the recruiting space, the development space, and so on. And I was on the receiving end of that for a while. And it's like, this sucks. You people don't know what you're doing when it comes to people. And I got this idea in my head to join an organization that I had ended up using to open a new office for them. And I wanted to kind of be an entrepreneur. And that was my first real foray into entrepreneurship. And I was excited, man. This was my first chance to change an industry. My purpose was to change the entire industry that is in the billions and billions and billions of dollars in terms of revenue today. But it wasn't about the money for me at the time. It was about the purpose of people. We lived in when we were starting that particular business, we lived in a double-wide trailer in Novi, Michigan. And I'd sit there in our bedroom, because that was the only place. You don't have a basement in a double-wide trailer. Figure that, right? And I was thinking, how do I change what's going on? How do I change this industry? And I was up day and night, and 100% of my focus was on this mission of changing the industry. And the lady that lived next door to us had worked for the school system for like 17 years. And my excitement about what I was trying to do actually got her to a point where a few years later, she left her pension, everything, to come work for me. She bought into this purpose that I had laid out that I was excited for, the influence as a leader, right? She bought into it, so I ended up attracting the people that I needed. I went from this idea of purpose to attracting people, and we've heard other speakers talk about the power of that. And then we started to think about how do we make our purpose come to life? We've got purpose, we got people, we have to have a process that actually gets us to our purpose. And we started to create those efficiencies and so on. And we measured performance against purpose. Are we making an impact in the industry? And guess what? If we had purpose, if we had people, if we had the right process that drove our purpose, and our performance was measured against purpose, what would come? What's that final P that's missing? Profits would come as a byproduct. And that's what started to happen. And I wish the story ended there. But it only gets worse from there. What happens to many, and I'm one of these, when profits started to come through the doors? Where did my purpose go? Was it about changing the industry? Or was it about making more money? It became profits. The power of why is so powerful. And as we grow, we have more discernment. The power of why was so powerful in the story of Bub and of Bart, right? Bub wanted to play football. When he lost it, he went deep and dark. I did the exact same thing. I started to focus on profit. So performance was all about measure it against profit. Our process was to maximize profit. Our people were all measured against profit. And my purpose became solely profit. You've seen people do this. You may have done this yourself. Your organization may be doing this, right? The influence we have as leaders is incredible. And at this point, because I was so focused on profits, anything that got in my way, anybody that got in my way, I pushed away. If you didn't hit your number, you were fired. If you spoke up against something I said, you were fired. If you were my wife, who happens to be here, sitting over there, and said, hey, do you really need to be gone again? I pushed her away. My kids, at the time they were very young, pushed them away. They were a hassle to me. Now, in the back of my mind, I knew better, but the power of why, the power of purpose was so incredible that at one point my purpose became me. And after all 20 years of marriage, I asked my wife for a divorce. Now, we've been married for 29 years now, so things worked out. The end of the story is it worked out. But it was such a painful point in my life. And I didn't learn from experience. You would think somebody who pushed away, they're a team. I had turnover that was 45, 40, 50%. I had longtime executives that I fired because they looked at me the wrong way. You would think after looking at all that, that experience would teach me. You would think after Bub beat the hell out of his son, that experience would teach him. Eventually, it did. So about 9 years ago, I got a call from my coach. I have a business coach that at the time I had for years and years and years. And he said, Steve, you got to go see my coach. He knew some of the things that I was going through. He knew kind of my view. I had gone from purpose to really purpose of profits, and that was the only thing. He saw the turnover in the organization. He saw the challenges that I was experiencing. He said, you got to go see my coach. I said, I pay you. Why do I want to go see somebody else? I said, fine, I'll do it. His name is Burke. So I called Burke up and I said, John told me I got to come see you. I really don't want to. I think I'm doing fine. I'm making all the money in the world I need to make. I really don't need you, but John said it, so I trust John, so I'm going to come see you. Well, this was like June of that year. And it was 3 days before I was supposed to go, and I called him up and I said, yeah, I'm not going to go, Burke. I'm too busy. Fine, will you reschedule? Sure, I'll reschedule. So I rescheduled it. A month later, I'm supposed to go. Called him 3 days before. Yeah, Burke, I'm not going to go. I'm too busy. Too busy making money. That's my purpose. Everything else is falling apart, right? Everything's falling apart, but that's my purpose. So he calls me up on a Friday. He says, Steve, I've been thinking about you. I know you canceled twice. I'm going to give you one more shot. I have Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday open. I want you to fly to Arizona and meet me in Arizona. And I look at my calendar, I'm like, okay, this never happens. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday has nothing on my calendar. Not one thing. I can't tell you that there's another 3 days in my schedule and probably yours that literally has nothing on it that close to where I am right now. I said, fine, I'll go. I told my wife, and I think she was just like, get out of the house. You know, you just need to be gone. I'm kidding. My wife's not like that by any stretch of the imagination. So the idea was go spend 3 days in the desert. And the first thing to do was reflect on experience. So I said earlier, I didn't learn from experience. I had made the same mistake over and over and over. We don't learn from experience. We learn from reflecting on that experience and learning something from that experience. And that was day one. You know, what was going on? Why was I making those decisions? What was happening? And so on. Getting me to the point, I was really worked up that first night, right? All these things came out. And I could imagine if Burke was with Bart from I Could Only Imagine. And what Bart was saying about his father and his life and no purpose now and all of that, I was kind of doing the same thing, both with my dad and everything else that had gone on in life at that time. And I was really worked up. And the goal the next day was go out into the desert by yourself, no phone. How many of you can go 3 days without your phone? Yeah, not going to happen, right? No phone, nothing except a pad of paper, a pen, pencil, bottle of water, and you know those beach chairs that sit really low? Like, so you're sitting on the beach and you're like this? That's kind of what I had. And he takes me out and on this trail in the desert, and after this 1 day of reflection of what's going on, he says, hey, spend time with your thoughts and just write. And I'm like, I came out here for 3 days, paid you $5,000 for this, when I could be back making money. This is where my thought, how demented is that? But it was the power of why. So I said, fine. So he gets me out there way before the sun comes up. He says, this is where you're going to be. Stay kind of within this area because there's wild animals around here. Okay, things went from bad to worse. And we're walking down this path because he had to show me where we're going. There's like bobcat dung steaming. That just means they just were there. And this is where I'm supposed to be for 24 hours. Okay, now I'm ticked. I mean, I'm angry at this point. And Burke walks me out there. It's probably a 7-mile walk on this trail. He says, stay in this area and just write whatever you want to do, contemplate, think about what we did yesterday. I'll come pick you up in 24 hours. Okay, fine. So I'm pacing. I got my backpack with this water, and I'm pacing, and I'm fuming, and I'm probably saying words that I'm not going to repeat here, and I'm just ticked. And there's this berm on one side. And I thought, you know what? I need to relax. I need to chill. So I set my chair up on this berm. It's not real high. Maybe it's 3 feet tall or something like that. And there's a mountain in front of me. And I didn't know this at the time, but there was a mountain behind me. This is before sunrise. And as I'm sitting there, wallowing in my pain, self-imposed at this particular point, so the sun's coming up behind me and the mountain's in front of me. What starts to happen to the mountain in front of me? The sun starts to go down the mountain, right? Because as the sun's coming up behind me, the sun's coming closer and closer and closer and closer. And I'm sitting in my chair and watching the sun, watching the line go down the actual mountain. And it's moving and moving and moving as the sun continues to move, and it should have been doing that all day. But as I sat there, contemplating now all the people that I had pushed away, the relationships that I had burned and continued to burn, I started to look to the left and to the right, the other left and right, and the sun's no longer moving. So I'm in the shade. There's sun on the right, there's sun on the left, and as it continues to move behind me, I'm at a point, and the point's not moving. And I'm kind of looking around, freaking out at this point, going, wait a minute, the sun's moving, but I'm sitting here at the point. I happened to be in the spot where the mountain behind me had formed a perfect point. But as I'm looking at this and contemplating all the questions that he had the day before, thinking about the experiences, I thought, oh my gosh, this is where you want me to be. I'm listening. Tell me what you want me to do. Tell me what's going on in my particular. I mean, I was shaken. I was so scared of what was going on. And this is not a vision or anything along those lines, but a few minutes later, down this path, are these three older people walking towards me. These are real people. One's got a cane and kind of walking with a limp, and they were having the time of their lives. I think it was a couple plus one is really what it was, an older friend. And it was just at the point where I'm thinking, evaluating the experience of how badly I treated everybody around me. And here was the picture of relationships in front of me at 80 years old. Man, did that hurt. But at the same time, it created a perspective in me. I started to grow. I started to realize that the purpose I originally had that turned into completely throwing away all my relationships, I had an opportunity to make a choice. Bub had an opportunity later in life to make a choice. He learned from his experience. And luckily, I was given the chance to make that choice. And when I came back, I still had a long way to go and a long way to grow, and I still continue to do that. But I started to value people like I never valued them before. Here's the whole concept that I want to make sure that we understand. Oops, hitting the wrong one. I get worked up. Sometimes I don't even use the slides themselves. Purpose is based on continuous growth in us. Because as we grow, if we don't take time to reflect and grow on what we've been through, what we've done, we will never meet our actual purpose. Our purpose changes based on the way we grow. You can't help somebody else with their purpose and their growth if you don't look internal and learn something new every single day. Purpose as a leader starts with your own growth, and it begins with the choice you make, just like the choice that Bub made, which was not an easy choice. So as the story goes with Bart and with Bub, Bart eventually leaves the house, right? Bub is beating the heck out of him. Bart wanted to play football originally. Bart got hurt as well, but decides, you know what? I got the singing thing down, so I'm going to leave the house and I'm going to avoid my dad completely. And he goes off for a period of time, and eventually the draw comes that he wants to confront his father, right? He doesn't know at this point that Bub had made the decision to become a better version of himself. He had made the decision that he needed another purpose because he lost it when he lost football. He finally came to the realization that something else was going on. But when Bart got home, he didn't know that. He was ready to slap his dad, right? He wanted to come back, and this is the guy that kicked my butt. Guess what? I'm going to tell him, I'm a bigger dude now. And in the movie, they're up for breakfast. Bub gets up. He knew Bart came home. Bub gets up early, makes them this cool breakfast, something that Bub never did. And Bart's kind of looking around when he gets up, and he's like, really? You think breakfast is going to, solve all the problems that we've had all these years? And then he's looking around and saying, you're actually doing work on the house? It's kind of like Bub had a purpose again, right? A good, not a negative one, but he actually had a positive purpose again. And Bart didn't believe him. When I got back from this trip in the desert, now one thing I forgot to tell you, one of the things that I did while I was in the desert is when I realized what I was being taught and that my purpose as a father was to be there for my kids. And my purpose as a husband was to love my wife. And the purpose as a CEO was not to make money. My purpose as a CEO was to help my team grow. I don't think they believed me when I came back. I had the right intent. I had the right focus. But it took some time, just like it took time for Bart to see what Bub was doing, that he had actually become a different person. It wasn't perfect, none of us are, but that he had a new purpose in life. In Bub's case, his purpose was his faith, and that's what drew him to grow. But here's my point in this whole piece here. As leaders, we are the ones that are influencing our team. If we choose, if our purpose as a leader is to continually grow, there's a higher probability our teams will continue to grow. If our purpose is truly to change an industry or whatever it is for your organization, and we live that, you'll start to change an industry. But if you don't live that, so even prior to going on this trip, I talked about it. Man, I could go head to head with purpose with you and talk about it, and you'd believe me. And I was living a purpose that was completely the opposite. The power of purpose is real, but as leaders, we need to make sure that we're influencing our teams in the right way, and they are watching everything that we do. Everything that we do. Now, the second thing that I wanted to hit on in this particular point, again, it took Bub some time to get Bart to believe. It took me to get my team to believe. And I think there's probably even still some doubt 8.5 years later because people have stayed along. I wouldn't have worked for me. I'm surprised they continued to work for me after all these years. And I've got a few here somewhere that have been with me forever that I'm like, dude, you're nuts. Why would you have... Anyways. But our goal as leaders, how do we take our growth and how do we help our teams grow? Because our purpose as a leader is first our own continuous growth, and then it's the continuous growth of our teams. But I think we get it wrong. I got this wrong. I'll give you an example of it. You know, we want to hear from our teams about, okay, what's important to you? And somebody in the audience or somebody in the group will say, hey, Steve, the thing that's really important to me is family. Now, if one of your teams says that to you, what comes to mind? Somebody says, the thing that's important to me is family. What's the assumption you make? Children. What else? Spouse. What else? Parents. I want to take time off. I don't want to work 5 days. What are the other assumptions that come to mind about it? What's that? Bring kids to work. You know, I've seen that last presentation a couple of times. Incredibly awesome. Hey, bring your kid to work. We now do that. But anyways, let's think about this. Everybody there was a number of different assumptions. We're talking about our role as leaders, right? Our purpose as leaders is to help our teams grow. But when we hear something like, well, family's really important to me, we make an assumption about what it is about family that's important to them. So what do? Well, we give flex time, we give all these things. Are we actually helping that person grow based on what's important to them? Let's think about this for a second. Are we really helping our role as a leader? My belief is our role as a leader to help people live out their purpose. In order to help them live out their purpose, what do we need to know? What do we need to know to help somebody else live out their purpose? What's their purpose? And I don't mean singular purpose. What if that situation was, family's really important to me? Define that for me. How do you know you've achieved that? Well, it's not about being home more. What it is my wife and I, or my husband and I, whatever the case might be, we want our kids to be able to go to private school. So I actually am willing to sacrifice and work more right now to make more money. We didn't assume that, did we? In most cases. If our purpose as leaders is to help somebody else grow, we need them to define what growth looks like. What's the goal in their own terms? As an employee, as a husband, as a wife, as a whatever else? What are the areas of life that are the most important to them? And what does the goal look like in each of those areas? Then and only then, as a leader, are we fulfilling our purpose of helping them achieve their purpose. Davin opened up yesterday and he said something that I've used this for years now. He said leadership was fill in the blank. Do you remember what he said? Leadership is influence. We are influencing whether we realize it or not. Based on our own purpose, we're either influencing positively or negatively, potentially. For years, I influenced negatively, right? How do you get influence with somebody? How do you create influence with somebody on your team in your organization? What is it? Demonstrate it. Keep going. Trust. What else? Leadership is influence. Influence is based on a relationship. The only way to get somebody to tell you what their goal is, what their purpose is in each area of life, because I believe we all have multiple purposes, is to have a relationship with them. Do you think one of your team members are going to tell you what their personal goals are if you don't have a relationship with them? Mine didn't. I knew nothing about employees that had been with me for years. I've learned more about my team in the last 2 years than I did in the previous 20. Once my purpose started to change. So we have to identify what their goal is, what's their purpose in each area of life. Let them define it, but they'll only do that if you have a relationship with them in the first place. Then you've got to make sure you understand the reality of where they are. It's one thing to understand where they want to go, what their purpose is. The other thing is to understand where are they right now. Nobody will share that with you unless you have a relationship with them, because that's vulnerable, right? I shared with you where I was in hopes that you would learn from evaluate my experience so you never have to go through it. And I'm hoping that nobody's gone through what I went through, but everyone's watching you. Everybody's getting drawn by their whys. There's no question about it. We've got to be very, very careful, right? But we've got to understand the reality. Then we can have a conversation of what's the obstacles in their way of achieving that, and how do we help them achieve what they want to achieve. Now, anytime I talk about this concept, right, of helping somebody on my team achieve what they want to achieve, and I'm sure you've thought about this as well, that means they could leave your organization. Because if they get to a point where you can't help them any longer, they're going to go somewhere else. Great. Now you're all looking at me going, we're supposed to be attracting people by our purpose, and you're telling me to let people go because of our purpose? Your role as a leader, just like your role as a parent, is, if you're a parent, if you're not, you'll understand it at some point, is to have the best for your team. I believe our purpose as leaders is to set our teams up for their success. During the time they're with our organization, they will help us. There's a practical end to this, which I'll get to in a second. They will help us achieve what we need to stay in operation. But as leaders, it shouldn't be about us and only our purpose. It should be about our team's purpose. And yes, at some point, they can and they will leave. And I've had those people leave. But they left for the right reason. When they came to me and said, Steve, I'm leaving because of this, and we were able to tie it back to what they really wanted in terms of their purpose, their individual goals, and we as an organization had a part in helping them achieve that, yeah, it hurt us. But do you think eventually our purpose of people living their purpose gets out there? And it's easier to bring people in as a result of that. So let's go back. Purpose is about a decision. Purpose is about our own continuous growth. Purpose as a leader is about the continuous growth of our teams. And I just want to give you this last piece on this. So it took 8 years for Bart to write the song, I Can Only Imagine, after his grandmother said to him, at the funeral of all places, I can only imagine what Bub sees now. 8 years he kind of toiled. Here's the cool part of the story. When Bub made a decision to change who he was and went through this growth process, and that growth process, if you watch the movie, actually influenced Bart on his journey of growth. And that influenced Bart, got him to the point 8 years later to write the song that has influenced people all across the globe. But Bart took dollars and a life insurance policy, or Bub did, and set up Bart to be taken care of for a period of time because he knew that Bart's purpose in life was to sing. Period. And he'd made the sacrifice before he died to set Bart up. The day the song hit #1 8 years later was the day Bart received the last check from his father, who died 8 years previously because of what he had set up and what he had sacrificed. Here's my point in this. As I started off with the story of purpose, people, process, performance against purpose, there's a practical end. When we think about it from a business perspective, we want practicality. I work that way. It's not that I want something out of it, but if we take this idea of purpose all the way through, there's a practical end from a business perspective. Because this is, when I talk to organizations about purpose, usually I get the CEO who's like, what's it mean to us? Now, first I got to work on the idea of purpose with that particular person, right? But it's like, there is a practical end to this. Let's think about sacrifice. If your people see the purpose of your organization, if they see the purpose as from you as a leader is your own personal growth and their personal growth, are they willing to sacrifice for you? I'll give you an example. About 2.5 years ago, I finally realized, I'm a slow learner, guys. Look, I'm 50. You hear the stupid mistakes that I made, right? It's like it's staring me in the face, but I still learn slow. So 2.5 years ago, I realized my purpose needs to be to continue helping my team live their purpose. So in order to do that, I'm going to dedicate the time as the CEO of the business to help them through this journey. And I started a leadership class internally. That leadership class went from 1 to 2 to 3, and I now run 5. It takes up about 55% of my time. But when I went back to them and said, I got to do it at 7 a.m., it's not mandatory. You show up. We had about 3/4 of the company say, I'm in. I'll sacrifice what's going on because you're willing to sacrifice for me. There's a practical application to purpose. We can keep going. You remember Bernie Madoff? Did Bernie Madoff have a purpose? What was it? Make as much money as I can and take it from you. It was a purpose. And he lived that purpose for the majority of his life, right? But on the flip side of that, purpose can be a positive direction as well. That's an example as a negative. We heard from other speakers, right? Purpose. When Austin was talking about his purpose after 2 plane crashes, lost his mother the first time, his stepmother and his father the second time, and his siblings the first time. What gave him direction? His why, his purpose that his father instilled in him. Purpose, the right purpose, gives us the right direction. From a practical perspective, and we heard this just before I came up here, purpose allows you to attract people. I'll end with the story really quickly. I used to do this Harley trip with 9 guys every year. We'd go down south or wherever. And this one particular year, we went out west. We shipped our bikes to Denver, Colorado, and then did Colorado, Montana, Wyoming, North Dakota, South Dakota. And we like to take the back roads. We don't go all the way out there to be on the expressway. You take the back roads so you can see the scenery. And it's like our second day into the trip. And all of us, I'm way in the back of the pack, of the 8 or 9 of us, and all of a sudden, everyone slows down. Like, what's going on? So we get off our bikes, and there's actually a herd of cows coming from one side of the mountain, through the valley, and up the other side. And we thought, hey, this is really cool. So what'd we do? We all got off our bikes, and we're taking pictures like little girls, right? Hey, I got all these selfies of me and these cows in the background. Get back on our bikes, we take off. A couple days later, we're on a different part of the trip, and everybody slows down again. Now you got cows coming from one side. This must have been that time of year, and I know nothing about cows, right? And up the other side. And we all slow down, and about half of us got off the bikes. The other half are like, been there, done that. So 10 days later, we're riding back. It happens one more time. There was less cows. None of us got off our bikes. But had we been looking up and watching these cows, and one of the cows happened to be purple, would we pay attention? Purpose, when done correctly, is your purple cow. Think about it from a recruiting perspective and bringing people to your team. Do your people want to know what they're doing? Some. Are they more concerned about what you stand for, about what you're trying to do? Purpose is practical. Whoops. And just the last one. People working in the same direction for the same cause, with a leadership team that's supporting them to hit their goals. Do you think it's a stronger team or a weaker team? Do you think their performance is better or worse? Hands down, it's better. Let me close with this. As leaders, as people that care about purpose, I can only imagine the impact you have when you make the choice, when you focus on your own growth every day, when you focus on the growth of your teams every day, the impact that you will make. I can only imagine the impact that you're going to make. Thank you, everybody.
Awesome job, brother.
Thank you.
One more time for Mr. Steve Lowisz.
Thank you.
Nice work, my man.
Thanks.
It's been such a pleasure getting to know you over the last year. Great job.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Of course.
How you guys doing? What an awesome morning, huh? How you guys feeling? You good? Man, those lights are bright, huh? My first time on this side of the stage. You guys have probably seen me running around with my hair on fire. My name's Adam Ritchie.
Thank you.
I'm the Director of Client Partnerships.
Hey,
at,
Corey.
Peterson
Yeah.
Stone.
Hi.
And exactly 1 year ago, today, actually, I looked it up, I found myself, as Rich Sheridan calls it, entrepreneurial. I was unemployed. Luckily, fortunate for me, I got to know Davin very well ahead of that event. And if any of you have talked to Davin, we have a joke around the office that if you're going to talk to Davin, it needs to come with a disclaimer that you're going to start questioning a lot of the choices that you've made in your life because you're going to step into your purpose. And I've had that wonderful opportunity to step into my purpose for Purpose Points. One of those things that I am fortunate enough to do, if you guys have been getting those text messages, show of hands, how many of you guys are getting the text messages leading up to this summit? So we are blessed to have Corey Davis here today from Days to Happy. They are the power behind that. So we are going to break for lunch, but I implore you, if you are going to want to inspire and keep your people happy and engaged every day at work, Corey's going to come on and talk a little bit about Days to Happy and their mission to make 1 billion people in this world happy. This will obviously be streaming live into the tents outside. So do what you're comfortable with, whether you want to stay here or watch it from outside. But I am proud and excited to announce Corey Davis.
Thank you. All right. What is happening? Oh, it is so good to be here. So we are going to have some fun together. We are going to learn how to be happy at work every day. But what I love to do is get to know you guys a little bit first, all right? First of all, I'm going to ask you guys some questions, and you guys are just going to yell it out. Awesome, thank you. So, helping me get to know, how many of you were born in Michigan? Raise your hand. Give me a little woo-woo. Okay, how many of you were born outside of Michigan? Give me a little woo-woo. How many of you were born outside the United States? Give me a little woo-woo. A little bit, awesome, okay. All right, how many of you have children? Raise your hand. How many of you have 2 children? 3, 4, 5, 6. Wow, congratulations. Let's give her a big round of applause. 6 children. So we have something in common. I have 6 children as well. And so it's good to travel some, right? If you had to choose between Coke and Pepsi, what would you choose? Wow. If you had the choice between being on the beach or in the mountains, what would you choose? If you had to choose between being president of the United States and president of Apple, what would you choose? Woo! All right, if you had to choose between Mexican food and Italian food, what would you choose? If you had to choose between Thai food and Chinese food, what would you choose? Wow. All right, so we have just learned Thai food. Was it Coke or Pepsi? Coke. I love beaches. I'm a California boy. But we got to talk about how to be happy. And I love to kick it off with what I call the admiration round. All right, so if we could get this mic to work. If I'm strong enough to pull that off. If you are sitting next to someone that you know, raise your hand. All right, so I'm going to come down here. Oh, I have crossed the path. All right, so we call this the admiration round, all right? So, what I need you to do, and I'll give you a minute to think about it, and all of you as well, because I'm going to give you guys opportunities too. So, if you know the person sitting next to you, think of one thing that you admire or appreciate about that person. Just one thing, and it's just simple, okay? What is one thing that you admire or appreciate about this person sitting next to you?
That she cares about the community and her employees, and she puts her whole heart into what she does.
Okay, let's give her a round of applause. All right, so now you can return the favor. What's one thing you admire or appreciate about this person sitting next to you?
I admire and appreciate the fact that she has such an upbeat attitude and cares about the community also.
That is awesome. All right, coming over here. Let's see. Do you know this person sitting next to you? All right, so tell us one thing you admire or appreciate about this person sitting next to you.
Her care for helping change others' lives.
Wow. She just smiled. She's like, so nice. Awesome. Okay, well, you got to return the favor. What's one thing you admire or appreciate about her?
Her caring yet boldness.
Caring yet boldness. Did you know that? Yeah, love it. Okay, coming to the second level here. Raise your hand if you know the person sitting next to you. Oh, you're not going to raise your hand. Okay, so what's one thing you admire or appreciate about?
So you have to know that we just met yesterday at the summit, but what I admire Elaine about is her courage, and she's inspired me because she took a leap and moved her family to Costa Rica.
Wow.
And I think that's very courageous, and it's inspiring for me.
That is awesome. Round of applause for that. So cool.
So, like Laura said, we just met yesterday, and what I admire about her is her inclusiveness, because I am from out of state, knew no one, and she was very open and was willing to welcome me.
Awesome. So good. All right, I'm just going to put this here. We may use it in a little bit. Thanks for that. I love kicking it off with an admiration round because we're all about talking about how to be happy at work every day. And I will guarantee you that when someone said something nice about you, you made their day. And even when this little interaction happened and you said something nice about her, she just got this smile on her face. It took 2 seconds. And it's so cool to see what we can do as we're at a conference about purpose, that we're all driven by a bigger purpose. And with everything going on around the world, to just take a minute to connect emotionally and to allow us to be happy. Like, it's okay to be happy. And there are some things that we can do in our lives to be happy. And what I love is I'm so excited a couple years ago to start a crazy company called Days to Happy, that we're the world's first happy platform for business. It all started 10 years ago. So my background, I've been head of marketing for lots of different tech companies. 10 years ago, I'm head of marketing. They hired me to figure out how to grow this company. $3 to $5 million company. How do we get it to 10 to 20 million plus dollars in revenue? How to grow venture capital dollars of 15 million. So I thought, okay, I can create this killer marketing plan, but how do I get all these employees excited and engaged about this hyper growth that we're about to go through as a company? So I'm a marketing guy, not an HR person, and so I did things differently. So we had 100 different employees at the company. We met in groups of 20 at the parking lot of a shopping mall. So we're standing in the parking lot, and I hand each of the people a flower. And I told them, you need to go inside the mall and find someone to give the flower to. Classic lines from people. The developers were like, Corey, you're crazy. I don't like being away from my desk. I don't like talking to people. This is very, very uncomfortable and awkward. You had the CFO thinking, okay, how much is this costing us as far as the company? And then you had the sales reps, which a lot of them were guys. They were thinking, okay, I had to go out inside the mall, find some hot girl to hand a flower to, and make her day. That's what they said. So I said, all right, go inside the mall, and we'll be back in the boardroom afterwards. And they didn't know that I was actually going to talk to the people that they handed the flower to. So they all went to the mall, did their thing, and then went back to the boardroom. I walked inside the mall, and I talked to some of the people that they handed the flower to. So made my way back to the boardroom. And I picked on the developers because they were the ones giving me the hardest time. And I said, Dave, one of the developers, Dave, when you handed the person the flower, what did he or she do? And he said, oh, well, she smiled. I'm like, awesome. And what did you do? And he says, well, I smiled too. I said, perfect. And then this is where it got real. I said, Dave, do you know who you handed the flower to? And he's like, I have no idea. I said, let me tell you. Her name's Michelle. She was sitting in the mall with her friends, having one of the worst days in her life, thoroughly depressed, maybe even suicidal. And she's sitting there. And this stranger walks up and hands her a flower. And it totally made her day. And it could have even saved her life. I said, Dave, that was you. And you could just see this awkward shy developer like, what? I said, Dave, you didn't even have to say a word. And you just made someone's day. And you could have even saved her life. Thus, the power of a flower. To just take a little bit of time to do something to recognize and help others. So, 3 decades of landmark medical research about anger and love. Anger is bad for us physically. All the things that go along with anger. And love, joy, happiness actually heals and helps us. And it's so powerful to think. And when we talk about being happy, and you can insert different words there, happy, joy, purpose, that there are benefits of that. When you think about more productivity, more creativity, more profitability, all the different things that you may think of from a business perspective, but then also from a personal perspective as far as living longer. And we work with a lot of manufacturing companies as far as fewer injuries as well. So all the benefits when you think of happy. So we got to figure out how to be happy every day. So children, kids, now we got to bring them to work, which is awesome. They smile and laugh more than 400 times a day. Adults, what do you think it is? 2. I heard 2. Any other guess? 80? 50? So it's less than 20. 400. That's probably why it's good to bring babies and kids to work from these other presentations, because they make us smile and laugh more. So here's what I need you to do. Take out your phones. Everybody take out your phones. And I want you to take a selfie of yourself frowning, like you are pissed off. Like today sucks, okay? So I want you to just scowl and take a selfie of yourself frowning. Okay, everybody get your phones out. Everybody. Because there's going to be something after this. Okay, so as soon as you've done that, now I want you to swap it. Now I want you to take a picture of yourself smiling, that you're happy. You're having the best day in your life. I don't care if you're having a bad hair day, whatever's going on. Take a picture of yourself smiling. And I just saw a smile over here. You look absolutely adorable when you smile. So think about how you felt when you were frowning. And when you looked at yourself frowning, you tend to frown as well. And then when you look at yourself smiling, you actually tend to smile till you light up. Now I want you to take that picture of yourself smiling and share it with the person next to you. Just have them look at it. And it's okay, we're in a judge-free zone. So just right now, the feel in the room changed. Laughter, happiness, like that. And just sharing a crazy photo of yourself smiling can make a difference. And what we're trying to do is just help you understand how we can be happy in our lives and what we can do to make that happen. All right, here's the next thing. Gratitude. There are cool things around gratitude, and that gratitude, when you have grateful people are happier people. So there's actually, who is a good reader? I want like a good radio voice. Anybody have a good radio voice? Someone. Someone's going to read a story for us. All right, okay, stand up. Is this, oh, perfect. So tell us your name, where you're from.
Michelle Shattuck, Elkhart, Indiana.
Woo!
Whoop, whoop.
All right. Okay, so read this story to us.
There was a boy whose family was very wealthy. One day, his father took him on a trip to the country where he planned to show his son how poor people live. Eventually, they arrived at a farm of a very poor family and spent several days there. On their return, the father asked his son if he liked the trip. "Oh, it was great, Dad," the boy replied. "Did you notice how poor people live?" the dad asked. "Yeah, I did," said the boy. The father then asked his son to tell in more details his impressions from their trip. "Well," the boy said, "we have only one dog, and they have 4 of them. In our garden, there's a pool. They have a river that has no end. We've got expensive lanterns. They have stars above their heads at night. We have the patio. They have the whole horizon. We have only a small piece of land. They have the endless fields. We have to buy food. They grow it. We have a high fence for protection of our property, and they don't need it as their friends protect them." The father was stunned. He could not say a word. Then the boy added, "Thank you, Dad, for letting me see how poor we are."
What do you think? Tell me what you're thinking.
pretty cool. We live like that every day.
What are you thinking?
Perspective is powerful.
What about you?
Yeah, I'm thinking true wealth is friends and family versus material possessions.
Yeah. Yep. So true. And just that thought of gratitude, being grateful for what we have. I think one of the things that COVID has done for all of us, it has taught us what is really important in life. What do we have to be grateful for? And what can we do to really focus on that in our lives? So I'm going to give you a way to help with that. Journaling is actually one of the things that helps us be happy. So I want you to take out your phones again. It is scientifically proven that if you will write down 3 things that you are grateful for each day for the next 15 days, you will be happier. So take out your cell phones. Starting today, open up your calendar and you're going to create a new calendar item. And you can choose what time of the day, 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 8 a.m., or at night, 8, 9, or 10. But the item that you're going to do is write, so 3 things I am grateful for. So just set it up as an appointment, and it'll last about 5 to 10 minutes. And once you set that up, you can set it up for either today or tomorrow. I want you to put repeat. And that it never ends. You can put an end date if you would like. But in 15 days of you doing this, you are going to be happier. Because you're focused on the things that are making you more grateful. And you're thinking about what it is in life that allows you to be grateful. All right. So once you're done with that, the next one, anxiety and depression is at an all-time high. 70% of employers are more stressed out now more than ever in their careers because of COVID. It is crazy. And even in the prior presentations, 70% of employees are not engaged at work. Companies are asking us, Corey, can you bring and help our employees come to work in a stronger mental state? Because mental health is a huge issue. And so we tap into mindfulness and meditation, which is powerful. And it's just an opportunity. These are cool words to allow us to relax, to breathe, to reflect, to ponder. And it works. All right, so we're going to actually go through this. Everybody close your eyes. You're going to take a deep breath through your nose. 5 seconds, a deep breath through your nose. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then out your mouth slowly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then now just relax. Just sit down in your seat. And just feel yourself get heavier and heavier into your seat. And just feel your head, starting with your head, relaxing, and your shoulders just sinking down. Into your chest and stomach, just sinking down into your chair. And just relaxing each part of your body, all the way to your legs and feet. Take another deep breath in through your nose. Count to 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then slowly out your mouth. And then open your eyes. And together, everybody, deep breath. Just let it out. Oh, doesn't that just feel good? Oh my gosh, just rejuvenation. All right, so here's the next thing about exercise. Exercise is one of those things that it actually allows us to release natural endorphins. All right, so everybody stand up. And it's one of those things that's just, it's easy to do. All right, first we're going to start snapping. And then clapping. Okay, then hop. And go faster. And if you want to start running, And I teach soccer for 7-year-olds. I'm like, get these knees high. Touch the sky. All right, shake it out. Oh, sit down. Doesn't that feel good? Oh, exercising is powerful. And one of the things I keep telling myself is that I need to exercise, not to lose weight, but to be happy. And that's why it's so powerful. Acts of kindness. This is when it gets real. We are the happiest in life when we are serving and helping others. That's really where our purpose in life comes from, is when we forget about ourselves and help others. And if we can do that in the workplace, magic happens. Cultures thrive. So this is where it gets fun. Everybody stand up. Pull out your cell phones. And I want you to start typing this text message. Don't worry about who you're going to send it to yet. Start typing this text message. I think you're awesome. Just wanted to let you know. I think you're awesome. Just wanted to let you know. All right, as soon as you finish doing that, then figure out who you could send it to. And once you choose that, then just customize the text a little bit, just so it feels genuine and personal from you. And then click send. And then as soon as you click send, you can sit down. All right, I'm going to use this mic again real quick. All right, so I want to, we have a couple more. We'll give them a minute. No, it's totally fine. So I want to know who you sent the text message to. I'm coming to you, brother. So, okay, so yell it out. Okay? Awesome. Okay, yell out. Who else did you send it to? Daughter, fiance. Yell it out. Who else? Grandson, coworker, friend. I love it. All right. So I'm going to share something. The first time I did this on stage with a group of people, like 100 people in the room, similar to here, I asked them a similar question. Who did you send the text message to? Similar results. Coworker, colleague, roommate, spouse, friend, anybody. This one gentleman raises his hand and he said, I haven't talked to my dad in 3 years. And I felt like I should just send my text to dad, or send a text to my dad. And everybody in the room just started clapping like, whoa, that's so cool. And so I'm up on stage and this just happened. I'm like, oh my gosh, how cool is that? So I continue my presentation. And a few minutes later, he raises his hand. And he said, I got a text message back from my dad. And it just got quiet in the room, kind of a hush. And then someone's like, well, what did the text say? And so he read the text to us, and it said something like, son, your text message meant the world to me. Sorry I've been a crappy dad, but I want to figure out how we can talk and come together. Whoa! I'm like, what just happened through a simple text message? And if you guys do public speaking, you know sometimes when you're on this stage, you don't always know exactly what you're going to say. And at this moment, I didn't know what I was going to say. But this is what came out of my mouth, and I'll share it with you. You guys don't know me personally, and you don't know that I lost my dad when I was 1, when he drowned in a river accident in Northern California, leaving my mother, a widow with 10 children, me being the youngest, without a father. Do you know what I would give right now to just get a simple text message from my dad saying, "Hey, son, I love you. I think you're awesome. I just wanted to let you know." That would mean the world to me. That would be absolutely incredible. And it put into perspective that bigger purpose that we are all trying to achieve. And at that moment, when that person shared that story, I realized that just we can make a difference in people's lives, and that there's an opportunity to experience something pretty magical if we just take a minute to do so. All right, so I want to hear, did any of you get a text message back from the person? All right, so I actually want to hear, if you want to just stand up, I want you to read what they said.
I think you're pretty awesome too, and happy you're investing in yourself and those you serve.
Awesome, and then just hand it up to the next one.
It says, "Thanks, honey. I think you're pretty terrific yourself."
Oh, and then tell us, and tell us who you sent it to as well.
My fiance.
Awesome, yeah. And then tell us who you sent it to, and then read what they said.
So I sent it to my wife.
Oh, and actually, you got it, because you sent it to your wife, read to us what you wrote to your wife.
Yeah. "Hey, I think you're awesome. Just wanted to let you know you're incredible. Love you." Her response, thinking emoji, "Something you learned from a seminar."
All right, let's have 2 more.
I know.
Who else got a message back? Right here. All right, so tell us who you sent it to, read the text, and then read the response.
I also sent it to my wife, and I simply switched out "awesome" for "you are amazing," and she texts back, "You are so sweet," hearts and bubbles, and I don't know what, but a bunch of nice stuff.
A lot of good stuff. Yeah, anybody else? Yep, perfect. Thank you. How cool is that? That just like that, you were able to make a difference in someone's life. And here's the powerful thing about happiness, is that when we think about, serve, and recognize someone else, we are happier too. I'll just say these 2 husbands right here are feeling so good. And when they go home tonight, think about this. We heard some stories yesterday about losing loved ones at a time when it wasn't expected. And COVID has given us an opportunity to spend more time with the ones we love. Good husbands, I would say, go home tonight and give that sweetheart a hug. Because that's what we're here for. That's the purpose. And people around us make us happy. And when we get to serve and help others, that's when we're happiest in life. I know, being a husband of 97, so 20 plus years with 6 kids, when I'm able to help and do something nice for my wife, it makes me happy. Let me tell you a little journey on why I am on this crazy ride to start a company called Days to Happy. I mentioned that my father died when I was 1. I never knew him. And then there were times in my life I'm like, man, this sucks. I wish my dad was around. Like, life isn't fair. And I asked my mother, because she was always so happy. I'm like, "Mother, how are you so happy? You lost your husband, having to raise 10 children. She went back to work, got her real estate license, got her broker's license. I was 1 at the time. She did that so that I could go to work with her, and I could sit underneath her desk and sleep and go help show houses with her." But she said, "Corey, I just looked for opportunities to serve and to help others. And that gave me opportunity to just go beyond what was happening in my life. And that was an inspiration to me, where I learned that that's what it's all about. And so 2 years ago, I was on this crazy journey where I was VP of Global for a division of Intuit, an $8 billion company. And I got to a point, I want to do something that makes a bigger impact in people's lives. And I had this crazy idea that I could start a technology company, because that's what I've done throughout my whole life, to be able to inspire, motivate, engage, and help people be happy every day of their lives, and do it in a way that can really change. And with that, we're all at different journeys in our life. And when we take that plunge, it's typically the scariest thing we've ever done, the hardest thing, but that's where we grow, and that's where we're happy, is when we're pushing ourselves to really achieve what our purpose is in life. And I'll just share this last story, and then I'll close. So 20 years ago, I was serving for my church, being a missionary in New York City. I'm a California boy. I flew to New York City. I was in Brooklyn and Queens, and at that time, Brooklyn was pretty sketchy. It was crazy before Giuliani really cleaned it up. I'm walking down the street in Brooklyn, and we lived in the projects where we had hardwood floors, no carpet. There were mice running in our apartment. It was crazy. Cross street from the projects. I'm walking down the street, and there's this older man, 55 years old, long gray hair, has a headband to keep the hair back, and he's shining shoes. And so I just stopped and I said hi. And I came to learn that his name is Reuben, a homeless man that was shining shoes to try to make money. He hadn't had a shower in weeks, months. Someone let him sleep in the back of a taxi cab when they weren't using it. And I got to know Reuben. And I asked Reuben, I said, Reuben, what would make you happy? And he talked about just having a shower and some clean clothes. So I said, Reuben, come over to our apartment. And so he came over to our apartment. I said, you can use our shower. And while he was in the shower, we ironed some clothes for him to wear, this white shirt and these dress pants. And we gave him some stuff to clean his hair and handed it to him. And when he walked out of the bathroom, all clean, with these new clothes on, he had the biggest smile on his face. I'm like, that is magical. And then I noticed something, that I had a big smile on my face too. I'm like, why am I so happy? He's the one that just got the shower and the new clothes. And I was just as excited for him. And this is where I learned something about happiness, is that we're happy when other people are happy and when we can make a difference in other people's lives. And I'll just close with that we are on a journey. Our journey at Days to Happy is just to try to help billions of people around the world be happy. And I know that each of you have an opportunity to make someone happy. And what's so cool to think is that some of you have already made people happy today. And as you do the gratitude, recognizing what you're grateful for over the next 15 days, scientifically proven you're going to be happier too. So with that being said, thank you for being on this journey around happiness. And I hope you guys have an awesome day. Thank you.
Corey, awesome job, my man. Like I said, it's been such a pleasure getting to know you. So that means we are at break.
Check. Oh, there we go. All right. Let me know when you're ready. Check, 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 check.
Me? Check, check.
Are you good? Are we good? All right, well, welcome back. For those of you that are in here and for those that are outside in the beautiful weather and the tents having lunch, and for those of you that are live streaming right now virtually from all across the world, it is my pleasure to introduce my friend Jenny Brown. Jenny Brown is the founder and CEO of Dutton Farm and Everybody Inc. I had the pleasure to visit with Jenny Brown before COVID a year and a half ago, and I will tell you that the work that they are doing in terms of truly championing the purpose of every single person, particularly some of those in underserved population group, those with special needs and developmental disabilities and all of those unique gifts and talents that they have. She has been able to truly pull those out and allow them to live their purpose and create opportunities to live their purpose each and every single day. So I am excited for you to hear from her and the work that she is doing to championing the message of purpose in that arena. Without further ado, Jenny Brown.
Well, I'm super excited to be here. Thank you, Davin and the team at Purpose Point for having me. This mic is just not wanting to stay behind my ear, so if I'm fidgeting with it, I apologize. Okay, if this gets to be too much, I'll switch to that. So I'm here to talk today about really thinking about how to help others in finding their purpose. I have a sister who has Down syndrome, and she actually has pneumonia right now. So if you are a praying person, please pray for her as she is recovering from pneumonia and trying to feel better. So I'm not your usual conference speaker. I speak, of course, because of the nature of what I do, but it's kind of secondary to what I do. I don't really build speeches. I really love to build business. But I've worked hard, and I've accomplished some pretty cool things as a woman and a mom of 5. I've done some pretty interesting things over the last 10 to 15 years or so that I think you'll find worth your time in listening to today. So, as Davin mentioned, I am CEO of 2 companies, founder and CEO of 2 companies. The first company that I founded was a little over 10 years ago. It seems crazy to me that it's been that long. But when I founded this company, I was 24, and it's actually a nonprofit organization, and it's called Dutton Farm. And the year that I founded this organization, looking back, I'm so proud of my 24-year-old self, but I had a 2-year-old, a 1-year-old, and I was pregnant at the time. So no excuses. I had a bachelor's degree in political science and sociology, and I had plans of completing law school. That's been my lifelong dream, and because I have the amazing sister that I do, who, as I was pursuing all of the things that we do as adults, and kind of taking all of that for granted, seamlessly entering into college and marriage and having children, and even simple things as I thought of getting my license. My sister, whose name is Becca, was really just stuck, and she wasn't transitioning into adulthood like I was so easily. And so I decided to drop out of school and do a complete 180 and start this nonprofit instead. And when you think of my sister, I gotta make sure I'm doing this as well. Sorry, guys. I told you I'm not a usual conference speaker. There you go. So these are the 2 companies that I'm gonna continue to talk about. When you think of my sister, as I talk about her and the fact that she has Down syndrome, I want you to think of her as an amazingly talented, funny, social, incredible human being that has so much to offer a world that just was not set up to be inclusive of her. And when we think about marginalized group of people, when we think about people that are not given opportunity and left out, people with developmental disabilities are among the most marginalized, left out group of people anywhere, in any country, in any state across the world. And so it became my mission and my purpose to build a brighter future for her. And I didn't realize it would grow and expand into so much more than that. But I have to back up a little bit and explain how this purpose-driven lifestyle for me was born, because I love to hear Davin and the team talk about living with purpose, because that's something that's just always been a part of my life. That's who I am, and part of it is because of my upbringing. I grew up in a family of 14. There was 14 of us, 13 siblings, and my parents afforded us such a cool, unique childhood that adventure and things that were different and things that were unique became so normal for me that I wouldn't know how to live any other way. And so part of my childhood was my parents made it so disability was so cool. My sister was the favorite child in the home, hands down, there wasn't even a question. And she was the one that we celebrated and we rallied around, and we went to all of her Special Olympics meets, and we were the loudest, most obnoxious cheering section, and we would bring all of our friends and our boyfriends or girlfriends at the time and cousins, and she was just the coolest person in our household. She would bring her friends over, and her friends were funny and heartwarming and changed so many of my friends' lives, and I know my siblings' lives. To this day, I'll still get messages from some of my friends saying, "How is so-and-so?" One of Becca's friends that just really grabbed their heart and was just super funny or super heartwarming. And that was just my childhood. And you know, when your worldview as a child, you think that's the rest of the world when you're young. That you know, your microcosm of your household is what the rest of the world is like. And as I grew up, I realized that just wasn't true. Like I said, it started really when I got my license, and my sister couldn't get her license. And then I went out and got a job, and my sister couldn't go out and get a job. And I would get fired from that job, and then could just go down the street and get hired, and then fired, and then hired, and then fired. Several times that has happened to me. So as I decided to build this nonprofit that, you know, I really wasn't sure what it would be. I just wanted to have a place of acceptance and love for people that the world didn't show acceptance and love to. I wanted to provide meaningful activities, and I wanted to take a chance on the people that no one else would take a chance on. You know, I'm the anti-establishment type. I hate going with the crowd. I hate fitting in. I think it's because I grew up in a family that was so abnormal. And I should mention, 8 of my siblings are adopted from foster care. So we have multiracial, multi-ability, multi-everything in our household. And so I despise fitting in. And I wanted to create a place where anyone that felt like they were a misfit could come to Dutton Farm and feel accepted, first and foremost, feel like they have a place where they belong. And so that's how I started. We started with just 5 people, and they became my dearest friends. They were my mentors, they were my teachers, and they showed me what I really needed to do as the leader of this nonprofit to add value to this community. And I knew Becca, but as I started to see this organization grow, I saw so many others that were struggling with things that I had never even considered. There was a young lady who joined our program very early on. Her name was Carrie, and I didn't really understand mental health really deeply at the time. And I remember she just stopped showing up. and I wasn't sure why and where she was or what was going on. And after about a week and a half, I finally tracked her down. She lived in a group home. This woman was completely alone on the planet. She had a guardian that was a company that wasn't even in the state, that had hundreds of clients in their portfolio, and she lived in a group home in Pontiac, and we would pay for her to transport to us and had all of that worked out, but then she just stopped showing up. And I tracked her down, and she was in a psychiatric ward at a local hospital. And I'd never been to a psychiatric ward before, but she was there for over a week and had no visitors. And I went to see her, and it absolutely wrecked me to the depths of my soul to enter into this psychiatric ward and to see her sitting completely and utterly alone. And I knew at that moment that I had to do more than just create a place of acceptance and love. That was the foundation. That was so important for me to spend those few years doing that, because every single team member, every single employee I hire, we go back to that foundation. We're first and foremost people first, always, people over everything. And we're first and foremost relationships. And making sure every single person feels valued and feels important, no matter their ability, disability, or what they have going on that day. But when I saw this young woman struggling, I knew that I had to go beyond acceptance into building a world that really understood what we at Dutton Farm understood: inclusion, equality, opportunity, and that every single person should not look the same. Diversity is a good thing. Diversity brings strength. And accepting people that are different is not just the right thing to do. We get this self-righteous, charitable feeling when we accept someone that's different than us, but we need it. We all need people that look completely different than what we're used to. And so I realized really quickly that purpose will require you to do things that are hard and that you're not always good at and you don't really want to do. But it's important to hang on to your purpose when it gets hard, because you'll never see the fullness of your potential and your purpose if you let go too soon when things get hard. And so you need to have a lot of grit, tenacity, because you're not going to be inspired every day. It's not always going to be a Purpose Summit kind of day. But you have to go back to your purpose. Your purpose has to drive you, the foundation of why you got started in the first place, to keep you going and inspired every day. So after 10 years and the life-changing experience I had with my friend Carrie, we have over 100 people in our program. We have 4 pillars of service, and our budget is in the millions. We started with just maybe like $5,000, $10,000. I didn't care about money. I didn't want to worry about any of that kind of stuff. I just wanted to hang out with these amazing people. But purpose drove me, and more people were waiting for me to enter into my purpose. And the same thing is true for all of you. If you haven't found your purpose or you don't feel like you've really jumped in and committed to it, remember that people are out there waiting for you to enter into your purpose. Their purpose cannot be fulfilled until you enter into yours. And so our 4 pillars of service are workforce development, community access, virtual learning, which evolved from COVID. So we built an entire virtual learning software for the millions of people with disabilities that are stuck at home, so they can still have a connection to people outside of their homes. And adult education. We always protect a person's right to choose. Adults should always have the respect and dignity of directing their own lives, and we work hard to protect that every single day. Oftentimes, people with developmental disabilities are not offered the dignity of choice. They are not able to direct their own lives and their own futures, and that's something that we are very, very passionate about. So the second company that I built, we launched last year, is called Everybody. Everybody Inc., and it's a bath and body company, and we manufacture all natural bath and body products and distribute them locally. So this company got started out of purpose as well. I am an introvert by nature, an extreme introvert by nature. I don't know if anyone's taken the Enneagram. I'm fascinated with the Enneagram. I love the Enneagram. I'm an Enneagram 5. So that's kind of like the cerebral thinker type. And I love to solve problems and build complex systems and business and really use that to make the world a better place. And then to see other people enter into their purpose and find opportunity because of the programs and the systems that we've built. So I started this company actually several years ago. It was underneath the umbrella of Dutton Farm as it started. It was just an activity. But I was working with this amazing individual. His name is Marty. And he is like 6'6", 350, 400 pounds, and disheveled and unkempt. And he has paranoid schizophrenia and a cognitive impairment. And he is one of my greatest friends. He is so gentle and so funny and does not give a flying hoot about what anyone around him thinks. And I learned a lot from that because I did very much. You know, we're people that naturally care about what other people think about us. He did not, does not. And as I was working with this gentleman, I was learning more from him than he was from me. But as a part of our contract, so we're in the behavioral health system, and we are contracted with Medicaid and local providers that send us individuals that need our support, and then we provide a service per the contract of whoever has sent us that referral. And then every year, our contract gets reviewed. And so we were in a review with this gentleman, and we were setting new goals for the next year. And so every year, we set new goals, and then after the year is up, our contract gets reviewed to make sure we've achieved those goals, and we set new ones. And one of his goals was that he wanted a job. He was 45 years old at the time and had never, ever been told that he was hired. He was never a part of a team. He had never had a job. Just imagine that, that your lifelong dream is to have a job, and you were, what is that, two and a half decades of unemployment. So I looked him in the eyes, and I said, sure, no problem, we can get that done. I'm happy to help. So it got put in the plan, which now the clock is ticking. And we went to work. We started looking for a job. And I could not find this gentleman a job. He had a really hard time getting through the interview process. We would be sitting in an interview, and he would like burp, or he would like say a cuss word or something like that, and then we didn't get very far there. So I became really discouraged and frustrated. And then I had this aha moment. And this is another thing with purpose that you have to embrace is your own blind spots. When you really enter into hard things and you enter into a purpose that you know you are called to, you haven't arrived yet, and you're going to find blind spots in yourself that you have to be self-aware and humble enough and determined enough to be able to look at those blind spots and then correct them as needed. And don't be afraid of that. You're getting better. When you stumble, when you fall, when you mess up, or when you realize that you were ignorant in a certain area, that's not a horrible thing. It's actually a good thing because you're evolving, you're getting better, you're becoming a better human. So I had a really profound one, a rather embarrassing one. I was super frustrated I couldn't get this gentleman a job, but I realized I had not one person on my payroll that had a developmental disability. I had been doing nonprofit, championing the cause of inclusive hiring and hiring people inclusively and helping other people find their purpose. And I had not one person on my payroll. So immediately, I needed to correct that. I felt like such a hypocrite. And so I decided that Marty was going to be my first employee. So what revenue-generating ideas could I come up with that would allow me to bring this gentleman on my payroll and justify keeping him on my payroll because there was revenue to offset the expense. And so I was working at the time, one of my employees was an aromatherapist, and we conjured up this idea of bar soap. And we developed our first bar soap, and I went down to a local bed and breakfast, which is now owned by OU, and I groveled and I begged for this owner to buy my soap for their rooms instead of this like big, huge company. And we were like 5 times the price of this other company, but I gave him all of the benefits, and I begged him, and one thing I'm good at is closing deals, guys. So it energizes me, I love it. So I closed the deal, first one ever for this company, generated enough revenue for me to hire this guy, and he became the first employee of this company. And I realized I was onto something really cool. And so he went on to be recruited by one of the biggest medical supply chains in the state, from being determined in his case as unemployable to being recruited by one of the top medical supply chains in the state and becoming one of their most favorite employees. So from there, we continued to build our product line and continue to build the business, and then we hit a really, really devastating wall. Federal legislation said that we could no longer be the employer and the service provider. And it was for good reason. So there's a lot of incentive from the federal government for employment first, which is important. But some other providers were just putting several people on their payroll at sub-minimum wages, and that's another thing you should all be aware of, that it is legal in America in 2021 to pay people with disabilities sub-minimum wages. And so several people were being put on payroll at sub-minimum wages so they could get reimbursement from the state that they had employed X number of people. So there was just it was a very black and white legislation. You could not be the employer and the service provider. We didn't want to lose either. We had worked so hard to build 2 really, really, really important programs. So we took a scalpel and we separated the 2. So now Everybody Inc. is its own social enterprise, and Dutton Farm remains the training and the educational opportunities as the nonprofit. So we continue to hang on to our belief that everyone matters and everyone should have the right to choose. I just have some statistics up here that I think it's really important for everyone to know. I think a lot of times people with developmental disabilities are left out of the D&I conversation or not included as much as they should be. So some of these staggering statistics are things that I even have to revisit and let really sink in, because when we're thinking about an 85% unemployment rate for a certain group of people, it should be devastating to us. It should take our breath away that in America in 2021 this was pre-COVID. So we have unemployment rates that are 3%, 4% pre-COVID, yet we have a group of people that faces an 85% unemployment rate. That is so discouraging and such a difficult statistic to follow. And I think we have to have the courage to know hard things. This is what I know, but there's so many other issues and so many other people that need us to step into our purpose, that are suffering and facing astronomical statistics. And the challenge is to have the courage to know and then think outside of yourself and what you're passionate about, what you're good at, but then use that to meet needs in the world. I think there's a much more eloquent quote about that than I just said, but figure out what you care about. So that's my sister. She has pneumonia right now, as I said, and so she's recovering, but she is truly one of the best humans I have ever known in my life. She has the ability to break down barriers in hard, difficult people like I've never seen in my life. She is absolutely amazing. So she is one of our sales associates at Everybody, and she absolutely takes such pride and loves her job. And there's something so dignified about employment, about being a coworker and a colleague versus somebody you're being charitable to. one of the first things my sister did with her paycheck was take me out to coffee. And she was in her 40s when she received her first paycheck when we built this business. And she had always been a part of Dutton Farm. And I felt really good about that. But I realized that as sisters, she never had the opportunity to treat me to coffee, and how much that meant to her, having that paycheck to be able to do that. So this quote profoundly impacted my life, and I keep it really close to my heart because I think a lot of times when we think about charity, we can become really patronizing and self-righteous, and we really have to start thinking about people that we consider on the margins, or we consider, less fortunate, which the least of these. I don't really like all of those phrases, but we have to start thinking about people as our equals, and treat others as you would want to be treated, and instead of somebody that is beneath us, that we have the power to help. You hear the phrase or the verse that, it's more blessed to give than to receive, because there's a certain power in being a giver. And so to really work on eliminating injustice rather than, being charitable to someone. Bonhoeffer is definitely a hero of mine. I don't know if any of you know who he is. He's a scholar and an accomplished professor. He wrote a lot of really profound books, but he's really remembered by how he defended others during Hitler's reign in the Holocaust. And so that's what we want to be challenged by, to really prioritize. Life moves so fast, guys. And we have to remember that, we get caught up in efficiency and productivity and profit. And at the end of the day, at the end of our lives, those things aren't going to matter. People over profit, always. People over productivity, always. People over efficiency, always. And so I really challenge you to pick your thing. There's so many challenges and issues in the world that you can care about. What is it that hits you in your soul? Is it foster care? Is it human trafficking? Is it mental health? I mean, there's so many different things that are affecting people in our world today, and we all can't do it all. We all can't do this. We're all called to different things, but start there. What do you care about? Let yourself go, and, well, don't let yourself go, but let your mind start to really think about what you care about and what you're good at and what makes you happy, and then use that to meet the needs of the world. I think there's the quote that I was referring to earlier, something like, your vocation should be where your passion meets the world's need. And maybe it starts with just volunteering on the weekend or setting an extra chair at your dinner table. But maybe it's giving up everything and moving across the world. The beautiful thing is that what you are called to is different than what I'm called to. It has to be. We can't all do the same thing. We can't all be the same thing. But we all need to pick something and understand that there are people out there waiting for you to step into your calling. And at the end of the day, we have to make sure we're prioritizing the right things, because life, like I said, life moves so fast, and years are going to go by, and when we look back, we're going to regret not prioritizing people and making a difference. Not that we had a bigger bank account or that we had a bigger house or that we had more things. How did we treat people and looking out for people? And so I want to challenge you guys. I don't know if I've ever heard anyone challenge me with this, and it's something I guess I kind of naturally do, but if you're ever in a position to pick someone, we've all been in a position where we were hoping to get picked. But if you're in a position to pick someone, we're taught, right, to pick the most likely to succeed. We're taught to pick the one that stands out, or the talented, the beautiful, the intelligent, or the, like I said, the most likely to succeed. And we have this box or these definitions of what that should look like. We've defined intelligence, we've defined charm, we've defined beauty, we've defined all of these things, and we're all conditioned to see people according to these standards that, like, who made up, right? But I challenge you to, when you have an opportunity to pick someone, pick the least likely to succeed. Pick the one that your normal self would never in a million years pick. And when you pick that person, really, really pick them. Get behind them. Believe in them. Force yourself to really trust them. Even if you feel scared, and watch whatever you had to pick them for, the project or the program or the business start to be transformed. Pick the person that everyone already discarded, counted out. To me, that is how you beat the system. That's how you live with purpose, and that's how you become more successful. And I guarantee you, when your back is against the wall and you're in between a rock and a hard place, the person that's going to be there with you is that person that you picked, that least likely to succeed, the one that everyone else counted out, because I'm going to guess that that person knows how to do hard things. The people that are the most likely to succeed, things have been handed to them pretty easily, never really had to overcome a lot of obstacles. I'm not saying 100% of the time. Of course, you know, there are different situations, but that person is probably comfortable in hard places with hard things, and not afraid of those hard things. That person that you took a chance on is going to have your back. I had the opportunity to hire someone in one of my companies that had an extremely difficult few years, and so much so that they actually decided to take their own life. And they're not someone that would be easily picked in any other industry or any other business, but that's what I love to do. I love to pick people that shocks everyone. I hate to be predictable. And I'll tell you what, COVID sucked, right? And the last year was so hard, but this employee has a loyalty and an understanding and an empathy that I don't see in a lot of other employees, because he's been through hard things, and he knew that I picked him. When there were other candidates that probably fit the description better, and I challenge the rest of you all to do that. Pick the least likely to succeed, and watch your life be transformed, and whatever you picked them for be transformed as well. Oops. So this is another quote that I think by my guy, Bonhoeffer, I also keep close to me, and it just reminds me of the importance of standing on the right side of justice. Every generation has something that you have to be really intentional about making sure you are on the right side of justice. And I'll just read it because it's that powerful. The exclusion of the weak and insignificant, the seemingly useless people from a Christian community or community, may actually mean the exclusion of Christ. In the poor brother, Christ is knocking at the door. We must therefore be very careful at this point. This is a picture of my sister Becca, of course, and then one of my childhood friends. Like I said, my sister was always bringing her friends over. I was bringing my friends over. And Alex was one of my friends growing up. She is extremely intelligent, and she's stuck in a body that doesn't work. And she heard that I started a business, and she made it a point to come by my business and support it and buy some of my products. And that's what friends do, right? And it was such a cool moment for me when she stopped by to see me and to support my business. So standing on the right side of justice. There are several ways that you can be intentional every single day. And one of those things is just by being a consumer. Being a consumer is a powerful thing. Us consumers inform business like nothing else. And we need to use this power wisely. You can easily make a difference just by spending money. I know I like to spend money. So for instance, for every $20 you spend at my company, you create 1 hour of employment for a person with a disability. And that 1 hour of employment equals so much freedom and economic independence and agency with government and discretionary income and all of these trickle-down effects that feed right into the statistics that I had on my screen earlier. You know, the people with disabilities are so much more likely to live in poverty and so much more likely to be vulnerable with their income and not have a healthy agency with their government. You know, when we're paying taxes, we're earning a paycheck, we're paying taxes, that's a healthy agency with our government, right? Because we're gonna start asking questions like, you know, why is my politician flying around on a private jet? Why is this pothole in my road? Because we're paying taxes. So there are lots of different ways that all of us can be inclusive. You don't have to be running a nonprofit and a social enterprise to do that. And there's still so much work to do. And being inclusive with people with developmental disabilities or people, you know, exiting the criminal justice system or somebody with a mental health condition or, you know, lots of different ways that we can be inclusive of other people. I know we still have a lot of work to do with the staggering unemployment rate, lack of transportation to our community and workplace, the risk of living in poverty, like I said. There's still so many barriers to employment and equal opportunity in accessing our communities. But we at Dutton Farm have come a long way, and we're making a lot of progress for the community that we work with. We deliver about 5,000 hours of educational opportunities each month, hours that turn into long-lasting relationships, eliminating loneliness and mental health issues, confidence through building skills, achieving goals, and becoming proficient at things that'll eventually lead to employment. We call them transferable job skills. Our workforce development program is focused on empowerment and self-directed futures. I think we support about 1,000 hours of employment a week for people that were chronically unemployed, that spent decades unemployed. And we all know, like I just said, the outcome of creating employment for people that are chronically unemployed. Even just, you know, thinking about the buying power and then investing back into our communities. And our community access program is focused on just that, accessing our community in intentional ways. When you think about this idea of reputational equity and helping other people achieve reputational equity as well, that's something that is a huge asset that people that have it don't realize how important it is. And when I talk about that, it's your resume, right? It's different groups you're involved in. It's being able to be here and network and meet people. We just jump in our car and we drive here, right? A lot of people don't have access to building their reputational equity in that way. I know individuals with disabilities, but there's so many others as well. To be able to access your community and build relationships and volunteer and attend events and get that one relationship that's going to turn into an employment opportunity. So that's a really important way you can help someone else find their purpose and building their reputational equity. So for business, when you think about your purpose and using your purpose in including other people, there's so many benefits to it. I know I talk about a lot the fact that it's not just charity. It's the smart, right, good business thing to do. When we think about the unemployment rate and the untapped talent pool, we've got to start thinking differently about how we recruit and onboard talent. But when you do that, for us, we know that the loyalty and the retention rates for people with developmental disabilities is astronomically higher. We know that a company that champions the cause of hiring inclusively, problem solving is, in executing business strategy, is significantly higher. I think the ROI is 1 to 12. For every dollar you invest in helping get somebody to work and being inclusive in your company, you get a $12 return minimum. Data shows that companies that champion disability, inclusion, and employment far increases profit and shareholder return than companies that don't champion the cause of being inclusive. They're almost twice as likely to be leaders in innovation in their industry. This is a study that was done on 180 companies. They're reported to make decisions faster, have better outcomes, and outperformed individual decision-making about 80% of the time. They also performed better financially. So workplace diversity shouldn't just be a fad, because it has direct company benefits that outperform their competitors and achieve better profits. And you're unleashing the power of your employees. There's so many benefits to making sure that you are thinking inclusively and how you include others in the workplace. So I just want to give some practical tools on next steps and some of the things that you can do at your company to really think about helping other people find their purpose on your team. Familiarize yourself with ADA and how that defines disability. I think a lot of time ADA is like this scary thing that people think is, they think ADA and they think liability. But really familiarize yourself with that, and it's much more simple than it appears. Like I said, when the #1 issue across all industries is talent acquisition and retention, we have to start thinking differently about how we include other people and how we recruit, access, onboard talent. We are missing huge talent pools of people due to fear of the unknown and negative stigmas. Everyone deserves equal opportunity and access to their workplace. Disability is not always woven into the fabric of the D&I conversation. In your own company, start asking those questions. Encourage your employers to make inclusion and D&I an important part of the hiring initiatives. Get comfortable and familiar with this idea of universal design. I don't know who's familiar with universal design here, but it's this idea of being inclusive and hiring people that you wouldn't normally think about, or including somebody you wouldn't normally think about including. It benefits everyone. So think about the doors that open automatically. We all benefit from that, right? You're holding something heavy and you're trying to walk through the door and thank God it's an automatic door, right? Well, that automatic door exists because somebody hired somebody that was in a wheelchair and needed that person to be able to get in and out of the building in an accessible way. So now we all benefit from an automatic door. Think about texting. My gosh, thank God for texting. I hate answering the phone. We text because somebody that was hard of hearing text messaging was developed because somebody was hard of hearing. So when we think about this idea of universal design, that something that appears as a problem or challenging actually has untapped potential to make the world a better place. Look at other models of companies that are doing this well. Microsoft, Meijer, CVS, Amazon, us, and learn from them. Communicate these things with your employers, with your supervisors, and places in the community to break up negative stigmas. Measure your progress. Find ways to celebrate differences, purchase our products, and talk to your neighbors and friends about negative stigmas and stereotypes. And then, of course, be intentional about including someone in your circle who is different. And my biggest challenge is when you have the opportunity to pick someone, choose the least likely to succeed. Please, it'll change your life. So this is my last slide. I want to tell you about my friend John Simmons, and it kind of circles back to this idea of choosing somebody that nobody else would have chosen. So John Simmons has been my friend since he was about 8. He was another one of my sister's friends, and he would come over and hang out at our house. John's father died when he was 18. And we lost touch shortly after this. Years and years later, about 4 years after we founded Dutton Farm, John found my number somehow. He must have Googled Dutton Farm and called me. And somebody came out and said, hey, you have a phone call at the office, John Simmons. Well, it turns out his mother had died. He was alone in her trailer when she went into cardiac arrest. And John called the hospital, rode in the ambulance, and she was pronounced dead on arrival at the hospital. And John didn't know what to do. He doesn't necessarily look the part of an individual with autism. And he just kind of wandered out of the hospital and walked home. And he stayed in his mom's trailer for days until he found my number. I hadn't talked to him in years, and I was the one that he decided to call. So I immediately drove over to John's trailer. It was completely filthy and full of garbage. And this was a man and he was probably 100 pounds heavier than that, that could have been so easily judged and dismissed. He was in his mid-30s, had never had a job, never gone to college, and lived in, a really run-down trailer with no real friends. He is never somebody that most 99.9% of people is like, that's an employee that I need. That's somebody that I need as a part of my team, right? The least likely to succeed. John is one of my best employees. He was actually voted, not by me, I'm not like pumping him up, by all of his team members as Employee of the Month last month. He has plenty of friends, he is honest, and he is kind, and he is loyal. And he always shows up on time for work with the greatest attitude. You wanna know who's gonna get it done? This man is never late. His drawer is never off. He's one of our sales associates. He works his butt off, and he's always there for me when I need him. If I call him late at night, early in the morning, he answers the phone, and he's like, what do you need? He's there for me. So the thing to remember is we've all been John Simmons in one way or another, and somebody was there to give us a hand, to give us a place, to tell us that we mattered, and to take a shot on us, and to give us an opportunity to unleash our potential, unleash our purpose. So as you think about your purpose over this next day and a half, remember to look out for the John Simmons in your life and to take a chance on that person, not in a charitable way, but like legitimately believe in them, trust them, have their back, and give them the opportunity to find their purpose. Thank you.
Jenny Brown, everybody. Most of us as speakers are extroverts, right? That's a given. We love speaking and outgoing, but to have a self-proclaimed introvert...
The biggest introvert in the room, I guarantee you.
Yeah, to do what you're doing just says a lot about you, that basically your mission and your purpose is much bigger than yourself. You're living your purpose. You're living beyond that. Thank you so much. The first time I met our next speaker was actually at the first Purpose Summit in 2019. And I was standing at a cocktail table during one of the breaks of our first Purpose Summit and talking to this gentleman in a suit who was really asking more questions of me than I was of him. But at one point I turned it back to him and said, well, tell me more about yourself. And this gentleman standing there in a suit said, well, my name is Odie Slocum. And I said, okay, well, tell me more. He says, well, I'm a brigadier general. And my first thought was, I don't get a chance to meet too many of those. He says, I've been commanding Selfridge Air Force Base, and I am ready for a transition in my life. And that, of course, sparked the conversation. That conversation led to a lunch and conversations and great conversations since. And of all the gentlemen that I've met, this gentleman is one that is not just somebody because of his accolades, being a brigadier general, retired at this point, but also because of what he brings to the table. And he's going to talk about that today in the sense of his positivity, but it's not just positivity that you can bring to your organization, it's violent positivity. And without further ado, I'd like to introduce Brigadier General, retired, Davin Salvagno.
How's everyone doing? Awesome. This is going to be great. My deal with you as we get started is I am your after lunch caffeine today, all right? So we're going to have a good time and we're going to talk about a number of things. But once again, just thank you. I have control here. There we go. So Kurt, in his introduction, kind of touched on this just a little bit, but there's a number of things I want to talk with you about today. But really, it's the top word right there that's going to be our buzzword. When we talk about purpose, I want to tie in the concept of positivity. Well, as a fighter pilot, we spend a lot of time, we talk about an 80% solution being applied immediately and violently, a lot of times is better than the perfect solution staffed over the course of months. So in other words, doing the right thing right away. But when I talk about my leadership style that I've developed through the years, it's where I throw this word right there that I added now to the top of that title, which is the word violence. One, it gets people's attention sometimes. But really, it's the idea of being fervent, to be excited, to get some energy to it. And that's what I want to spend some time talking about is this leadership style and some concepts that you can apply. And first of all, I have to ask, who's a leader in an organization? And the answer is anybody. Some of the most effective leaders I've ever met were not in a position of leadership at all. But I want to dive into that just a little bit. But to do that, I need to explain a little bit about my background, where I'm coming from. One is I was absolutely blessed for 35 years to get to wear the uniform of this country. And what a wonderful experience that is to meet some, well, thank you. Sit down in front, sit down. But absolutely wonderful men and women through the years. And there's some principles and all through this journey that I've learned that I want to share with you. And a lot of it's been some hard-learned lessons. To begin with, if you think about it, most of you can probably relate to this. My leadership style through the years has developed. It's changed. It's adapted. And really what it's adapted on is my experiences. When I see a good leader, I mimic the things they do. When I see the ones that aren't so good, I make sure I don't do those types of things. So as I learn, I observe, I like to watch people through the years, and it's changed my lifestyle, my leadership style. But once I said, I had this 35-year experience, a lot of it flying airplanes, a lot of it not flying airplanes. I got to fly the entire time, which was great. But I also had my time back in Washington, D.C. I've been involved with the safety community for a long time. I was the Inspector General. The last assignment that I had, I was actually selected for and got to spend almost 5 years as the commander here at Selfridge Air National Guard Base. And if you haven't seen what a gym that installation is and the wonderful things that go on there, you're missing. There's a lot. There's some absolutely wonderful people out there. But also, as I'm guessing, as you're sitting here listening to me tell this story, is you're probably making a little stereotype. And we just had a talk about stereotypes and how those aren't always good. And you think about military, and when it comes to leadership, I want to share some what I think are going to be unique viewpoints when it comes to that. And I'll start off by saying, in my 4.5 years out at Selfridge with almost 5,000 employees, I don't think there's one person, one time in that entire time who would summarize a discussion with me as, he gave me an order. That simply doesn't work. It's not how you work with people anymore. There's way more to it than that when it comes to our leadership style. But the other is when you see people in uniform, and I'm going to start with my first story that I'm going to share with you today, which when I first came to Selfridge, I was from out of town. It was very unique. I came in, nobody knew me, and all of a sudden, I'm the commanding general of Selfridge Air National Guard Base. I started in November. The middle of that month, I was invited to an event in town by a company CEO of a nonprofit, and I show up there, and I walk in, and they go, well, first of all, I'm dressed about like I am now. And I show up in this evening event, they go, well, who are you? I said, well, I'm Doug Slocum. They look in their list, they go, well, we don't see Doug Slocum on the list. Well, they go, who invited you? I said, well, your CEO invited me. They said, well, okay. And I got the old penciled in thing. You are at table number 46. I said, well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. And I wrote on my name tag, Doug Slocum, and I went to table number 46. And I was standing there, and the CEO sees me, and she comes up and she starts talking to me. She goes, after a little bit, she goes, well, what are you doing back here? So this is my table. Oh, no, you're at table number 1. Come up front here, we're going to get you at table number 1. So they come up, they take a place, they put me at table number 1, and I start talking to some of the folks there. These are some elected officials, muckety-mucks, other CEOs. It's an interesting group. They say, who are you? Oh, I'm Doug Slocum. Pretty soon, I'm just sitting there, and everybody turns around. They're talking to everybody else. I'm sitting there twiddling my thumbs. Nobody's talking to me. All of a sudden, the CEO gets up to start the program, and she gets up and she goes, ladies and gentlemen, we want to start, but before we do, we want to introduce the VIPs. Here at our first table right here, we have Brigadier General Doug Slocum. And just like that, I became interesting. All of a sudden, people cared about who I was and what I had to say. Not as Doug Slocum, but it was the uniform and the rank that all of a sudden impressed people. So what I'm telling you as I start off here is I have no grand visualizations about what I am, who I am, that people are people. And really how you interact, it's an interesting study in social, I want to say socialism, that's not the right word, but social studies. Yeah, stop. I know you do. I love you too. All right. But first of all, there's a couple premises I want to start with. One is from a leadership style, two things I want to understand to begin with. And Jenny, this last period, if you were in here, was just talking about this. And it's fundamental principle number one, that it's always, always, always about people. You know, I can talk about planes, I can talk about cool stuff and everything else, but success, leadership, all revolves around people. And we have to have a very people focus. When I think about all my experiences in life, it's always involving individuals, relationships. Think about it for a second. Those of you old enough to have photo albums, when you go back and look through a photo album, what pictures do you look at when you're reminiscing? It's probably not the picture of the building, the nice landscape, or anything else. It's always the picture of people. That's what leaves the imprint, and that's how we have the ability to leave imprint on others, through our relationships with people. So once again, I'm going to start off with a little bit of a story. A couple years ago, we had a wonderful opportunity to celebrate the 100th anniversary of Selkirk Air National Guard Base. We had an air show that went on with more than 235,000 people who showed up at our base. We had all sorts of chalets and everything. Well, my job, of course, what do you do when you're the commander? You work the crowd, right? You're supposed to get around, meet, talk, and everything. So as I was doing that, one of the chalets was owned by our own Macomb County government, decided to get a group, and it was a lot of our wonderful Macomb folks that were there. And I walked into that chalet, and I met this young lady. You can see I'm doing the fighter pilot thing, right? Talk with your hands, shoot your wristwatch, that type of stuff. And I got talking with Quinn, cute little girl, right? So we're sitting there talking, and at one point I said, I need to go. I need to go to the other chalets. And she goes, please don't go. Yeah, aw. But after a little bit, I said, okay, make you a deal. Quinn, I will stay with you and watch the Thunderbirds if you hold my hand. She said, deal. By the way, she's standing on a chair right there. She's really not that tall, okay? But literally, that was taken by her dad, but that was the picture of us watching the Thunderbirds together. And when I talk about the Selkirk Air Show and the cool stuff that happened and the hundreds of thousands of people, the story I told you first is the imprint that left on me the most was about a person and that relationship and this little girl named Quinn. Because we have to make that connection. We have to make that connection with people as we go forward. So I'm going to go right to my secret sauce, if you will, which is not the normally way you give a presentation, but I'm going to give you how this all works to begin with, and then I'm going to operationalize it and talk about it. And it's simply known as the Pygmalion effect. The simple explanation is, if I tell you that you're good, you're going to eventually think that you're good, you're going to act like you're good, and eventually you're going to get better. The same thing is the opposite of that is called the Gollum effect, where if you tell somebody that they're bad, they're going to eventually be bad, they're going to get demotivated, and they're not going to be as good as whatever it is. And I think we can all remember those hurtful things somebody said to us in the past. But I'm going to give you some very specific examples of how we can operationalize this Pygmalion effect, or otherwise known as the teacher expectancy effect, to a good purpose. That we can affect people and we can affect organizations simply by this positivity, or as I like to call it, the law of self-fulfilling prophecy. So we can go in, we can be positive, we can interact and make it about people, and it makes all the difference. So, what are the things we're going to talk about specifically today? And this is not all-inclusive, but here are 6 things that we're going to refer to as we talk today that you can do. Now, I told you I developed a lot of my leadership style. Well, I developed a speaking style by sitting where you are and watching people talk. So I've always developed what I do thinking of if I was sitting in the audience. And the charter I would normally make with folks is, if you're sitting out there and you walk out tomorrow and you do exactly the same as you did when you walked in here today, wouldn't we agree that this is all a grand waste of time? So my goal is to make a difference. And I want to give you some concrete things that you're going to walk away with when we get done here today. So this is the deal we're going to make as we walk through. But here are these action words, these action things I'm going to talk with you about as we go. To begin with, this is the first one, and it's very, very simple. The value of names. Learn names. Call people by names. You know, I can actually talk to somebody. Sir, what's your first name? Right there. Yeah. John. Yeah, have you all had a chance to meet John? You should meet John. But you know, by the fact that I'm sitting here and I'm talking to John and I'm saying John's name over and over again, I'm actually physiologically affecting him. Did you know that? If I could put biometric sensors on him right now, he's actually having an effect because I've called him by name and we're having this conversation. All right? But thank you, John. Now, when it's all done, everybody come up. I want you to meet John, okay? But by the way, John, Skittles or M&Ms? What do you like? M&Ms. Oop, not a very good throw. Get those to John for me. All right? Scooby Snacks. There you go, buddy. Thanks. But learn the value of names. Some people tell me, I'm sorry, I'm just not good with names. Here's my input. Suck it up, Buttercup. Learn them. It might be tough, but you got to do it. Because you can, no kidding, that's the first step in connecting with people. You know, I was involved with a Southern Baptist church for a long time, and it really was a pet peeve of mine when people would come up and call me brother. It simply was the fact that that was a platitude, and they didn't want to take the time to learn my name. All right? It's like I have a name. I have multiple names. You can call me my nickname. I don't care, but all of them. But connect with names. Learn names. That's the important step number one as we're going through. Number two, we're going to talk about teamwork, or as I like to call it, wingmanship. And the basis of this word is real simple. All right? So you've got a picture of an airplane up here. If I'm flying in my F-16, there are two places I can't see. I can't see directly below my airplane because there's metal there, and I can't see directly behind me because I can't twist around that far to see directly behind. Guess where the threats, if they're going to shoot me down, come from? Beneath me or behind me, normally. So when we go into a combat situation, we have our wingman. And a wingman flies 1 to 2 miles next to my airplane because you know my wingman, or as my daughter would make me call her, the wing girl, flies 1 to 2 miles because they can see underneath my airplane, they can see behind my airplane where I can't physically see. And my job is to look under their airplane and behind their airplane where they can't see. So it's simple defensiveness. It's how we survive together in a combat environment. It's wingmanship. And we can take this even a step farther. So if we work together as a team, so if I have a bad guy that's going to come in and try and shoot us down, and I do this, and when we get further apart, if I do it right, the bad guy has to make a choice. He can turn towards my wingman, and then he turns his tail to me and makes himself vulnerable, or towards me, and he has to do this lobster eye thing that doesn't work very well, right, to try and track us both. But simply by working together as a team, he can't fight us. It doesn't work that way. All right, so we make it what we would even call in our business a lethal choice by working together effectively as a team. So those of you who are having flashbacks to the movie Top Gun, where they say, stick with me, Maverick, we're going to stick right here, right? That wasn't real. I hate to burst your bubbles. That wasn't a documentary. That's not how it works. If I'm in a combat zone, I want my wingmen to see me, but get as far away as me as you can. All right, because we want to be able to have that good mutual support together. It's the whole idea of teamwork. And oh, by the way, if you ever go Google wingman, it doesn't talk about fighter pilots at all. It all has to do with bars, and it's very disturbing. All right? But when it comes to being a wingman, here's the next concept. So if I could take you, and the best I could do, Tony, I've worked on him for years, and the best I can make him is 90% good at what he does, all right? So he's 10% flawed at whatever he does. But if I take somebody else to work with Tony and they're 90% good and they can catch 90% of the 10% of the stuff that he messes up, now two people together working effectively as a team have an error rate of only 1%. Now let's introduce a supervisor who catches 90% of the 1%, and now two people working together as a team with effective supervision, and the error rate is 1 in 1,000. We've taken a team of imperfect human beings and almost made them perfect. That's teamwork. It's how we work together to be able to get things done. If you're doing work by yourself, it's a challenge. How to work with others, how to team with others, how to partner with others is part of violent positivity. So let's take a sports analogy for a second. Let's keep running with this whole idea of teamwork. If you have let's pick a sport, football, all right? So if I have a football team, you know, they even have different physical attributes, right? Quarterbacks are normally tall, long, lanky, can throw the ball pretty good. You have running backs who are quick on their feet and they can shift their weight. You've got wide receivers. They can move pretty quick. They can catch the ball really well. And then you have linemen and they move things. All right? I don't think you would just go into any football team and say, pick a position and give it a shot. They practice, they do different things, they have different assignments. Everybody has a role on a team. And this is exactly what Jenny was just talking about a little bit when it comes to diversity, is it takes differing talents, different types of people on a team to make an effective team. So let's keep running with this analogy. So we're gonna run a play. We get the football team out there, blue 42, it's in the playbook if you look it up. Blue 42, hut! Offense, everybody knows what they're supposed to do. They have assignments, they have blocking assignments, they have routes they're running. Quarterback has it perfectly timed. He backs up, he delivers this perfect spiral pass exactly where it's supposed to be. It's a work of art. But the wide receiver decides, I'm supposed to do a post route to the left, but I'm gonna do it to the right. What happens to that play? And the result is, it's either an incomplete pass or even worse, an interception. And if you do that enough, you lose the game, right? And I bring that up because how many people does it take on our team not syncing with the rest of the team to make us lose the game and affect the score? One person. So this one person on the team who then comes back to the huddle after that, we ask them what's wrong, right? They probably have bad feelings, they're hurt, they need a hug. I don't know what kind of football team you've ever been on, but not any of mine. They're gonna grab you via the face mask and it's gonna come right here and they go, why did you do what you did? And you can have one or two answers. One is, I screwed up, my bad, give me another shot, I'll never do it again. Okay, we might give you another shot. What if they come back in the circle and they say, you know what, I don't like that play. I think the coach has screwed up. It should be that I go to the right. You call that play again and I'm gonna do the same thing again. What are you gonna do in your organization? Get on the bench. We don't want you on the team. But what I'm saying when it comes to the performance of the team and how we perform together and our objectives, there's a time and a place that we have to be able to get people on board with the playbook of the organization. If they want to try again, we're going to give them that opportunity. Learn again, we'll give them that opportunity. Make the same mistake twice, you're out. And that's part of how we work together effectively as a team. So partnerships, let's go into the next segment here. I just love this because we're talking a little bit about diversity, right? It takes different kinds of people to make a team get together well. You know, we were talking quarterbacks, whatever, you can name it, because on the team, whether it's in the organization, we have different backgrounds, we have different perspectives, we have differences in people, all sorts of differences, and we can name those differences in so many different ways, all right? So who makes up our team? Now, I know I just switched analogies on you, and you have to pop your clutch, because now I got a baseball picture up there. But who makes up our team? What is the diversity? We could name differences in people in so many ways, but let's go with a non-controversial one for a minute, and one of my favorite, which is age groups. I used to run conferences, and I would have 1,200 people in a conference. For one of them, I decided, you know what? These are all senior leaders of the military. I don't think there was a person in that room under the age of 45. So I said, you know what I want you to do is get the newest, youngest person of every organization. We had 90 of them around the country. Bring them, put them in the front row, and I want to hear their perspective on all the stuff that we're talking about. So we set all these young folks in the front. We got done with our conference, and I put them into a little focus group, and we got talking. I said, what do you think? And they talked about social media and communication. I said, well, okay, well, we'll do more on Facebook. And just like my daughter, I got the pfft. I said, what? They said, Facebook is for grandparents. Okay, what do you want? I said, well, asking them, said, what is it you want then? And they held up the little smartphone at the time and said, give me an app. Said, okay, well, what do you want the app to do? And they explained it to me. I said, you know what? I don't know squat about an app, but I know how to get the right people together on my team to make that happen. And we designed an app that included one of the coolest things I'd ever seen, which was for suicide prevention. It geolocated where you are, and if you hit the Help Me Now button, it gave you the nearest person to you, director of psychological health or care provider, that could help you out in the Ask Care Escort suicide prevention model. One press, you were in contact with them. Cool. Yeah. But I didn't come up with the idea. People a lot smarter than me came up with that idea. You know, when I drive in my car, I've got XM radio, I love it. I hit the 70s music station button when I'm driving by myself. My wife and daughter get in the car, my wife hits either the 80s or the 90s, okay? She's a little younger than me. My daughter gets in the car, she puts on her earbuds and ignores us both, but that's another story. So let's go back to this age thing, and if you don't know what group you're in, I'm gonna give you a quiz and we're gonna find out, all right? So, without any hand, right now, just show of hands, don't yell it out. How many know what that is? How many played it? Good, all right. Quiz number 2, who is this? Once again, don't yell it out, just your hands up if you know who this is. Quite a few hands, that's pretty cool. All right, now here's a tough one. This is verbal and participation this time. I'm gonna put up a picture of, let's call him a person. Tell me what this person always says. Oh no, Mr. Bill! Right? This is before, who killed a Kinney and all that type of stuff. This is back to the old Saturday Night Live. This guy's made of clay, and they did terrible things to him on every episode, which always ended with, oh no, Mr. Bill! Now, anybody not laughing, talk to the old person next to you, all right? Because they will tell you what generation you're in. But it's cool to have the different perspectives, to be able to understand our differences. And we can take that to any way you want to separate people here, to understand diversity helps an organization be stronger. All right, sometimes it's simply about perspective. I'll show this picture up here right now, and I'd ask you what that is, and some of you probably never had the opportunity to see things like that. That's a satellite view of Michigan. Now, as a pilot, this drives me nuts because we're used to having things north up. Anybody ever draws a map that's not north up, I just tilt. Okay, so that looks a little bit more like Michigan, but once again, it's all about perspective. So what is the perspective here for most people in Michigan? Looks about like this, right? A little more on the practical level, all right? So, next thing we're moving on to when it comes to operationalizing violent positivity is integrity. Somebody earlier made the comment about everybody in the room has integrity, right? And I thought to myself, oh, they're not gonna like my presentation. Okay, so here's it is. In your brain, you have this idea of what you know to be right or wrong. It's your character. It's what you've studied to know the laws, the things you know are right or wrong. This is your character in your brain. Then you have the things that you do on a day-to-day basis. The integrity is the cable that connects your character to your conduct. Everybody follow that? So what you know right or wrong, do you do what your brain knows to be right or wrong? So I'd ask you, are you a person of character? Let's take this a step further now. Are you? How many of you drive greater than 55 in a 55 zone? Let's put our hands up. We clearly have an integrity problem, right? Because you know in your brain that's the right thing to do. As a matter of fact, if you drive down the road and you see a cop, what's your right foot do most of the time? Comes off the gas, then you look down to see if you were still speeding or not. You don't even know. Okay? But I actually am trying to bring up an important point, because all of you think you're people of integrity, but people act a certain way based on the accepted behaviors of those around them. Why do you drive greater than 55 in a 55 zone? Come up with whatever reason you want to. Everybody else is doing it. If you're on 696, it's because you'll get rear-ended at 100 or something like that. Okay? But why do you drive 55 in a 55 zone? So there's 3 things I'm looking for. Why would you drive 55 in a 55 zone? There are rewards. It's the law, but you knew it was the law when you were speeding. What's going to drive you down to 55? Police officer. Very well done, sir. Experience. I am not good at throwing in the dark. What's the other? An accident. So that's sort of your experience. You've had an accident before, okay? Traffic doesn't count. That makes you physically slow down, not mentally doing it on your own. Okay? There's one other. It's a little bit tougher. Well, it could be another. I'll give you Skittles. Why not? But really, it's one of 3 things that change your behavior when it comes to integrity. Observation, the cop's watching you, or whoever is watching you do something. Carrots and sticks. Rewards and punishment. All right? If you get a ticket, or you just got a ticket, you're probably not going to drive greater than 55. What if I could put a GPS tracker on your car, and if you never went over 55 for a week, I'm going to give you an extra $100 in your paycheck? Carrot. Okay, you might do it. But it's important to understand what drives human behaviors, okay? Observation, carrots, and sticks. We have to know that as part of what drives what we do when it comes to integrity. This is the wordiest slide I put up there, and I promise I'm not going to read it all to you, other than to foot stomp the bottom line. When it comes to integrity, it's who you are when nobody's watching you. Nobody's there to observe. Your kids aren't in the back telling you you're speeding, whatever it happens to be. You're on your own. How do you act? Which drives really great into my next point. We're going to talk a little bit about traffic and driving, okay? I'll come back to that. Let's jump to our words have amazing power, and I've got some great stories. So this is going to relate back to what we began with, all right? That what comes out of our mouths matter. Remember I said back to the Pygmalion effect, that what we say is going to change your behavior, it's going to change your attitude, and eventually it's going to make you better if you use the words properly. So let me give you a story. Story number one. You remember when Facebook first came out? You know, they were talking about being on leading edge of IT. Kim, I think you were talking about that. That has never been me, okay? I'm on the lagging edge of technology. So when this first came out, I was one of the last people, I think, to ever get a Facebook account. But when I did, I was kind of hesitant. I signed up for a Facebook account. Here it is. The first message I ever got on Facebook said, "Hello, my name is Tyler. You dated my mother when I was 4 years old." That's it. Ah! Oh my gosh. Wait, he was already 4. Think about that, you'll laugh later. But the whole idea was he had contacted me on Facebook, and eventually we ended up talking, and I remembered Tyler. Tyler was a 4-year-old kid, a girl that went to church with. We really didn't date, but we hung out. But Tyler was such a cool kid. He had a gruff little voice and a bald head. I used to rub him on the head. You know, always talk like this. But I would talk with him and developed a relationship. He was talking to me 14 years later. He had just turned 18 years old, and he had just joined the Air Force. I said, "Why are you calling me to tell me that?" He said, "Because I'm joining because of you." So what are you talking? He goes, "When I was 4 years old, you would come into my house wearing a flight suit, and you had books about airplanes, and you talked to me about airplanes, and that was so cool. As a matter of fact, you gave me a book called The World Encyclopedia of Military Aircraft." Boring book, right? He goes, "It's on my desk in front of me right now." He goes, "But I'm joining the Air Force because of you." Who would think that what you say to a 4-year-old is going to have those kind of impactful words that are going to change life decisions later on? Words matter. They are so powerful, all right? And of course, there's a picture of Tyler, and that's his wife, Caitlin. If you ever watch Big Bang Theory, yeah, they're kind of like that couple, you know. How'd that nerd get her? I don't know. Wonderful. He married up. He did great. But Tyler went on to have a wonderful career and has moved on. But words matter. Second story. Sorry for a chart, but I just want to show this. Is one of the jobs I had for a while in the Air National Guard was I was the director of safety. So this is safety. My organization in the red, the whole United States Air Force on the other line. Back in the 1970s, we were twice as unsafe. All right? We crashed twice as many airplanes and arguably killed twice as many people. As you see through time, we eventually got to parity in the early 1990s, but since that time, and these are trend lines, by the way, but since then, we're now about twice as good as the active duty Air Force. Something happened. What changed in our organization? What culturally happened to make these lines go this way? So I decided to dig into that. I'm always curious, my intellectual curiosity. And I found out there was an individual who had started doing a lot of what I was doing at the time, which was teaching organizational culture, behavior, leadership, accountability, all these types of things in the organization. But it made a huge impact. In fact, the United States Marine Corps was using it still to that day, which is about 30 years from the time that he started doing all this. It's amazing. It had a huge impact. So I decided I want to get in touch with this guy, and I had a hard time finding him. In today's day and age, you can Google most people and find them like that. Not so with Richard. I had to go out, find him, and everything else, but I eventually found Dickie Groban, now retired, and by the time I figured out his phone number, talked to him on the phone, when I talked to him, it was pretty clear why he wasn't speaking anymore. He didn't sound good. But I took some time and explained to him what I was looking at, why I was looking at it, and I said, "Do you understand that what you did made a huge impact in this organization that has lasted and has permeated and made us better, more efficient, more combat capable, and you've saved lives?" He'd never gotten that feedback before. And at one point I said, "You know, next time I'm down in Tucson, Arizona, I want to go out to a cup of coffee and let's talk." And he goes, "Well, you better hurry." I said, "Why is that?" He goes, "I'm dying." He had a disease and he was passing away. At the time, I wasn't allowed to travel and everything else. So I decided to be benevolent at that point and tell him, thank you so much for the impact you've had on our organization. We ended that conversation, and it was about 2 months later that I got a phone call, and the phone call was from his son. He said, my dad passed away. I said, I'm sorry to hear that. My condolences. But I want you to know that all he could talk about from the time you talked to him on the phone until the time he passed away was your feedback. He had no idea that his life had made a difference. Nobody had ever told him. He didn't have a clue. But then it was the coolest thing in the world because over the phone, they said, would you do me a favor? So what's that? Would you please come to Tucson, Arizona and deliver his eulogy? So I delivered a eulogy for a man who I had never even met, that I talked to on the phone once. Words are powerful. What words come out of your mouth? What things do you say? Do they build people up? Do they tear people down? You have amazing power as a human being. I'm sorry, there's a picture of the funeral. So back to words, all right? It's kind of a little heavy duty. Let's lighten it back up. Swimming. I love to swim. You would never know that by this pear-shaped body that I've developed over the years, okay? But I like to swim, and this is in Prince Frederick, Maryland, the Aquatic Center. And I used to go there and like to swim my laps, do the thing, listen to the underwater MP3 player. That is so cool, by the way. Listen to music while you swim. I got done with my workout. I went into the locker room to change. Something happened in the locker room. As I'm changing, a man I didn't know walked up to me and talked to me. Now, and I don't know if you know this, but that is against the code. All right? One dude who doesn't know another dude is not allowed to come up in a locker room while you're changing clothes. That's just weird. All right? But once I got over that, he actually walked up to me and said, dude, you're a heck of a swimmer. And I thought again, that's a weird thing to say to another guy. That's like talking about their shoes. Who does that? All right? So I quickly got dressed and got out of there because I just felt uncomfortable. All right? So I ran out at that point. But it was about a month later when I was looking at my schedule, and I realized that I had been going swimming about twice as often as I normally do. Why? Because somebody gave me positive feedback. I thought I was a fat whale. He thought I was a decent swimmer. We met in the mid-ground, and somewhere I thought I could actually get better at swimming. So I did it more. Somebody gave me an input that affected my behavior that I wouldn't have thought in a million years actually changed me. And it was a stranger. Giving somebody feedback can have an amazing power as an individual. All right, so the other is when we talk about words that we use. We're still talking about the power of words out of our mouth. Most of you probably know this, but have never heard the name of it. Morabian's ratio tells us this, that very little of our communication is actually the word that come out of our mouth. The rest of it is our tone of voice and our body language, all right? Real simple. Anybody in a relationship in the room, you walk into your house and you say to your significant other, how was your day? Fine. Does anybody think that means it's good? The word says fine, but the other doesn't. And if you're only listening to the words, I'd ask you how your divorce went, all right? Because we have to understand there's so much more to communication than the words that come out of our mouth. We have other ways that we communicate, the tone of voice. Think about when you talk to your pets. You can tell them anything. If you tell them in the right tone of voice while you're rubbing their tummy, you're probably going to be a hero. The same thing's true for us as human beings. How do we talk? The entire time that I was at Selfridge, once again, I would tell you, I don't think there's anybody there who would ever tell them, I raised my voice. Commander, you just don't do that. In fact, if I wanted to be more impactful, I lowered my voice. I made people pay attention a little bit more. Okay? How we talk, how we have our body language, the things that we do when we're talking to people matter. So when we're communicating, words, tone of voice, body language, how do we do most of our communication nowadays? Somebody was saying text messaging, that type of stuff, or social media, right? Oh, we've got a problem. How do we communicate now? Well, we don't communicate very well. Anybody ever send an email and somebody misunderstood what you were saying? And then somebody got mad and hit the reply to all button, and next thing you know, everybody's being called into HR, right? Because we got a problem in the organization. But how we talk today has really devolved our ability to violently positive and encourage one another. What keyboard courage we have, right? Everybody's a bully online. Somebody bad-mouthing you on Facebook and you find out they're an 89-year-old grandmother or something like that because they have all this amazing muscle when they're hiding behind that keyboard. The same thing's true with us in our cars, right? You can flip somebody off or whatever, yell at them, cut them off, whatever, get out of your car, and then shake hands like you're the brother at church. because now you have to deal with them face to face. We deal with each other differently. So the more we deal with social media, the more that it takes away our ability to communicate and relate to one another, which is going to decrease our ability to be positive and to get that message across. So when we look at that interpersonal communication, there's a lot of things that we can do, ways that we can communicate that are going to improve things for us. Okay? So I'm going to give you some very concrete things you can do when you're communicating. Before I do that, my thought I wanted to share with you is, back to the military side of things. If you ever study history, from World War I, World War II, all the way up through every conflict we've ever had, when we're fighting an enemy, we're going to war with somebody, what do we do with the other side? Have you ever thought about that? We give them names, right? We start calling them some bad, derogatory name collectively as a group of people, and the reason we do that is so that we don't feel connected to them. We do that on purpose so that we can do bad things and we can shoot them and not feel bad about doing that. So we have this ability to dehumanize others. So here's my challenge. Let's rehumanize. Let's get back to connecting to one another through some of these tools that I'm sharing and some other things that we can do as we go forward. So when you're talking to somebody, there's great ways to connect with them right off the bat, okay? Completely non-controversial ways. Now, the first one, if you all have not had a chance to meet our local Congresswoman, Lisa McLean. Now, if you ever tell her that I took a screen capture of a video, because they never turn out great, right? She was walking down the halls of Congress. I literally took a screen capture and put this up here for you to see. But it wasn't to see the picture of Lisa. What's off to Lisa's right? I would like to introduce you to Peanut. That's her dog. Her dog travels with her to Washington and D.C. and back, and her dog stays in her office, and her dog goes with her to vote. So if you had an issue with Lisa and you wanted to pick it up, and you walk up to her in the hall, are you going to yell at her? No, you're probably going to go, yep, oh, you did it, boy. Pets are completely non-controversial. What a great way to break into a conversation. Very few people get upset about a pet. I'm going to say that, and you're going to ask somebody about their pet, and they're going to tell you how it died and start crying. That's your problem, all right? But pets are usually a great way to break the ice. Another one is children, okay? That's my daughter, not my granddaughter, my daughter. But it's the same thing. I used to carry pictures around simply to relate to people. Because if you could make that connection, I'm no longer Doug Slocum. I'm no longer that big guy in a flight suit or anything else. I'm Kira's daddy, or I'm Boo Boo's daddy, whatever you talk about my cat. But there's ways to relate to people. These are just tools to use. Be ready to talk about pets or animals. What a great way to start a conversation with somebody. I used to carry this picture around with me all the time. And the reason I did is if I ever met children, as part of my duty, which I did a lot, I would bring this picture out, because sometimes they don't know who I am, and I'd go down and go, look at this. Yeah. What do you see in this picture? It's our Christmas tree, and we haven't put any ornaments on it yet. Do you see anything in that? Do you see anything in that? And then I could actually, if the picture's good enough, put it right there. I don't know if you can see that. That's my cat, okay? He's my Christmas ornament. He's just hanging out in the top of the tree. But I love to show that picture because they go, oh, kitty, and they start talking, and suddenly I'm no longer General Slocum, I'm Boo Boo's daddy. And they can relate to me a whole lot better, and all of a sudden we've made a connection. So there's ways to do that with people that really make a whole lot of sense, okay? So, moving on, the value of failure. I know this is going to be a weird thing, but if you want to be successful in an organization, you want to be violently positive, you need to recognize, celebrate, revel in, and understand that failure is absolutely awesome. Examples. Most of you probably have heard these before, right? Whether it's inventing the light bulb, whether it's getting kicked out of acting school, whether it's 9,000 shots you've missed, what's the number there? 300 lost games, and 26 times he was tossed the basketball with seconds left to go to take the winning shot, and he missed. And yet, arguably, we call him the greatest basketball player in history. But clearly, he's a failure, right? Or the number of times you submitted your manuscript with it getting turned down, but persistently kept doing it to be one of the most successful authors in history. All of these are tales of failure that ultimately lead to success. So, back to a personal story. Like I said, I was blessed to be able to fly for all my years that I was in the Air Force. When I came to Selfridge, I'm the commanding general. First time I've ever flown A-10s. I've always been F-4s, F-16s, never looked at an A-10, flown it. They sent me to a school that was 2 weeks long to include 5 flights. So literally they were giving me kind of, here's some information for you, just enough to be safe. Look, you can take off and land, now get the heck out the door and go home. So as I'm back at Selfridge, just struggling, learning to fly this airplane at all, One of the first times I came back to land, we normally land north to south, but this time we were landing south to north. Well, to do that means you fly over Lake St. Clair. It means you fly over the Clinton River. It means you fly over Macrae Harbor. You know what they have there? Cool boats, lots of stuff going on, and there is so much to look at. My little head was on a swivel, and I'm looking around at all this cool stuff and everything else. I overspeed the gear, finally get the flaps down, fly a crappy pattern, and I come into land, and right about the time I'm going to touch down, all of a sudden I have a thought of something absolutely horrific that hits me. And then my plane touches down, and I go, oh. I key the microphone on the tower frequency, and I say, I know. After this happened, what happened? I was coming into land. Now, I sent the Coast Guard up to take a picture of this. So all the gibberish in there is their infrared system where their camera is and all. But if you know runway markings, the little white stripes about 2/3 of the way up that picture there is the end of the runway, and the rest of that is the overrun. So if I was to put this little circle up there, you see all the rubber up there? That's where everybody touches down. That's where I touch down. Right smack dab in the middle of the overrun, which is not part of the runway, are my rubber tire marks where I landed short of the runway. I'm the commander of the base. So I had them go up and take this picture because I showed this to my organization to go, people make mistakes. I make mistakes. Look how bad I screwed up. I'm not going to get you in trouble for doing the same thing. Now, if I ever go out there and there's a second set of rubber tire prints right there and I did the same thing again, would have a whole other conversation. The failure's okay. Letting people know that you're fallible is okay. You have to be human. You have to be somebody that's real to them. Part of violent positivity. So part of these big conferences I used to host, Air National Guard, we had up to 1,200 people in the room at one time. This one we had about 500 people there, and I hired a professional juggler to come into the room. And the whole idea was, if you want to learn to juggle, and the guy got up and said, first time you want to, do this. And he go, blah, 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 here, tossed him, and the guy tried it, and they fell on the ground. And the guy goes, that's awesome, wonderful. Everybody's going, what is he getting so excited about? He was willing to try. He goes, but now, come over. And he slowly said, now, let me take it step by step. And he walked him through it, talked him through, mentored through, and within about 3 minutes, he taught somebody to juggle. And then we took the entire room of people and had them juggle. You should have seen all the little sandbag balls flying over that room. It was absolutely hilarious. But the point is that to learn to do something, you have to start. You have to be willing to learn. You have to innovate. You have to be willing to fail. So if you're a part of an organization that's going to be successful in the future, the only way you're going to get there is by following a path of failure to get there. Okay? Failure is the key to success. If they're not failing, they're not trying, means you're not innovating, you're not incentivizing. You want to make sure that you're letting your people, what was the previous speaker, put up that balloon at their office that they're doing something new and different, and celebrate that with them. So, as I wrap this up, there's a couple ways I want you to think about this. First of all, from a position of violent positivity, I want you to think of yourself as a lighthouse of leadership. If you think about it, a lighthouse shines lights in all directions, and it shines lights most all the time. Okay? Lighthouses show boats where to go so that they're not going to get into wrecks. They're able to get where they need to go safely by shining that light. Never once have I seen a ship come up to a lighthouse and say, thank you so much for saving me. Doesn't happen. And as you as leaders, is it always going to work? They can still make choices and go the wrong way, but your job is simply to shine. Keep shining that light of leadership and a violent positivity, and you are going to make a difference in an organization. It's that simple. You bet. The next one is this. This is an F-35 fighter. This is one of the newest ones rolling off the production line. $100 million of high-tech, interesting, networking type of capability war machine that we have out there right now. Do you know what changes its flight path in flight? Itty-bitty tabs on the end of those wings and those flight control surfaces. Just little things change the direction that that airplane's going. Not huge things that make it move. Little pieces and parts, small movements, nudges in the right direction are going to change the vector of that aircraft and absolutely where it goes, what it does, and how successful it is. You're a control tab. You are a flight control surface within your organization, and small things you do can affect the organization as a whole. It's amazing the power that somebody can have by practicing violent positivity. Here's a problem. We're in a pandemic, right? Well, you know what's contagious? Positivity. Let's have a positivity pandemic, all right? Don't need a mask, all right? You can go out and you can share this stuff and you can make a difference in your organization. It's that simple. Now, like any military presentation, here are the things that I talked about right here. This is not an all-inclusive list, but here are 6 things that you can focus on to make a difference in your organization, to help people find their purpose, to help your organization meet its goals, its objectives, and its purpose for existing. It's violent positivity, folks. I'm Doug Slocum. Thank you so much for the opportunity to talk with you today. Have a great rest of your conference so much.
Another hand for
I think that's it.
General Doug Slocum. Good job.
Hey everyone, I'm a big, huge believer that, especially in sales today, it's how well we connect and how well we relate to our clients and our prospects. I'm a huge believer in a post-trust and soon in a post-virus business world. Authenticity is the trust builder. Our mantra here at Selling from the Heart is quite simple. We're leading a revolution of authenticity, integrity, and substance in the sales profession. I'm a huge believer that your clients, your prospects, people out in your marketplace, they will follow and connect and do business with a sales professional who sells from the heart as opposed to one who has an empty suit. Stop and think about that one for a moment. I was watching the Craig Rochelle Leadership Podcast this morning, and he said something that was profound, and I wanted to share it with you. So bear with me because I have it I have it on here in some notes. He goes on to say this: authenticity connects hearts. When you connect with hearts, you communicate the truth. Authenticity connects hearts. When you connect with hearts, you communicate the truth. Let's all stop and think about that for a moment. How are you communicating? What are you communicating?
It's interesting.
Are you inspiring people into action
with their own,
with your words?
through their own
I'm a
lens of
huge
experience.
believer words matter and message matters. Let's all stop and think about that today as you're communicating with your clients, with your prospects, even out in the marketplace. In a world that lacks trust, those that bring authenticity to the forefront and capture the hearts, and let me add into this, the minds of their clients and prospects, will win.
Yeah.
Remember, sincerity, substance, and heart will set everybody apart.
All right, all right, all right. How's day 2 been treating you? Woo! All right, well, if you are outside in the tents, I know it is absolutely beautiful outside, but I would implore you to make your way back into the theater because our next guest has something very, very special in store for all those in attendance in the theater. So if you're outside, please wait your way back in. A couple of shout outs before I introduce our next speaker. First of all, can we once again give all of our lunch sponsors and all those that served so well at the restaurants here downtown another round of applause? And then some other sponsors that I just want to recognize very quickly is, we have the pleasure of being able to have receptions throughout this week. And so we've had Go Beyond who came in all the way, actually they came in from both sides of the country, West and East Coast flew in. And if you haven't visited Go Beyond, please do that. They sponsored tonight's reception. And then also Jim DeFalco and his organization at Farm Bureau. They've done a great job of partnering with us. So again, thank you so much to all of our lunch sponsors, our reception sponsors, our breakout sponsors for making the Purpose Summit possible. I want to share a quick story. I had the opportunity to come across our next guest, Scott Jeffrey Miller. Guess where? LinkedIn, that's exactly right. So there's this guy with these amazing glasses that are just captivating. I wish I got to be one of those people that orders glasses without lenses in them so I look cool. But they were amazing, and I'm listening to his content, I'm watching this, and then I got hooked on the On Leadership podcast, which is the #1 leadership podcast out there, which he hosts. And then I started reading these books. I'm like, man, this guy is not only smart, he's funny. I mean, it was like stand-up comedy and leadership smashed together. And so we connected on LinkedIn, and I just said, hey, Scott, would love to talk to you about being on our live cast. He said, sure, just let me know when. And he was on our live cast not once, but twice. And then, we invited him to come speak at the Purpose Summit. Initially, Scott was going to be a virtual speaker like you saw from Zach Mercurio yesterday. And I'm talking to Scott just a few weeks ago, and we're talking about what's going to be happening down here, right? Downtown, streets closed, 200-year-old city, tents, all this stuff, 100-year-old theater. And, he's in the middle of not his first, not his second, but his third book launch. And it launched yesterday. And he says, why am I not coming into town for this? I said, I don't know. Why are you not coming into town for this? And he says, okay, time out, change your plans. I would like to do this talk in person. And I'm going to do my book launch, get on a plane, be there, and we're going to do this real deal style, right? So I want to let you know that all the way from Utah, our next guest, the former Chief Marketing Officer and Executive Vice President of Franklin Covey, the 3-time best-selling author of Management Mess, Leadership Success, Everyone Deserves a Great Manager, and his new book, Marketing Mess to Brand Success. Please welcome to the stage, Scott Jeffrey Miller.
Thank you. All the way from Utah. Thank you, brother. Thanks for your friendship. You think they don't know, but they do. Everybody knows your messes. They're not a secret, are they? Your funders, your partners, your banker, your mother-in-law, they all know your messes. People who work with you, those who work for you, the people back at home right now or in the office are talking about your messes while you're here at the conference. Everybody knows your messes. So like our previous speaker talked about, right, is just own your mess. Because what's interesting is where I go all around the world to speak, everyone's saying the same thing. Every speaker is saying the same thing through their own different lens experience because principles govern human behavior. We don't create principles. We actually align ourselves with them or crash ourselves against them. I am the 25-year associate of the Franklin Covey Company. You probably have read our founder's book, Dr. Stephen R. Covey, The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. We've become now the world's largest leadership development firm, 25 years, 10 of which I was the chief marketing officer. As Davin mentioned, I'm privileged to host what is the world's largest now weekly leadership podcast called On Leadership with Scott Miller. And after 25 years in the leadership industry, I decided to step away from the C-suite, if you will, and start writing about my own leadership journey. Quite frankly, a really messy journey. So about 3 years ago, I stepped away from the day-to-day job of a CMO, and I wrote this book called Management Mess to Leadership Success. It basically was a raw, kind of unfiltered history of my own journey as a leader. Not about you, but my own journey was not a linear line. It was, 3 steps forward and 4 steps back in most cases. As I looked at it, I decided that, gosh, unlike most leadership development firms, not all, but most, we do a bit of disservice to the industry, and that is we perpetuate this myth that everyone should be a leader. And let me tell you, as an ambassador of one of the globe's biggest leadership firms, not everyone should be a leader. Not everyone should be a leader of people. Yes, some people have leadership capability within them, right? Lead a project, lead an initiative, lead your 401k, but not everyone should be a leader of people. I'm not sure I should have been a leader of people because I did a lot of damage in 30 years. the statistics show that the average age someone is promoted into their first management position, age 30. Yet according to HBR, the average age that same person receives their first formal leadership development training, age 42. That literally there are 12 years of people just like me that are wreaking havoc across cultures. Because what happens in so many organizations is we promote the top individual contributor to be the leader of teams, don't we? We promote the most efficient dental hygienist or the most creative digital designer or the top salesperson to become the sales leader. It's insane. Think about for a moment the characteristics of a great sales producer, an individual contributor. I was one. At one point, the top sales producer in my organization. Amongst many talents, they like competition, do they not? Great salespeople are highly competitive. They want to be at the top of the leaderboard. They want to make sure they are on stage at the President's Club trip in Maui. They want to win and earn more than their colleagues. They love the limelight. They love the spotlight. These are actually good characteristics to have in a person who's selling your products for you. These are horrible competencies to have in a sales leader. In fact, they're almost inversely correlated. You don't want your sales leader competing with their colleagues. You want them in service to their salespeople. You want them to take delight when their team earns more than they do. So fundamentally, I think it's important, as I'm evangelizing, not everyone should be a leader of people, but if you are going to lead people, then there are at least 30 challenges that you're going to face in your career, even as a parent, as a spouse or such. And so I wrote this book. It did extraordinarily well 2 years ago. The publisher then signed me to a 10-year, 10-volume deal in the Mess to Success series. So I just released yesterday Marketing Mess to Brand Success. I just finished Job Mess to Career Success, comes out next January, followed by Communication Mess to Influence Success, Parenting Mess to Launch Success. I have 3 sons. Hopefully by the time that comes out, they will have launched, so I'm credible and congruent. And then there also is a card deck that's a companion to the book. Each of you should have this card deck in your hands right now. Anybody need a card deck at all? Raise your hands and my colleagues will come out. If I could get my colleagues that came out and pass out a couple more card decks over here. If you'll take a moment, if you haven't already, unwrap your cards. They're hermetically sealed, so we're family. Use your teeth, use your pen, whatever you need. There are 30 cards and there are 36 minutes. So no, we're not going to spend 1 minute and 1 second per card. I could if you challenged me, but that would be annoying. What I would like to do, are we passing out some card decks? Great. If we could do that expeditiously, that would be great. So what I'm going to do is ask you to take your cards out for a moment. Put your sleeve down on the ground, if you will, and you'll see there are 30 challenges. Are there more than 30 challenges that you face as a leader? Of course. But all my books have 30 chapters and 30 challenges, as it's a great branding technique, so that's where I stop. Here's what I'd like to do. I'm going to challenge you for a moment. I want you to take out the following cards out of your deck and leave the rest of them on the ground. Wait, no, raise your hand if you need some cards. There's about a dozen people over here. If we could get some cards that would be great. Here's what I'd like you to do. I'd like you to take out the following cards and put the rest on the ground. So everybody is going to take out cards. Challenge 1, challenge 3, challenge 4. Separate your cards. Challenge 1, 3, 4, 10, 11, 12, 21, and 22. 1, 3, 4, 10, 11, 12, 21, and 22. If you'll take those cards out, separate them, put the rest of the cards in the seat next to you on the ground. We're going to do our best to spend 3 or 4 minutes on these challenges. But here's what I want you to do first. I want to make sure that for the next 34 minutes, you release yourself from the natural gravitational pull to think about your spouse or your boss or your business partner or the colleague who works for you that you wish was going to sit in this audience right now and have them be introspective about their messes. I want you to think only about who? Yourself. Because let me tell you, in my 30-year career, 25 of which as a formal leader and officer, I've had the opportunity to interview thousands of people. Literally thousands of people have either sat in front of me or have been on some kind of Zoom call interviewing them. I've had the privilege of hiring hundreds and the responsibility of terminating dozens. Life-changing meeting, isn't it, to be terminated? But I have experience. I worked for the Disney company for 4 years at a college, and after 4 years, they invited me to leave, which is how it happens at Disney. You don't get fired, they just invite you to leave. So after I was invited to leave, I'm 26 years old, I'm unemployed. Where does a single Catholic boy from Orlando move? Well, of course, to Provo, Utah, where all the Catholics are. There were no Catholics, like me and the priest. That was it. If you've been to Utah, you know that joke is somewhat funny. But I was full of messes, right? But my point in all of that is, I tell you, every termination I have been responsible for executing on was from a lack of self-awareness. It was never because the person lacked the technical competency to do the job they were hired for. It was they were completely incapable of understanding what it was like to work with them or for them. What was it like to be on a 2-hour Zoom call with them? What it was like to work a trade show booth with them? What it was like to launch a project with them? They were incapable of really being introspective around their personality, their strengths, what it was like to be in a meeting with them. So I wrote this book kind of through my own journey of messes and successes, and let's spend a few minutes on each of these. Now, I want to start actually with challenge 11. So for you linear thinkers, I've already rocked your world because I've taken out 4 cards out of order, and now I'm moving to challenge 11. But I want you to move challenge 11 up front. This is the concept of check your paradigms. Now, if you know anything about the Franklin Covey Company, and you read Dr. Covey's book, The 7 Habits, you know that after 30 years and nearly 50 million copies of that book sold, he didn't invent the idea of a paradigm, but he did popularize it over the course of 40 years. Paradigm shift, right? We call it your mindsets, your belief system, the metaphorical glasses through which you see the world. And as you're thinking about your role as a formal or informal leader in your organization, you all have deeply inculcated paradigms. All of us have deeply enculturated mindsets and belief systems in ourselves, in our company, in our industry, and the people who work with and for us. In fact, our parents, our imams, our priests, our rabbis, our principals, our teachers, our neighbors, our aunts taught us things that we came to believe were true about the world, about ourselves, about people of different faiths and sexual orientations and genders and what school you came from. I mentioned I'm Catholic and I'm from Orlando, Florida. I was raised in the 70s in a fairly middle-class family. Caucasian, obviously. My mother was a full-time homemaker manager. My father had a corporate 8 to 5 job. And I was raised to believe that police officers, doctors, and Catholic priests were always right and always told the truth. This was not an uncommon paradigm back in the 70s in Central Florida. Are doctors always right? Do police officers always tell the truth? Are members of the clergy always right and always tell the truth? Hell no. Now, I'm a Catholic in good standing, and this is a faith that I've chosen for myself, and my wife and I are raising our 3 young boys in that faith. I've had a wonderful journey in that religion. I have no complaints at all. It's been wonderful, but can you imagine, had I or anybody been a second grader altar boy, and a member of the clergy had behaved inappropriately with me, but I believed that he was always right and always told the truth, it could have destroyed my life. That did not happen to me. But I think it's important to start today that one of the keys to owning your messes as a leader is to recognize what deeply entrenched mindsets and belief systems do you have that aren't accurate, that are outdated. Are you open to influence? Because when you own your mess as a leader, you make it safe for others to own theirs as well. That was my point of the whole story about self-awareness, because as a leader, you have to be a light, not a judge. Be a model, not a critic. It's why not everyone should be a leader of people, because it's a lot of responsibility. Leadership is unrelenting and unrewarding, and oftentimes some call it adult babysitting, like my boss probably thinks it is with me. I'd like you to turn to someone sitting next to you. 2s, 3s is fine. I'd like you to take a minute apiece and share a deeply unculturated mindset or paradigm that you have that was taught to you by your parents or a high school principal, something like that, that you learned later in life, that's not true. And not Santa Claus or the Tooth Fairy. I want you to have some substance to this. Think for a moment, what was taught to you early in life that you became to be deeply inculcated to believe was accurate, and later in your experience you learned, gosh, that's not true at all. Take 2 minutes, turn to each other, and share something of gravity. I'll see you in 2 minutes. True. We shipped 300 decks.
People forgot about it.
Can you put us back on there? Sorry. It's back on me. Sorry.
People took them out of their bags.
Take 1 more minute. I'm going to ask you to role play with me in a minute. Okay, let's come back together. Who would exercise some vulnerability and just own your mess? Raise your hand if you want to share something that your parents or your principal taught you was true, that later in life you realize that is not true. Yes, sir. Speak unnaturally loud for me.
Unnaturally loud. Is that loud enough?
If you can hear me, raise your hand.
All right, so I learned early on, was taught early on, to respect authority because all people in authority are worthy of respect. And then I spent 28 years in the U.S. military and learned that that's not necessarily true.
Thank you for your courage. In fact, I was taught that everyone of authority is always right. Every teacher, every principal, every member of the clergy, every police officer, every judge, everyone above you was right, including your parents. Are your parents always right? No, they're people. Thank you. Right over here, nice and loud. That children are to be seen, not heard. In fact, I've often heard that ladies will say that your sisters and your mothers at the dinner table were to be seen and not heard. That was not crazy in the 60s and 70s, was it? In fact, what happened then is their brothers went on to lead organizations. That's how they treated women. Or the sisters themselves went on to lead organization, and that's how they treated other women. The point you get, right, is all of us have deeply inculcated belief systems about everything in life, including our own competencies and the people who are working with and for us. Raise your hand if you lead people formally in your day job. Raise your hand, look around. Yeah. The majority of you, not all of you. For those of you who lead people or those of you who don't, I want you to think for a moment in your head silently. Don't call their name out, but just go through the names of the people on the team you work with. What do you think about them? Are they lazy? Are they talented? Are they engaged? Are they in over their head? Are they more competent than you are and you feel threatened by them? Because you again have a belief system about everyone you work with. And as a leader, you have to ask yourselves, can they behave themselves into a new mindset for you? Is there anything they could do to change your belief system about them? The first mess I want you to own today is to be willing to be open to influence, to be willing to change your mindset and your paradigm, because they govern everything you say, everything you do, every decision you make, your willingness to take risks and otherwise. Okay, linear folks, we're back on track. Challenge 1, move to that card. This is called demonstrate humility. This is a massive mess for me because this does not come naturally to me. I'm not a naturally humble person. I'm not a naturally arrogant person, but I have lots of confidence. My wife will tell you I have confidence to spare. I could loan it to you. And I think of all of the messes, there's a reason why this was one, is because, I don't know about you, but when I was raised, I patterned my belief system after leaders were loud, they were charismatic, they were in charge. Anybody believe that about leadership when you were younger? That quiet, shy, and retiring people were weak people. I would eat them for lunch. And when I came to learn later in life that was, of course, idiotic of me. Because humility isn't about being quiet or shy or weak or retiring. Humble leaders are more concerned with what is right than being right. And literally, I have to ask myself that question whenever I speak in a meeting, whenever I'm on a podcast. Am I trying to be right, or am I more concerned about what is right? What is right for our client, for our organization, for our shareholders? Humble leaders are more concerned with what is right than being right. And I came to learn through this podcast, interviewing hundreds of world-renowned experts, that humility is born out of confidence. Confident people are capable of being humble people. It's arrogant people who are incapable of demonstrating humility. And I always got that wrong in my 20s and 30s, probably why I was wreaking havoc across most teams that I led. This is a natural mess for me. I have to consciously move from confidence, arrogance, to humility. Anybody relate? Just me? It's okay, it's always just me. It's okay. I'm kidding. Challenge 4, declare your intent. I've had the privilege, like I said, of being with the Franklin Covey Company for 25 more years. And the smartest thing I've ever heard, if you have a pen, I'd encourage you to write this down. This literally is the smartest thing I've ever heard in my life from anyone. Now, some of you are going to be woefully unimpressed. I'm going to say it twice. Nearly all, if not all, conflict in life comes from mismatched or unfulfilled expectations. Nearly all, if not all, conflict in life comes from mismatched or unfulfilled expectations. Think about that. Think about the conflict in your life with your spouse, your ex-spouse, your neighbors, your boss, a client. How much of it is because neither of you exercised the courage to move outside your comfort zones and declare your intent? Think about what the person perhaps you hired to detail your wife's car or to cut down the branch on the tree, and he or she knocked on the door and said, yes, that'll be $140, and 6 hours later it was $840. And when they hand you the bill, you're like, what happened? Well, there was lots of things that had to be taken care of. Ever had that happen to you? But had you said, okay, so $180, great. Let me be clear. If there's anything that could happen where that might be even $1 more than $180, I need for you to knock on the door and get my permission. I live in Utah, and a few years ago, I had my car detailer. It's muddy in Utah. There's the big mud season. It's not unusual to have your car detailed, have someone come to your house because the seasons are so strong in Utah. And I made the major mistake of loaning my car detailer to our neighbor, loaning meaning introducing them. Well, the car detailer has 2 large Great Danes, and the inside of their car, well, you can figure it out, was in need of a bigger detailer than they were prepared for. So literally, my young gentleman, who I have a good relationship with, spends 4 or 5 hours detailing their car and gives them the bill, and they literally got into a physical fight over it because the mismatched expectations were so massive. As a leader, it is incumbent upon you to move outside of your comfort zone and declare your intent in meetings because, absent facts, people make stuff up, do they not? People will ascribe intent to you if you don't declare what your intent is. And if you want to minimize or even eliminate conflict in your life, take the time to integrate that phrase into your vocabulary. The next time you have a high-stakes conversation, a crucial conversation, sit someone down and actually use the phrase, hey, good morning, thanks for coming into my office this morning. Hey, I need to have a bit of a high-courage conversation with you. I want you to know that my intent is not to embarrass or offend you at all. My intent actually is to have you have a wonderful career here. I can see it for you. And I might use the wrong words or I might ask for a do-over, but I notice that in the Monday meetings, you rarely take responsibility for your projects. I see a lot of blaming of other people. Again, my intent is not to single you out or diminish you. You get the point. I can role play that about a whole variety of initiatives, right? Here's another one. Hey, thanks for coming in today. Hey, I want to have a bit of an uncomfortable conversation with you, and I might need a do-over. I might even need you to pre-forgive me if the words I use are wrong. My intent is not to diminish you at all. My intent is to lift you and have you build a great brand here. To that point, I noticed that like me in the hot Utah summers, you might be breaking through your antiperspirant. It happens to all of us, right? Sometimes we build up, people usually laugh more than, we all build up a chemical reaction to our deodorant. I don't want to embarrass you, but you might before you get the point, right? Is declaring your intent is so important because if you don't, people will ascribe intent to you. Yeah, I probably use this phrase 3 or 4 times a day. So I make sure that everyone knows what my intention is in every conversation and in every meeting. Declaring your intent will, if not eliminate, vastly reduce the conflict that you have going on in your life. Challenge 10, make time for relationships. Can I get some more card decks down here in the front if there are any more? This one is, I think, profound. This is not an epiphany for you, but let me debunk a often human resource myth, and that is that people are an organization's most valuable asset. You heard that? It's not true. It's absolutely not true. People are not an organization's most valuable asset. It is the relationships between those people. Right down here, Ty. It is the relationships between those people that becomes your competitive advantage. Because we know that culture is everything, right? Culture is how the vast majority of people behave the vast majority of time. If you have a backbiting and gossiping staff, that is your culture. Because I can have someone that has a black belt 6 Sigma certification and someone that's a Rhodes Scholar from Oxford, but if they can't get along, if they can't compliment each other, if they can't forgive each other, if they can't forgive each other, because she's going to say something to him that pisses him off, and he's going to do something to her that pisses her off, it's going to happen. A pre-forgiveness culture is a culture you can't replicate, because in organizations, everything can be stolen from you and is. All your patents, your supply chain, your pricing, your go-to-market strategy, everything can and is being stolen from you, or copied, or replicated, or twisted. What cannot be copied is your culture. Because we know this adage to be true, people don't quit their jobs, they quit bad bosses and corrupt cultures. Especially right now where no one is a hostage anymore. LinkedIn is on fire. Every recruiter in the nation is representing a company with a huge reservoir of cash they didn't spend, and they're poaching talent everywhere right now. People do not quit leaders who love them. People do not quit leaders who love them. People ask me all the time, Scott, 25 years, why did you stay at 25 years at Franklin Covey? You could speak, you could write, you could do all kinds of things. And I say, I stayed because the CEO loves me. We fight like father and son, but at the end of the day, I don't quit because I love the guy and I know he loves me and my wife and our kids, and I feel cared about him. Here's the big aha. When it comes to relationships, honestly, I struggle because, as I told you before, Dr. Covey wrote the book, The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. And as the CMO and the EVP of thought leadership, I'm interviewed all over the world on behalf of the firm. And it's not infrequent that a journalist will call it The 7 Habits of Highly Efficient People. The book is The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People for a reason, because effectiveness and efficiency are not the same. One's not better than the other, they're just very different. As perhaps you can tell, I'm a highly efficient person, highly productive person, right? I write a column each week for Inc. magazine. I have 4 books out. I have 3 more books coming out this year. I host the world's largest podcast for leadership, and I'm a father and a husband and da-da-da-da-da, right? I'm a very productive person. It's actually what has been the biggest contributor to any success I've had. I'm that annoying neighbor that gets up on Saturday morning at 4 o'clock and my lawn is mowed by 6, my cars are washed by 7, my flowers are purchased and planted by 8, and I'm ready to start the day by 8:30. I know. I don't make any excuses for my productivity. The problem is, I take that same efficiency mindset and I move it into my relationships. Have you met me? Where everything is as fast as possible. I'm either looking at my watch or I'm on my phone, or you always feel like I'm on to the next thing. And so this is a massive mess for me because I have to realize that with people, slow is fast, and fast is slow. You cannot be efficient with people. You can only be effective if you want to develop lasting relationships and build a culture that becomes your competitive advantage. So it requires people like me who have a natural efficiency bent to slow down, take off our glasses, close our laptop, take away distractions, and realize I need to move out of my key talent because our strengths, if overplayed, can become our weaknesses, can they not? So this efficiency mindset, taking out the garbage fast enough, mowing the lawn fast enough, cannot be replicated in the most important thing in our life, which next to our soul, if you're religious, is your reputation and our relationships. This is a struggle for me. When you leave today, think about how you balance when to be efficient and when to be effective. Number 12, lead difficult conversations. I'll tell you, I think the most important role of a leader, every speaker says this, we've all got our list, right? After 30 years in the leadership industry, I think the most important role of a leader is not mission, vision, and values. It's not systems, strategies, and processes. Yes, you have to do those things. I think it's recruiting and retaining talent. Recruiting and retaining talent. Talent that is smarter than you are, that is palpably, noticeably more competent than you are. Requires you to summon a level of vulnerability and confidence to know what is my contribution and not to feel eclipsed by someone who perhaps is more talented than me. It's why I stepped down after 8 years of being the chief marketing officer, because I read Liz Wiseman's book, Multipliers. Have you read this book before? It is the best leadership book ever written, in my opinion. Don't buy my book, buy Liz Wiseman's book, Multipliers. She talks about how all of us are either multiplying or we are accidentally diminishing at the same time, and how to recognize when we are diminishing people and move to multiplier moments. What I realized was I felt very threatened as the chief marketing officer by other people's creative talent, or how well-read they were they an SEO expert, or were they great at Google Analytics. I felt like I was supposed to be the smartest person in the room. That was my job. When in fact my job was not to be the genius in the room, but rather the genius maker of others. And I'm kind of embarrassed to admit that it took me about 45 years to figure that one out. That my job was not to be the genius, but the genius maker of others. And my value became being the talent magnet, right? We're bringing the talent in, growing them, keeping them, but not just keeping them in my division, like many of us do, but releasing them out to the rest of the organization, putting them in the Taipei office, moving them to operations, moving them over into the field, and kind of surveying where was all that talent that I recruited and retained for the firm, not just in my small stewardship. It was a struggle for me also. The second most important leadership competency, contribution, is leading difficult conversations. Is giving people feedback on their blind spots. Because everyone has them, including you. Especially me. Because I think I'm funnier than I am. I think I'm a better writer than I am. I think my jokes at the dinner parties land better than I do. But on the drive home, my wife always reminds me how you had to bring up Trump. Anybody here hate the dreaded drive home from the dinner party? Like, I hate walking to the car because I know she's going to kick my you-know-what as soon as the door closes. Every time, guaranteed. Only with one glass of, anybody did that to your husband or spouse at all? It's always usually the wife to the husband, if that's the relationship. This is an imperative, a leadership imperative is moving outside your comfort zone and discussing the undiscussables with your people. Sitting down and talking about what it's like to be in a meeting with them. What's it like to work on a project with them? This is a gift you can give your people, but it requires a balance of courage and consideration. Because as you probably can tell, I don't lack courage. I got courage in spades. I'll talk to anybody about anything. That isn't always good, because I'll talk to anybody about anything. And I have to be really mindful of my positional power, my personality. I have a pretty strong presence in a room, and the words that I use, and my facial features, and my expressions. I have to balance this unbridled courage with some consideration, some diplomacy. Some of you are the opposite, aren't you? Some of you are perhaps more shy and retiring, and you avoid conflict. My wife says, I seek conflict. It's probably true. And for those of you who are more on the considerate side, you might put someone on a performance plan, and they leave the office scratching their head wondering what happened. You tell your boss, yep, they're clear. One more time and they're out. And they have no idea what happened in that 20-minute conversation. I think the biggest gift you can give your people is moving outside your comfort zone and giving them feedback on their blind spots. This is a gift that is likely never given to them by anyone. I want you to think for a moment, someone you know in your life that is over the age of 40 that has an annoying habit. Raise your hand when you have the person in your mind. Someone you know in your life that has a self-defeating, annoying habit. Don't scream their name out. Just raise your hand when you've got someone in your mind. Seriously, you don't know a single person over the age of 40 that has an annoying habit? Your mother-in-law? Your neighbor? Raise your hand, just to validate me. I'll tell you what, I think it's because they never had a leader in their life that loved them enough to risk not being liked. Because too many leaders want to be liked, and that's not your job. Your job is to set a safe culture where you can give people feedback on their blind spots and love them enough to risk not being liked by them. That's servant leadership. That's helping people find their purpose, find their mission, correct their blind spots, move from mess to success. I am shocked at how many people get fired in organizations and are shocked by it. Whose fault is it if someone is shocked during a termination? Is it their fault? Partially. It's more the fault of the leader. Show me the dates where you had all of the conversations where you talked clear and courageously about what was happening in the path this person was on, what was going to happen if this path continued. I think the majority of people, if they had someone who loved them enough to sit them down and risk not being liked and have a courageous, diplomatic conversation with their blind spots, could rescue themselves. Not all the time, but generally. I'm going to skip to challenge 22 because we kind of talked about challenge 21, allow others to be smart, right? It's not being the genius in the room, but being the genius maker. This one is called create vision. And you can read the content of the card. I'm going to take a little bit of a different tact. I mentioned several times that I'm privileged to host this podcast, and I was preparing a couple years ago for an interview with Viola Davis, the famous actress, producer, director, star. And she was talking once in an interview where she was raised in abject poverty. Can you picture Viola Davis, right? The stunning, talented, genius actor. And she talked about how she was raised in abject poverty. In fact, it was so abject that she would come home from school and wouldn't know if there'd be any food or lights or water, and there were days she would go to class not having taken a shower or a bath for days, and she would smell and the kids would tease her. Can't even relate to it. And as she was becoming an actress and she was moving to Hollywood, her friends said to her, Viola, if you move to Hollywood, you gotta have thick skin. You gotta have thick skin in Hollywood. And it made so much sense to me, right? The Catholic boy moving to the Latter-day Saint town and all the evangelizing. And I thought, oh my gosh, that's so right. You gotta have thick skin. And then I read it a paragraph further and she said, the problem with thick skin is nothing gets in, but nothing gets out. And instead of thick skin, she says, have translucent skin, transparent skin. Stuff comes in, stuff comes out, and you keep and you learn from what is valuable. And I thought, that's so great. I'd never heard that before. And she went on to talk about the power of owning your story. I thought, owning your story, that's like Reiki. You know what Reiki is? Like, maybe good for you, but not for me, or sound bowl, owning your story, whatever. The next day, I'm hosting and interviewing another guy named Eric Barker. He's a fairly renowned social scientist. He wrote a great book called Barking Up the Wrong Tree, where he basically dispels myths. Nice guys finish last, early birds get the worm. I'm not kidding you. The next day, he talked about the power of owning your story. Like twice in 2 days. I go home to my wife, Stephanie, stay-at-home full-time mother and house manager. I crawl into bed at 10 o'clock and I say, Stephanie, have you ever told yourself your story? She says to me, what? What are you talking about? I said, yeah, I'm 49 years old at the time. I'm 52 now. I said, have you ever told yourself your story? She's like, I'm going to sleep. I lay there and I think, I've never told myself my story. 49 years old. I walk to the kitchen. I'm sorry for the visual. I'm wearing a pair of plaid flannel Ralph Lauren boxer shorts. I know, nothing else. I walk to the kitchen and I pull out this major whisk. I walk out to my living room and I decide to interview myself Larry King style. And for the first time in my life, I decide to tell myself my story. It's 10:30 at night. I'm wearing a pair of flannel, plaid, Ralph Lauren boxer shorts, nothing else. I have a whisk in my hand just like this. I walk around my living room in my 100-year-old home in Salt Lake City, pitch black. Everyone's asleep, and I tell myself my story. I say, my name is Scott Miller. I'm 49 years old. I'm the Chief Marketing Officer at Franklin Covey. I'm married for 10 years. I have 3 young boys. My father's dad died when he was 10 of cancer. My father's twin brother caught polio at the age of 16 and spent a decade in an iron lung and also died, and therefore his mother was in mourning for 60 years. My father really had no parents. My mother's parents were both violent alcoholics and were always on the run from the Sears Roebuck Company to repossess the washing machine. My mother checked herself into the YWCA and raised her at the age of 15, raised herself. My parents really had no parents. My brother is the favorite son. He went and got an MBA from MIT and is a chemical engineer. What the hell do you do, Scott? And so I walk around and out loud to myself, I tell myself my story. I say out loud, I'm a stutterer. I have had a debilitating stutter my entire life. Decades of speech pathology, decades of braces multiple times and headgear and retainers because I have a major stutter. There are 36 words I cannot say in public, and it almost triples in the winter. So if you go skiing with me, I'll be really quiet. I went on to talk about how in 6th grade, my principal, Mr. Wiley, decided to segment the entire 6th grade into 3 segments: advanced, middle, and slow. What unilaterally decided the entire 6th grade would be advanced, middle, or slow. Slow, short straw. So for the next 2 years, Scott Miller was in slow math, slow reading, slow science, slow music. How the hell do you have slow music? Can you imagine the damage that did on me, on my SAT score 6 years later, on my college admissions, on my self-confidence, my self-esteem? And for the rest of the night, with this whisk in my hand and the flannel plaid Ralph Lauren boxer shorts, I walked around and I just owned my mess. I recounted out loud all of the lies that had been told about me from perhaps nefarious or well-intended people, professors, teachers, former bosses, parents, everyone. I just recounted out loud all of the messes that were true or not true about me. And then literally that night, at age 49, I created a vision for the future of my life. Stedman Graham is a dear friend of mine, Oprah's life partner. He wrote a book about identity, and it was profound. I know I'm still holding this. I don't understand why I'm holding this. It's just natural now. Stedman Graham talked about so many of us spend our lives fulfilling an identity for ourselves that other people have wished for us or asked us to fill. And instead of fulfilling an identity that others have wished on us, create the identity you want for yourself. It washed over me. And it was that night that literally I decided I'm going to create the life that I want for myself, not that I've thought Mr. Wiley wanted for me and Father Bob Blewett wanted for me and my parents wanted for me. They wanted me to have that badge, right? Like my brother had, the badge of being an engineer or something they could actually count on would support me. And the next day I went out and I landed a radio program on iHeartRadio as a stutterer, and I sold a book to a publisher, and I've sold several 100,000 books now and on my way. And my point of all that is tonight, I don't care what you're wearing, but tonight, when it's dark and quiet in your home, go to the kitchen, pull out a spatula or a wooden spoon or a wire whisk and walk around your whatever and out loud tell yourself your story. Just own your mess, because when you own your mess, you make it safe for everyone to own theirs as well. Now, in the last minute, I'm actually over a minute, I actually have a gift for each of you. I told you my first book, I'm still holding this thing, it's natural. My first book was Management Mess to Leadership Success. Yesterday, I launched Marketing Mess to Brand Success, right? 30 challenges that I learned from becoming a chief marketing officer. My colleagues are passing everybody out now a galley copy of Marketing Mess to Brand Success, my gift to you. And it's funny, it's riotous. It really helps you understand the role that marketing plays in organizations, how you can better manage your own brand as well. And I think in a moment, one of my colleagues is going to come up here and take a picture of everybody holding up your book, if you don't mind. If you don't want to be on my social media to millions of people, put the book in front of your face, because otherwise it's going to happen. Drew Young, if you'll pop up here real quick, I'll pass out some books. We'll take a photo and we'll end this. Who needs a book? You need a book? All right. On the count of 5, everyone's going to hold up their book. You're going to be all over Instagram, for those of you who know what that is. And you're going to repeat with me, nice and big. Everyone hold up your book. You're going to repeat with me, own your mess, 3 times, nice and loud. You ready? Own your mess. Own your mess. Louder. Own your mess. Thank you, everybody. Have a great conference. Davin and team, thank you so much.
One more time for Scott Jeffrey Miller.
Thank you.
Woo! Scott it's been like a year since he's traveled, and then he was in Dallas, and then he was here, and so he's just running around and helping us all recognize that we have a mess and own it. Scott, thank you so much to you and your team who have just been incredible in being our guests here in Michigan for the last 12 hours. Can we also give Scott's team a round of applause?
Thank you,
Thank you so much. Thank you.
The Colorado Plains can be unpredictable. The buffalo that live there are always prepared to respond to the demands of an ever-changing landscape. When storms build over the Rockies and head east, the buffalo instinctively turn toward the approaching storm front and run. Unwavering, purposeful, together. The herd spends less time in danger because they don't run away from their circumstances. They challenge them head on. As a leader, there will always be uncertainty in the gray clouds ahead. But how you respond and who you run with can determine whether or not you emerge victoriously on the other side. Who are you running with? Be a part of a group that makes you better because they make you bolder. Be a part of the Buffalo culture.
All righty, you probably were wondering, what's with this squishy buffalo that's in my swag bag? So if you saw that video, you now understand, and if you missed the video, the essence of it is that there are 2 types of mindsets. When storms approach in life, and there are both cattle and buffalo in a field, cattle run away from the storm, and buffalo run toward the storm. And the reason why is cattle who are fearful of the approaching storm, who are running away from it, they don't realize that the storm is faster than them, and so it's going to catch up with them. In essence, they will be in the storm longer. Buffalo instinctively know that if they run into the storm, they can persevere together in that storm and get through it faster. The reason we played that video right now is because our next speaker, who I had the privilege of not meeting on LinkedIn, actually, maybe my way. So Adam Ritchie, our director of client partnerships, who's up here, actually met Jason Lippert, their CEO, through LinkedIn, which then led to a conversation with their team, and the Lippert people have been amazing, and which then led to a conversation with Amber, and we actually did our first and only live cast in South Bend, Indiana. What they're doing down there is so amazing that we had to drive down there to see their team and experience the realness of how they were leading with purpose. But the reason that we played the Buffalo video is because whenever I think, ever since meeting Amber and this team, of the storms that have approached us, there's this phrase that Amber likes to say all the time. She likes to say, "Let's go!" really loud. And now when I hear that phrase, I imagine just a herd of buffalo like bursting into a storm to get through it together. And it was amazing because they didn't even know that I was going to say this. And here we are, day one, registration. People are showing up. It's mass chaos earlier than we thought. We're still trying to get registration like together. And we almost went into panic mode. And then this entourage shows up of all of these people. And they literally walk up and they're like, "How can we help?" And I'm like, "Let's go!" So without further ado, please help me welcome to the stage our closing keynote speaker, Dr. Amber Selking.
Hey! Oh, jeez. All right, let's go. ND. All right, well, that's my fan crew. Thank you, guys. Good afternoon, everybody. It really is an honor and a privilege to be here to wrap up a phenomenal second day to an already phenomenal conference, and we get one more day together, which is pretty awesome. So I've got about 45 minutes, and I packed a lot of stuff in here. So I'm going to tap into my northeast side of me and talk fast as we get through this. But man, I'm excited to be with you. I'm excited to be at a place called the Purpose Summit. And more than anything, I'm just blessed and honored to be here with the most amazing team in the world. So if you could real quick, just give it up for them. I love you guys. All right, so with that, we are going to start with one of my favorite quotes from a legendary football coach, Vince Lombardi. Do I have any Packers fans in here besides Bill Coughlin? All right, okay, and a couple boos, so we know who you're cheering for. All right. But Vince Lombardi's a legend in football, a legendary leader. And so we're going to watch a quick video of, again, one of my favorite quotes of him talking about this concept of winning. But it's behind this picture here, which I want us to just get a grasp on. And we've talked a lot about this over the last couple of days, right? Of really, when we step into our purpose, a lot of times we got to step out of our comfort zone to find that. But guess what happens when we get out of that? Magic, right? And we want to be magical, then we got to do magical things. If we want to be remarkable or worth making a remark about, then we got to be different than the crowd around us. And so when we find people, when we find organizations that are living into their purpose, man, you can see it, right? You can taste it. And it makes you say, what do they have going on there? And so throughout our conversation today, we talked, day one was about this concept of individual purpose. Today's about this organizational purpose. And tomorrow's about putting all of that into practice and action and combining those things. And so as you start wrapping your mind around everything that you've heard the last 2 days and prepare your mind and heart for tomorrow, I want you to just start thinking about, how am I going to integrate this to be remarkable, right? Worth making a remark about. And to step in that element of your purpose. So take a listen to this video. As you do, I want you to write down anything that stands out to you. Because when it's over, I'm going to ask you what stood out to you. And I want this to be a little bit interactive, all right? So here we go.
Winning is not a sometime thing. It's an all-the-time thing. You don't win once in a while, and you don't do things right once in a while. You do them right all the time. Winning is a habit. You gotta play with your heart. with every ounce of fiber in your body. I've never known a man worth the salt who deep down in his heart didn't appreciate the grind, the discipline, and to win, and to win, and to win. It is and always has been an American seal, and that's to be first, regardless of what we do. There's no room for second place. There's only one place, and that's first place. I finished second twice in my time, and I don't ever want to finish second again. But I firmly hold that a man's finest hour, the greatest fulfillment to anything he holds dear, is that moment when he has worked his heart out on a good cause and lays exhausted on the field of battle, victorious.
Woo! That don't get you chilly hot, right? All right. What stood out to you in that quick little video? What's something he said that struck you? Just his passion, right? How he shows up in general. Absolutely. What else? Winning is a habit. Put that one on the board for you. Yeah, there you go. Good. What else? Pumping himself up, right? Getting himself in that optimal zone to go be great. What did you say, sir? Yeah, pointing up, right? Started with a little prayer, making it about something bigger than yourself. Absolutely. Anything else? Yeah, practice privately, right? He's in the locker room prepping this speech so that he can be ready to step out in front of others that he's leading, right? Excellent. What else? Oh, God. Let's go. Yeah, he's moving, right? There's an energy about it, an intensity about it. That's sort of how purpose works too, right? It creates an intensity, a movement with us. And so as we're gonna talking about purpose is awesome, but quite frankly, that doesn't matter unless we put it into action. And that's what our hope in this conference is that it stimulates and stirs your heart so much that you're willing to actually take a step and do something different. Because more than anything, our world needs that right now. If 2020 showed us anything, it's that we've got a void of purpose in a lot of places in our world. And so I have winning is a habit up here because I love that line too, right? One of my favorite quotes is, "We are what we repeatedly do. Excellence, therefore, is not an act, it's a habit," right? That's Aristotle. My background's in human performance psychology, so I have a master's and a PhD in applied sports psych, and I was a mental conditioning coach down at IMG Academy, which is an athletic training facility down in Bradenton, Florida. And so I had 150 tennis players from all over the world right after lunch, and we're talking about building habits of excellence, right? And I asked them, what is a habit? And this 13-year-old Portugal kid with a thick accent, he raises his hand, he says, "A habit is something that you do so often that it becomes part of the very essence of your being." I was like, first of all, but still my heart Romeo, okay? Second of all, wow, a habit is something that we do so often that it becomes part of the very essence of our being. What if we made excellence part of the very essence of our being? What if we made winning part of the very essence of our being? What if we made purpose part of the very essence of our being? Imagine what could start happening to ourselves, to our teams, to our organizations, to our families, to our communities, to our world, if we put that type of intentionality. Because how do you build a habit? That's a question. Through repetition, right? Repetition, repetition, repetition. Everybody cross your arms. It's pretty simple, right? Everybody cross your arms the other way. That takes some cognitive processing, right? This guy up front, really, he just quit, all right? So listen, we gotta make winning like folding our arms the natural way. We gotta make excellence that natural. We've gotta make purpose that natural. And how do we do it? We do it through repetition. All right, so here's our game plan for today. I'm only on slide 2. I'm gonna have to talk really fast. All right, so here's our game plan for today. First of all, if we wanna make winning part of the very essence of our being, we gotta start with understanding the importance of defining the win, all right? Then I'm gonna take us through just our journey at Lippert and use it sort of as a case study of what this looks like when it starts to show up with intentionality in an organization. And then we're gonna talk about how leadership and culture can drive business success, right? It's not just this soft, fluffy thing that we talk about, but rather, how does that translate to performance within an organization? Then we're gonna look at the scientific power of thoughts, because I'm a little bit of a nerd, and you're all gonna learn some science today, all right? And then we're gonna wrap up with a call to action. So, without further ado, we gotta talk about what is winning? What is winning in your own life? What is winning in your marriage? Whether you're married or not, if you ever wanna be, what's winning look like? When you raise your children, what's winning look like? In your business, in your organization, what is the win? We have to define that, because if we don't clearly define it, somebody else will. And then we're gonna go on a journey that maybe we didn't initially intend. And so I'm gonna talk about how we've defined winning at Lippert. But before we do, one of the things that have come up, right, over the last couple days is just in terms of purpose, in terms of organizations and relationships, we talked about building trust, right, and just building relationships. And so how do we make building relationships a habit, part of the very essence of our being? Well, we gotta start talking to people, right, and building relationships. So get a partner. We are going to have 60 seconds. And with your partner, I want you to try to identify the most unique thing that the two of you share in common. This means you have to rifle through where you've been, what you love, how many kids you have, weird stuff you've done, right? And then let's see if we find any really interesting people. All right, ready, go. Did you guys get hugs? Did you get hugs? Yes. I need one. You got 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding, 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 ding. We are defining winning by stopping talking now. We have some winners and we have some losers. All right, who found some interesting things that you share in common with your partner? What do we got? A room full of lame humans. Awesome. Okay, yes.
So we found that we are both of Mexican descent and both of our spouses happen to be Venezuelan.
Ooh, those are some spicy relationships. I like it. All right. I saw another hand. What do we have? Yes. Ooh, skydiving, jumping out of planes and blowing stuff up. I like it. What else? Yes. Ooh, they've both been rappelling, little daredevils. Good stuff. What else? Yes, ma'am. Ridden in a 4-seater plane. Good for that. Is awesome. After the other story, that's a little scary, right? That's awesome, though. Yes, we'll do one more. What you got, sir? Wow, awesome. All right, give our courageous people a round of applause for sharing. Really, that's nothing more than to show us just how easy it is and how quickly we can build relationships with people, right? When we sit down with somebody, we all know that, you know, there's not enough minutes in the day. And so sometimes the first thing that goes are those relationship building, because we think it takes too much time. But the reality of it is all it takes is a little intentionality. And part of winning this game of life is doing it with other people and building relationships. So with that as an introduction, we will keep rolling. So how we define winning at Lippert, we're lucky because one of our core values is actually passionate about winning. One of the reasons I'm at Lippert is because I saw that plastered on the side of a truck and I was like, well, I'm pretty passionate about winning. Who's this Lippert place, you know? And so here's how, but we have to define it. Because we are a global publicly traded company. And when you say you're passionate about winning, guess what that can mean? Numbers, 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 right? And that's all that matters. And quite frankly, it did mean that to us for a while, and we're gonna talk about that. But we refreshed our definition of passion about winning, and here's what it means to us. It means the relentless pursuit of the integration of our business and our cultural strategies, okay? Now, the image above shows our business strategy, and it shows our cultural strategy. What does it not show? The integration. You are a sharp crowd. That's how we define winning, the integration of our business and our cultural strategy. Guess what? We have a lot of leaders who are really good at managing and leading the business, but they might not understand our cultural strategy, right? And so it's an expectation that they figure it out and get that integrated. And it's a journey, right? We're not perfect. We are on our own journey, and we are the first to attest that. But man, are we trying. On the converse, it's not okay to just have a really happy, fluffy cultural strategy where everybody holds hands and sing Kumbaya. Because guess what we have to run? A business. A business. And so for us to be passionate about winning really means that you care about our cultural strategy and you care about our business strategy, and you relentlessly pursue the integration of those things. So as you're thinking about our culture, you gotta think about it through the lens of our business. As you're thinking about our business, you've gotta think about it through the lens of our culture. And as we do, that's when we can say, yeah, you're passionate about winning. Because if I talk to leaders and they're only thinking about or operating in either one of those two realms, and they're like, well, I care about winning. I'm like, well, no, you don't. Not based on how we define it. Again, it's about that integration. And so for yourself and for your team to really stimulate this and build this habit of winning into how you operate, you first have to define it, right? And we're building that habit every day through the choices that we make and how we run our company and how we communicate with each other, with our teammates, with our leaders. And so let me share you a little bit about who we are. We are a company that was born in 1956, thanks to Grandpa Lippert, okay? And he passed on that company to his awesome son, Doug. And then now we all serve our incredible CEO, Mr. Jason Lippert. And in Jason's tenure, he's taken our company from being private to public. We've had over 70 acquisitions. We are a high growth company, right, that really has an intent to be a force for good in the world. And so, actually, one more slide back on that. Yeah, there we go. 27 executives with 350 years of experience. Shout out to all of our executives that I know are listening online, but yeah, give those guys a round of applause. And listen, none of them are over like the age of 50, which is crazy, right? And so their commitment to this company and the blood, sweat, and tears that they have invested into the fabric of our organization is mind-boggling. And so as we talk today, you're gonna learn we're a big company. We're not huge, but we're pretty big. But man, there is a heartbeat down to the front end of it, and it starts with our core leadership who has invested that many years into making us who we are. But further defining who we are, you know, our vision is to make business a force for good in the world. Ultimately, that's our purpose. We're gonna keep growing. We wanna get bigger, not because we wanna make more money, but because we want more people in our family so that they can experience what being a part of a work culture that is transformative can do in their lives. And then our mission is making lives better by building meaningful relationships with our coworkers, our customers, and our community, right? And that's what we show up to work and to do every day. And then we've got a core set of principles that guide us, right? We've got 5 leadership qualities and 5 core values that encapsulate who we are and how we're going to operate. And they show up everywhere, certainly on the walls, but they show up in one-on-one conversations day in and day out as we're walking the shops in our manufacturing facilities, as we're walking the halls of our corporate teams, some of our teams that are now remote, right? These are conversations that are happening all the time in every crevice of our building, keeping it alive and ignited so that it's not just words on the wall, but it's actions day in and day out that have to be felt. When we're talking about cultural transformation, ladies and gentlemen, one of the frameworks I like to think through is top down, bottom up, and culturally relevant. Top down, bottom up, and culturally relevant. Because if it's not owned and driven from the very top, if it's not important to the person at the top, guess who else is not important to? Anybody else. Particularly those ones, right, that think the only thing that matters is numbers. They're gonna find every way to shortcome it if they know they're not gonna get in trouble for it. That's just the reality. So ownership at the top is critical, but then it has to be bottom up too. We've got to get it to the front lines of our team members. I see too many companies who talk about purpose and vision and all this stuff in their nice C-suites, but the people on the front lines never get to taste and experience what that really means and looks like. And so getting it into the hands and the hearts and the minds and the experience on a day-to-day basis of those people is critical, because that's where transformation starts happening. And then it has to be culturally relevant, right? We're a manufacturing company. It's got to be relevant to who we are and how we operate. If you're a tech company, it's got to be relevant. If you're a sport organization, it's got to be relevant. If you're international, right? We have an amazing team in Europe right now, leadership and culture team, and they're working with us to translate some of the nuances into their culture. But here's the cool thing. When you have an organizational culture that is built on being human, it doesn't matter if you're born in the US and work in the US. It doesn't matter if you're working in Italy. It doesn't matter if you're working in the Netherlands, in the UK, in Ireland, or Tunisia. What matters is there's an essence of humanity about it. And that's the core of our culture, because how we define our cultural strategy is really simple. We just say everyone matters. Everyone matters. And if that's the premise of our cultural strategy, that needs to determine how we make decisions from a business standpoint and from a cultural standpoint, right? And so that's who we are. But what we do, we are a publicly traded global manufacturing company. We have over 90 facilities all over the world, more than 11,000 team members, and we serve multiple industries. So we build component parts. We're the largest supplier to the RV, recreational vehicle industry, the marine industry, growing heavily in the commercial vehicle space, but you'll see all the other industries we serve. So if you look at an RV, right, whether you own one or not, you've seen pictures. So we make things like steps, doors, the chassis it rides on, the bathtubs that's in it, the electrical control systems. I mean, basically everything that you see in an RV. The men and women that are in our family manufacture that, put their hands to it. It is the coolest thing walking through our facilities and seeing a couch being built, right? We can make any, and it's awesome working in manufacturing because our team members can make anything, can't they? You get a flat tire, they got it in like a heartbeat, right? You need something made for your house, it's like done. They're awesome. So it's amazing to be able to be in an industry where we make stuff and see it, but it's even more special to be in a place where we get to call each other family and treat each other like that on a consistent basis. Now, here's the reality, though. We're about 65 years old, and we haven't been on this this mission and vision forever. We've been on a journey. And quite frankly, right, about 10 years ago, Lipper wasn't an awesome place to work. We had a turnover that was about 130%. Think about that. Like, turnover costs about $3,500 to $5,500 per person, and we are turning over 130% of our people every year. That's incredible. And we didn't really treat people well. Like, if you messed up, I'm just gonna throw a wrench at you and kick you out the door, and I'm not exaggerating. It's manufacturing world, right? This is how we've always done it. This is what it is. Be tough or get out. And that was our mindset. But then, you know, we had Jason Lipper, our CEO, had this revelation. God bless you, Jason. I'm going to tell this story from my viewpoint, not yours, right? Okay, so here's how I interpret the story, right? So Jason has grown this company year over year. We have transformational growth. It's exploding. He's joined Lipper right out of his undergrad, and he's, running around with his boys, building this company, having a blast, not really caring about people, but crushing the business, right? And then all of a sudden, he does that for about 20 years, and he's like, all right, cool, like what else? You can only do year over year growth so many times before there's gotta be something more to this. And so, he goes on this journey of, okay, what do you want, God, what do you want me to do next? What do you want me to do next? What do you want me to do next? And so he's sitting in church one day thinking about this, and all of a sudden, God's like, hey, bud, I don't want you to do anything different. I want you to do what you're doing differently. And so that's when the aha moment clicked for him, right? That company accompanied with the revelation of what attrition actually was and that it was at 130%, plus his moment of what am I going to do next? You're going to do what you're doing differently. And then got a video from Bob Chapman, who's the CEO of Barry Waymiller, and has been an incredible leader and mentor to us on our own journey. And those three things combined got us on our cultural revolution journey, right? To be intentional about caring for our people. But here's the thing, this isn't easy, and it didn't happen overnight. And so we use this really cool ancient Chinese bamboo proverb. I'm sure some of you have heard this, but some of you haven't, of like, how culture transformation happens. All right, so the story goes, this young boy goes to this old man. He says, old man, I want to be successful. Teach me how to be great at life. The old man sort of smiles to himself. He says, okay, here's some bamboo seeds. I want you to go home, and every day, I want you to plant these seeds. I want you to plant these seeds, and then every day, I want you to till the soil and water the bamboo. Every day, you have to do it. And the little boy's like, all right, let's go. He goes home, digs the soil, right, tills it, waters it, and nothing happens. He was a little bit bummed, but he's like, okay, maybe it's gonna take a little bit. So next day he comes running out, tills the soil, waters, nothing happens. A whole week goes by, and he's super excited every day. Nothing happens. A month goes by, nothing happens. He goes back to the old man, he's like, I think you sold me some bad seeds, because I've been doing this for a whole month, and nothing's happening. The old man says, trust the process, son. Till the soil, water the bamboo. So year one goes by, nothing happens. Year two goes by, he's starting to get a little grumbly about it, but every morning he gets out, he tills the soil, waters the bamboo, goes on with his day. Year two, nothing happened though. By year three, he's not even grumbling anymore, it's just habit. So he walks out, tills the soil, waters the bamboo, goes on with his day. Nothing happens in year three, nothing happens in year four, and then all of a sudden in year five, he walks out one day and there's this little green shoot, and he's like, what? It's happening. So he like gets more excited, tills the soil, waters the bamboo. Next day he comes out and it's growing even more. And in just 6 weeks, the bamboo grew 80 feet. He goes running back to the old man. He's like, oh man, you are right. These seeds are awesome. I mean, nothing happened for the first 4 years, but in year 5, this thing grew 80 feet in 6 weeks. The old man sort of smiled to himself. He said, son, you're mistaken. While you couldn't see what was happening those first 4 years, something really important was. It was the root system. And in order to sustain the massive growth that exists in those bamboos, it had to have a very deep and intricate and connected root system. And so for us, leadership and culture is like our root system, right? And for us, right, sometimes roots get sick. And you got to take care of them and nurse them back to health. And sometimes you have to cut them out. Because if you don't, it'll ruin the rest of the plant. And so we put intentionality around taking care of our leadership and our culture, because guess what we know? That's what's going to sustain our business growth. And the reality of it is, most people only see and value that little piece of the stalk there that's above ground, because that's the business piece. But what's cool about our leaders in our organization is the stalks are sort of a byproduct. What we get jacked up about is that beautiful canopy of trees at the top where the impact happens, right? And for us, that's where our vision comes alive of being a force for good. First and foremost, in the individual lives of every single team member that we have in our business, and then in the communities where we live, work, and play. And it's from this model, right, that we have really constructed how we operate. And here's what we found too. You know, why leadership and culture is so important is because when you focus on that, your retention goes up. And not just retaining people, but retaining engaged people who care about your business. And when you do that, everything starts to get better. Quality gets better, safety gets better, efficiency gets better, innovation improves, relationships get better, mental and physical health gets better. And so there's all these reasons why really tending to and manifesting the purpose of your organization is critical to your business success, but even more importantly, to the success or what it means to win in the lives of your people on a day-to-day basis. And so along that journey, you know, you have to commit resources to it. A lot of people talk about it. But until you're really willing and ready to commit a resource to really focus on that leadership and cultural journey, it'll always be something else that you do, right? It has to have extreme ownership from the very top, And we started with one leadership development coach in 2012. And from there, we've got a team of 21 people that are dedicated to tilling the soil and watering the bamboo every day in every crevice of our organization. But here's the kicker. We all know and believe leadership development and culture development does not happen through those of us on this team. Leadership development best happens to and through the leader, right? When you've got 14,000 people in your organization that know and believe and care about leadership and culture and are tilling the soil and water the bamboo, that's where the magic happens, right? We're just here as catalysts. We can only touch so many people a day and be a part of those conversations, but we are all about educating, equipping, and empowering people throughout our organization to have this exact same mindset in how we think about our business and how we think about our culture, and then be courageous enough to steward it. So some of the things that we've done along the way, right? It takes courage, it takes consistency, it takes a commitment to it. But when we started this journey, we started with just some capital investments, right? We had to clean up our bathrooms. We had to clean up our break rooms. We had to make sure that our parking lots were reasonable for our people to park and walk into. If you walk into a place of work every day and it looks like crap, that's not stimulating in your mind. Quality matters, right? And so, and we did listening sessions with our front line of our team members. Hey, what's going well? There wasn't a lot when we started, just FYI. Okay, it wasn't a lot. But we got some really good feedback and we took action. And then, right, now our listening sessions, we still get some innovative, ideas to continually get 1% better. But man, there's a lot of cool stuff where we get to celebrate as a team and as a family. Right, we developed our core values and our leader qualities. We talked about the importance of just coaching and building relationships, of celebration and recognition of our people. And community service, taking care of the communities where we live, work, and play is very core of who we are as an organization. And so every year we have a goal of donating, right, at least 100,000 hours of community service. So our team members' time, energy, effort, attention, skills, gifts, passions, getting poured back into the communities where we serve. And that's a global initiative that we're on. And it looks different all over the world. But man, it is powerful to start to build relationships with your team outside of work. Because here's the thing. The government is not going to change our world for the better anytime soon. Anywhere. Even in our great state of the United States of America. The healthcare system is not going to transform our world anytime soon. The education system is not going to transform our world anytime soon. But do you know what is uniquely positioned to change the world? I believe business and sport are two elements that are uniquely positioned to transform our world. Because there's not a lot of red tape. Some businesses, I know it feels like a lot of red tape, but go work for the government. See how that feels, right? So business is uniquely positioned to change the world because most people work. And if people come to work and get treated with respect, they feel like they matter, their ideas matter, they can innovate and demonstrate their craft, whatever that is, they're gonna go home happier and healthier. Anybody ever have an awesome day at work and you come home and you're like, whoa, baby, you are the best spouse in the world. I mean, it makes you a better spouse because you just had a good day and you feel good about yourself. We all had a bad day at work too, right? And we come home and it is his fault. Poor guy, I hadn't even seen him all day. So if we treat our people better at work, they go home happier and healthier. They're better spouses, better parents, better community members. You don't kick the dog when you're walking through the door. And little by little, in these communities all over our world, if we can do that, family structures are going to start to come back intact. Our communities are going to start become back intact. And all of a sudden, we can do something special. So that's why our vision is to make business a force for good in the world. Because we actually believe we can change it. If we get enough other companies, not just us, we can't do it alone. We're only 14,000 people. There's a lot of people in the world. Like, we need all of you, all of your organizations to have this light bulb moment and commit to that as well. If we want to see any change happening in our world today. The other cool thing that sort of happened is stock didn't do too bad in the process of this either. So the little star is where our cultural journey started, and you see it rise right over time. I put that up there this morning, and the last I checked, we're up about 3 points. So it's been a good day. So those numbers are wrong up there in the top left corner, but you can see the business impact. But quite frankly, I want to share a story with you from one of our team members at one of our plants in Goshen, Indiana, Jared, and share his story, because stock price is cool, but this is what it's all about.
So my son, Memphis, when he was born, I was working here at Lippert, and he was born with a birth defect. He had to be flown out to Riley's the next day. We had no idea what was wrong. Before I even took off that next day to Riley's, the leader that I had at the time, she had met me at my house, and she had an envelope, with $600 in it that she had collected within 4 hours of being on the shop floor for me and my family, so we can go to Riley's. Memphis is doing good now. You know, he's a healthy, young, active boy. He's 5 years old now. You know, he's doing good. We went from going to Riley's every 2 weeks to now we go once a year now. Some of the struggles that I would go through before I started at Lippert was a lot of pride and you know, a lot of people that grew up on the streets, they take things as of you know, disrespect, you know, and if you don't confront that in a certain way, you may be considered weak or a coward. If it wasn't for the leaders that I've had in the past 3.5 years, I probably wouldn't be sitting here right now either. I'd probably be at a different company. With the impact that Nate and Eric, Pat, Brian Hirschberger, Rebecca Carter, just everybody, super grateful for just being a part of this company, and it's a family. Like, when it comes down to it, it really is a family. So I feel like my purpose here at Lippert is to teach and to help out and to reach out to those people that need the help. It's very meaningful to me to know that not only did I teach somebody something, but they learned a skilled trade. You guys always had the faith in me. You guys always did that. You guys have always made me believe that I was good at what I did. You know what I mean? But, you know, when you guys told me, like, we want you, it was like, sorry. You don't know how much that meant to me. You guys have no idea how much that meant to me. Like, that just goes back to God put me here for a reason.
These are stories of our team members in every corner, every layer, every part of our business. And that's why we do what we do. Because we believe that if people feel like they matter, suicide is up 200% in our country right now. Because people don't feel like they matter. And then nobody's gonna miss them if they don't show up. And so, you know, this is why we do what we do. And why we believe that being a force for good, globally, absolutely. But that only happens one person at a time. And business can be that mechanism. If we have leaders that are mindful enough and aware enough of how everything we do and everything we say matters. So with that, we're gonna shift gears a little bit, right? And get into some brain science. So who here would love to make winning a habit and would like to be a force for good? Get aggressive about that. You can raise your hand up really high. All right, I like it. So here's what I'm gonna posit to you. If we want those things, we have to understand that it all begins with how we think. So you have all been given a hex nut tied to a string in a little plastic bag. Please go ahead and take that out. So these strings are a little bit long. Just take it so it is about yay long and you don't have any excess string hanging. You can hold it in your dominant hand so it's sort of suspended as such. Now, This little activity is one of the only ways that we can see just how connected our brain is to our body. Because I think that people think thoughts are just these ephemeral things that float around in the air and don't matter. But your thoughts matter, and every thought you have is important. But again, because we tend to manage what we can see, right? We manage our business, we manage our cost structure, we manage our waistline, but who manages their brain? Not very many people, because we can't see it. And so this is one of, again, the only ways that we can see just how connected our brain is to our body and how important it is for us to manage one of the greatest assets that we all have. So in your dominant hand with your hex nut suspended as such, you can hold it like this. You can anchor your elbow on your knee in front of you if you want. I want everybody to stare at your hex nut. Just quiet your mind and stare at your hex nut. Without touching it and without moving your hand, I just want you to think in your mind, hex nut moves side to side. Side to side. Quiet your mind and repeat that thought. Side to side. Side to side. If you get it a little bit, say more. Side to side. Here's some giggles. This is good. All right, without touching the hex nut, without moving your hand, I want you to think forward and backwards. Forwards and backwards. Forward, forward and backward. Good. All right, now I want you to think circle. 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 Yeah. Quiet your mind. Circle. Good. All right, now I want you to bring it to a complete stop just using your mind. Just using your mind. And when you're done, you can put the hex nut down. That was pretty cool. Yay! Yay! Actually, you guys are a wicked fun audience. Other than you, my favorite group to do this with are like little boys, because they do it and they're like, oh my God, it's moving! I am Harry Potter! Right? And like their littlest magician dreams come true. But this is not Harry Potter magic. This is something that we call psychoneuromuscular theory, okay? Psycho just means brain, neuro means neurons, muscular means muscles, okay? What we know is that every time we have a thought, it sends an electrical signal from your brain through your neurons into your muscles to execute an action. So when you were thinking, move forward and backwards, that electrical signal gets sent into the minor muscles in your fingertips, the vibration gets picked up in the string, and because of physics, we can see the movement in the hex nut, okay? Now, here's the thing. If I want this to move forward and backwards, but I'm thinking side to side, what is it doing? Yeah, but I want it to move forward and backwards, but I'm thinking side to side. How often do we as leaders or humans in this world want one thing to happen, but we're thinking about all the reasons why it probably won't, and then when one of those variables happens, we say, see, I told you so. I knew it wasn't gonna work. Well, yeah, you basically thought that into existence, literally at the neurological level. So we have to, so one of my other roles that I have the privilege of serving is I serve as the mental performance coach for Notre Dame football. And so we did this with our guys. This is pregame for one of our games, but we did this with our guys, and one of them comes up to me, puts his arm around me, looks down, because obviously I'm much smaller than these guys, and he goes, Doc, I've never thought so much about what I've been thinking about. It's like, we gotta start thinking about what we're thinking about, because we're sending electrical signals through our body to do something. And the question is it in alignment with what we actually want to manifest into this world? And if not, then what do you think we should do? Change it. This isn't rocket science, it's just brain science. Change it. It's that easy. Here's what we know. Okay, this is one of the most important processes that we have in the field of sports psychology. What we know is that our thoughts affect our emotions, which affect our physiological response. This is things like your heart rate, your muscle tension, your visual field actually expands and constricts on this. Your hormones change in this process. And ultimately, how our bodies are going to determine our performance in the moment. When I say performance, I don't mean just like standing on a stage or playing a game or delivering, a pitch to a customer's performance. I mean a one-on-one conversation you have, how you sit down and show up to work that you need to crank out. What starts this process? Thoughts, okay? And who controls your thoughts? You do. Okay, so we start every mental performance training session at Notre Dame with this, and we all say it together. So let's all do this together, all right? It's on the board. It's not a trick question. Okay, what do we know? Our affect our, which affect our, which dictates our, what starts the process? Who controls your thoughts? You do. Mike's only been on my team for 2 years, okay? Just give him a break. It's fine. We control our thoughts. And so one of the most important variables of driving success is in fact in our control. And again, in 2020, we learned that there's not a lot in our control sometimes. So I have a great story to illustrate this. My team's heard it a bunch, but I'm gonna do it again because it's a good one. So I was working with a baseball team, and I asked them to write down a negative or an unproductive thought that they had when they walked up to the plate. And I know some of you are like, I don't like positive thinking, it's so fluffy. Well, here's the thing. The brain in a positive state thinks more clearly, thinks more creatively, and it problem solves better. So if you think positive thinking is fluffy, you're wrong. It's actually a performance-enhancing strategy. But in case that still bothers you, productive thinking and positive thinking are the exact same thing. So guys had to write down a negative thought that they had when they walked to the plate. Then I had them hand that card to one of their teammates. Their teammate's job was to change that from a negative thought into a positive thought, because as we all know, it's much easier to help other people think right than it is ourselves, right? So they did this, and I asked, does anybody want to share? And this kid raises his hand, and he goes, well, excuse my language, Doc, but this is really what I think when I walk up to the plate. So excuse my language, but this is really what he thinks. He's like, usually when I'm walking up there, I'm just thinking, shit. That's it. That's all he's got going on up there, okay? You heard the whole statement. Okay, so if that's what he's thinking when he's walking up to the plate, how do you think he's feeling? Don't say it. Okay? Little nervous, little scared, anxious, right? Now all of a sudden, heart rate goes up, muscle tension increases, visual field locks in, cortisol, which is your what hormone? Stress hormone starts to spike, testosterone, which is your power hormone, starts to plummet, and he's standing at the plate. Do you think he's positioned to get a hit? No. I was like, well, what'd your buddy change it to? He goes, now when I'm walking up there, I'm just gonna be thinking, I got this shit. So in one split second, he went from nervous, anxious, scared to, I'm the man, I'm the man, I'm the man, right? Probably bobbing his head a little bit. Heart rate settles in, muscle tension releases, standing at the plate. He's positioned himself to be successful. Now here's the thing. Who else is involved in this little moment here? The pitcher. And if we're talking high school baseball, this kid's probably some skinny freshman. This is a senior going to play college somewhere, about 6'2", 165, jacked, right? He might throw 3 perfect balls down the plate. Little dude might still strike out. That's not the point. The point is that he's positioned himself to be successful. All you can do is all you can do. And as a driven human that loves winning, the first time I heard that statement, I was like, BS. But then I thought about it. If you've done all you can do, what more can you do? Nothing, right? So you got to control the controllables. And if you strike out, you go back to the dugout, reset, refocus, and come up again. But it all starts with how we think. And we've already talked about this, right? The power of positive thinking. It's all about learning to choose right thoughts. So what I would encourage you to do is make a list of all of the negative or unproductive thoughts that you might have. And then, what do you want to change those thoughts into? Because I think a lot of times people list the negative thoughts that they have, but they don't do the most important next step, which is, what am I going to change it to? And you've got to come up with what that is going to be in advance, because when you're in the moment, When you're dealing with materials and supply shortages, you're not gonna be thinking, oh, I wonder what a more productive way to be thinking about this right now would be. Like, trust me, it's not where your head goes. So you have to have a thought already written out and determined so that you know, hey, listen, we're gonna have to get creative today, right? How are we gonna manage this? Who can we call in? What other plants might have some extra materials that we can put to keep things moving out the door today, right? That's productive thinking. Here's the other thing. I gotta talk fast. This thing's blanking red at me. If you need to leave, feel free. I'm gonna roll through this. So, excuse me. So what we know is that the brain is not a muscle in the scientific sense, but it functions like a muscle in the extent that the parts of it that we use grow and get stronger. The parts of it that we don't get weaker. I played soccer at Notre Dame before I tore my ACLs and retired early. Basically, I got cut because I wasn't good enough after you get hurt, but it helps my ego, so that's what I say. So I was about 15 pounds heavier because I lifted all the time. When you don't lift, what happens to your muscles? Atrophy, they get smaller. The brain is the same way. And repeated thoughts are what build the muscle matter of your brain. So repeated thoughts build what we call mindsets. We've heard so many people talk about our belief structure, our paradigms, our mindsets. What does that mean? At the scientific level, it means that what fires together wires together. Our thoughts build brain matter, okay? And repeated thoughts are like a bicep curl for your brain. And as we repeat positive, productive, powerful thoughts, that part of our brain builds what we call a mindset. A mindset's like an Instagram filter, right? You put it over a picture and it changes the experience of the picture. I could have the exact same picture and put a black and white filter over it or put a lo-fi filter over it, and they look totally different. That's what mindsets are in the human brain. And if we want to shift and rewire our belief system or change our paradigms, it starts with how we think. That's how we do it at the neurological level. But who controls your thoughts? You do. I can't do it for you. Your spouse can't do it for you. Your business can't do it for you. This is about personal choice and responsibility, and we all have it. And so many people are deferring the personal responsibility that they have to show up as the best version of themselves and relying on somebody else to do it for them, other than recognizing that the most power we have is inside of ourselves, and it starts with getting control of how we think. This is actually a screenshot of brain matter being formed. So if this is like zoomed in, and this is an actual mindset in a human brain, right? You see how that web starts to get formed into the brain. Here's the thing, I wish we only had all positive mindsets, right? We all know we have some negative mindsets too, some unproductive mindsets, some anxious mindsets, some depressed mindsets, some fearful mindsets, some disdainful mindsets, some angry, some hateful mindsets. And the beautiful thing about how the human brain has been created is what we wire in, we can wire out. What we wire in, we can wire out. If I stop repping the hatred, the anger, the fear, the insecurity, and start replacing it with right ways of thinking, this eventually will go away. Now it takes time, it takes consistency, because as we all wish we could walk into the gym on like January 1 and then walk out like ready for the year, right? Any of that work for anybody? Yeah, me either. Okay, so it takes consistency over time, and the same is true with rewiring our brain. So I want to give you a simple 3-step process that you can use to start to rewire that brain. The first is recognize. We've got to be aware of our thoughts before we can do anything about them. Humans have about 70 to 80,000 thoughts a day, just rolling through our brain. And every thought is sending an electrical signal from your brain through your neurons into your muscles to do something. So we've got to recognize, when am I having negative or unproductive thoughts? And then we've got to replace it. We've got to change that into a more productive way of thinking. And then finally, we got to allow that to step out and radiate to the world around us. So what we know is that the brain and the heart both give off electromagnetic energy. But the heart actually gives off 2 times more than your brain and can radiate off of you up to 10 feet. Let me talk to you about that in real terms, right? We've all been around people where we leave them and we're like, woo! I feel like I could scale a mountain right now. You're just like jacked up, ready to go, right? That's their heart energy. Or you might be in a difficult place, but you have a conversation with somebody, and when you leave them, you just have a sense of peace about you. That's their heart energy. Other people, you've been around them and you leave them and you're like, sweet Lord Jesus, I need a nap, right? Because they just like suck the life right out of you. That's their heart energy. Or you've been around people, you sort of forgot you talked to them because they don't have much going on, high or low. That's their heart energy. Here's the cool thing. Our mindset drives our heart set. What we think about generates that heart energy. And so as we start to recognize our thoughts and as we start to replace them with things that are excellent and noble and praiseworthy, all of a sudden, that's the vibe you start putting out. If you want to build great teams, if you want to build great organizations, it starts with each individual learning how to think right. And then action creates traction. Being disciplined enough to put that 3-step process into play day in and day out so that we can make winning, so that we can make being a force for good, so that we can make living out of our purpose part of the very essence of our being. And when you do, cool things happen. I mean, these are some stats that we put together since about 2015 of the impact that we're having on our teams around us, you know, from the amount of money that we've given back to different charities, to the amount of marriages that have been impacted, to the amount of people that have stopped smoking, to the amount of team members that have bought their first home or car, to the amount of relationships that have been healed. Like, healing is happening in our workplace. And it's powerful when people start to recognize and understand that they matter. And that as leaders, we're committed to taking action on that. Because if we want to make winning a habit, if we want to be a force for good, first and foremost, you got to believe that you can do that. Because if you don't actually think that, it's too hard. There's too much pushback. There's too much adversity. So it starts with that. And then you got to commit to take action. And I love what Burke says, right? He said, the only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing. We're at a place in our world where we have choices to make. And if we do not want evil to triumph, if we want good to win, it takes men and women committed to be good and to do good so that that can start to change our world. Because more than anything, our world needs bridge builders, we need light bearers, and we need hope dealers. That starts with people like you, people like me, making that choice, being disciplined enough, and then linking arms with each other, because it's way easier and it's way more fun to go to battle when you're with a group of people that are fighting the same fight. So I hope you join us. I hope you join us on this mission to make winning a habit, to be a force for good in the world. And if there's anything we can do to help you on that journey, to come alongside of you, please don't hesitate to reach out for you. So God bless you. Go Irish and go Lippert.
Let's go!
Let's go!
Let's go!
Yesterday, today, purpose. Tomorrow, purpose and action. So it's going to be very important. We're getting a lot of information yesterday, today, but tomorrow is the really when the rubber hits the road. We talk about action. We talk about what do we do about this. Tomorrow, I guarantee you're going to walk away being ready to go and knowing how to go at that point.
Awesome. And the end of tomorrow is going to be powerful. We're going to have a speaker panel up here with Nick Craig, who opened us up. Dr. Amber Selking will be on that panel. Jacob Brown, who you guys saw yesterday, will be on that panel, so you're not going to miss that. And then we end with Ken Blanchard, who has authored 75 books and has been a champion of purpose and leadership. We can't wait for that. You're not going to miss that. Before we leave here today, I would like to ask every speaker that spoke so far that's been here these last 2 days, can you please come up to the stage? Every person a part of Purpose Point, every coach, channel partners, please come up here. Could we give these people a round of applause? Please come up here. That's right.
Yeah, right.
Can you get that a little bit, please?
I'm coming. Now listen, I tend to get way too much credit for this event. And so this doesn't happen without a team of people. Each and every single one of these people have prepped feverishly over the last months. They've recorded videos. We've asked a lot of them. I mean, this has been a massive undertaking during the most challenging year of our lives. And for many of them, their purpose is engaging and inspiring you. And you see, this has been a tough year of many of us not being able to physically see our purpose in action. And it's been very, very hard. For many of them, it's the first time that they got to stand in front of people and actually use their purpose in action in 14 months. And so this has been very, very special. So thank you for being a part of it. Thank each and every single one of you for making this happen and for being a part of it.
Thank you, Davin.
Thank you guys so much for being here today. All right, tomorrow, the last day, and then you got to wait all the way until Purpose Summit 2022. Be here early, stay the full time, let's finish strong, let's go out those doors and get ready to engage hearts and minds with purpose. We love you, we'll see you tomorrow. At the Road Park.